Chapter 3671. You seem to be injured. Yang Kai pointed out. The woman became even fiercer. Nonsense. I don't need you to tell me about my own affairs. You don't get along. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't want to argue with her anymore, but he still kindly reminded her, then you need to run quickly. There are a few starships coming from that direction. I'm afraid they're looking for you. As soon as this was said, the woman's face changed, and she turned her head to look in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. Sure enough, she saw a few huge starships quickly approaching. It seemed that they had discovered her, so she couldn't help but grit her teeth and spat. Humph! Saying so, she turned around and flew off in the opposite direction. But not long after flying out, she suddenly turned back and, under Yang Kai's stunned gaze, grabbed his collar and fled with him, cursing as she ran. Are you stupid? Are you going to wait for death there? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, how could he not know that this woman had a grudge with those starships? She had been hiding on the dead star before, probably trying to get rid of her pursuers, but now that the dead star had been refined by him, she had no place to hide and was exposed. However, the fact that she could turn around and take him with her showed that although she was fierce, she wasn't a bad person. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have cared about the life or death of others at this time, and would have just run for their lives. Towards this woman, Kai Yang didn't really like or dislike her, but her actions gave Kai Yang a good impression of her. He couldn't help but ask, I have no grievances with them. They shouldn't do anything to me, right? The woman glanced at him and sneered. Which cultivation star did you come from? How could you have survived until now with such simple thoughts? Haven't you heard that wherever sand scorpion passes, not even a blade of grass grows? Sand scorpion? Yang Kai raised his brow. The woman shouted, Enough nonsense. If you want to live, shut up, or I'll throw you away right now. The dignified high-ranked demon king, the guardian of Hung Luo star field, was being scolded by a mere first-order origin king. Yang Kai was really speechless. However, although he did not know what sand scorpion was, he guessed that the few warships behind him must be space pirates. Space pirates existed in the territory of every star field. They were more or less strong or weak, and they did business without any capital. They wandered around the star field, bullied the weak, and robbed people. Generally, when a warship business group encountered them in the star field, they would either pay for the passage or fight a bloody battle. Hung Luo Star Field used to have two of the biggest pirate groups, Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair. However, ever since Yang Kai became the Star Territory Protector, these two pirate groups were completely uprooted. However, the pirates were like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. After one group was wiped out, another group would emerge. When the woman appeared, the several warships there had already discovered her tracks, and at this moment, they were naturally in hot pursuit. Although the woman's cultivation was good, she was still injured. At this moment, she was dragging Yang Kai, a burden, so her speed was greatly reduced. How could she be faster than these powerful warships? The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. After being scolded, Yang Kai became quiet for a while. But seeing that the woman could not get rid of her pursuers and was about to reach a dead end, he could not help but ask, Don't you have a star shuttle? The woman's face was cold as she stared straight ahead. It's broken. Yang Kai nodded and said, The situation is not good. They're about to catch up. Can you shut up? The woman turned her head and glared at him fiercely. She felt that this man was too noisy. She was running for her life, but he was still chattering away. Yang Kai smiled and obediently shut up. After a while, the woman sighed. I've implicated you. We can't escape. Later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape. If you can survive, remember to go to Blue Cloud Star's Boundless Sect and tell them to evacuate. Otherwise, Sand Scorpion's revenge will be disastrous. Kai Yang was stunned. You're going to risk your life to make me escape? How noble was this? Yang Kai could not help feeling a little moved. In comparison, secretly hiding his strength and following her to watch the show seemed a little despicable. Having said that, he did not mean to do this. It was just a coincidence. The woman grit her teeth and said, "Do you think I want to? I can't escape, so I can only give it a try. Why don't you stop them while I escape? With your cultivation. I'm afraid you'll die without a burial." After saying so, her expression eased a lot. "Besides, you probably won't be able to escape, but there's always a chance. In short, I've implicated you. If we die together, don't blame me on the road to the Yellow Springs." Yang Kai sniffed. "What did you do to provoke them? Why are they chasing you so relentlessly?" The woman sneered. "Sand Scorpion is brutal. Everyone has the right to kill them. I just killed their third master." At this moment, an old voice came from the warship behind them. The voice was so sharp that it sounded like metal rubbing against metal. It went straight to the heart, as if a cat was scratching it, making it very uncomfortable. "Major, you killed my third brother. If I don't avenge him, Sand Scorpion will never rise again. Don't worry, when I catch you later, I'll make you beg for death. Boundless Sect and Blue Cloud Star will also be destroyed, and they will be buried with my third brother." So ruthless? Yang Kai was shocked. The woman named Major sneered. "Sand Scorpion style has always been like this. Whoever provokes them will be destroyed. Not only will the people who provoke them be unlucky, but even their sect and cultivation star will be unlucky." She turned to look at Yang Kai and sneered. "Are you afraid?" Yang Kai said angrily, "Such a deranged person. The heavens will not tolerate it." Major laughed. "The heavens? If there is such a thing as the heavens in this world, then what is the point of cultivation?" The delicate woman laughed, wantonly and arrogantly, with quite a heroic spirit, which made people look askance at her. After laughing, she sighed, "I only hate that my cultivation is not enough. If I am strong enough, I will definitely purge this territory of filth and return it to its former glory." Yang Kai stared at her. "Miss, you have great ambition." Major snorted coldly. "If the master of this territory does not act, then we can only rely on ourselves." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. "Master of this territory, what do you mean?" Major frowned and looked at him. "Where did you come from? You don't even know that this territory has a master?" Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle drum. Major said, "What an ignorant boy. This territory originally had no master. A long time ago, there was only one star field great emperors. Later, forget it. Forget it. Let's not talk about that guy. He is so annoying. If I have the strength, I would rather run for my life." Yang Kai was very guilty. "Do you know that guy?" "Naturally, I don't know him." Major gritted her teeth. "If I know him, I will definitely ask him whether he still cares about this territory. If he doesn't, I will." Star territory has been full of war in the past few years, and now is the time to recuperate, but a lot of filth appeared out of thin air, and he doesn't care about it. What kind of master of this territory is he? Ooh. Yang Kai lowered his head, only to feel that Major's words had turned into a giant hammer that smashed his head, making him somewhat unable to raise his head. Star territory has indeed been full of war in the past few years. The invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory swept the entire territory of Star Territory, and although they were expelled in the end, the Hung Luo Star Field also suffered a lot. Major seemed to have a lot of resentment towards the master of this territory of Star. She didn't know if it was because there were pursuers behind her, and she had nowhere to go, but she cursed endlessly. Her words weren't that bad, but they were full of resentment. While she was cursing, suddenly her hand tightened, and Major's pretty face changed. A cold light flashed, and a sharp sword was placed on Yang Kai's neck. Her pale face was a little red. "Why are you grabbing my hand?" Yang Kai quickly explained. Don't be impulsive. I just want to give you something. Before Mei Jiao could ask more, she felt something in her hand. Looking down, she saw that the man beside her had actually given her a stone. It was an extremely irregular stone the size of a baby's palm. Mei Jiao frowned. What is it? She scanned it with her divine sense, but couldn't see anything strange about this stone. There was no aura at all, as if it was just a stone picked up by the roadside. She didn't understand why Yang Kai gave her such a thing at this time. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. This is a divine object, and there are endless mysteries inside. With the help of this thing, maybe we can— Are you out of your mind? Mei Jiao glared at Yang Kai. In this life and death crisis, he was still joking. What kind of divine object was this? Endless mysteries? With her origin king, realm cultivation. She couldn't see anything special about this stone at all. Her long sword was still on Yang Kai's neck, and she was still running away with Yang Kai. With a cold expression, she said, "Speak. Are you deliberately taking advantage of me?" Yang Kai wore a helpless look and ignored her, simply turning his head and looking behind him. Mei Jiao didn't know if it was her instinct, but when she threw the stone, she threw it in the direction of the pursuers. At this moment, the stone was approaching the battleships at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Mei Jiao still questioned, "Do you think I won't do anything to you when you're about to die? Let me tell you, even if I die, I will let you die first and make you suffer." Ooh. Just as she was speaking, she saw Kai Yang grin from ear to ear and say, "Hit." A dazzling light suddenly bloomed, drowning Mei Jiao's vision. She couldn't help narrowing her eyes and turning her head to look in the direction of the light source. In the next instant, Mei Jiao's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she looked as if she had seen a ghost. Her small mouth formed a circle, and her figure that was flying forward suddenly stopped as she stared blankly behind her. Thousands of kilometers behind, several sand scorpion battleships that were chasing them all exploded at this time, and the dazzling light was the light of destruction when the battleships exploded. Inexplicably, the battleships exploded. Even though they were thousands of kilometers away, Mei Jiao could still see it clearly. Not a single person on the battleships managed to escape. All of them were buried with the battleships. Chapter 3672. The Sand Scorpion battleship exploded, and the Star Pirates died without a complete corpse. Mei Jiao's face was filled with confusion, excitement, surprise, and fear. She had inexplicably escaped from a crisis and was naturally pleasantly surprised, but it was impossible for the battleship to explode for no reason. It could even be said that in the entire star territory, there was no force that could do this in an instant. The strength of this force was beyond Mei Jiao's understanding. However, she was also an intelligent woman, and in the blink of an eye, she thought of the key point and could not help but exclaim, leaving Yang Kai behind and rushing back the way she came. After an incense stick's worth of time, she returned, clutching the stone tightly in her hand, her expression fluctuating. When she came closer, she looked up and down at Yang Kai. Her beautiful eyes filled with suspicion, and she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? What is this thing?" She had just casually thrown the stone away, yet the Sand Scorpion battleship had been completely annihilated. She did not use the slightest bit of strength in that throw. In other words, the result was all due to the power of the stone. But strangely, she did not feel the slightest fluctuation of power from the stone at all. Such an object could be called a divine stone. And how could someone who could take out such a divine stone be an ordinary person? She already suspected that Yang Kai was some old monster who had hidden his strength to tease her. Yang Kai shook his head and did not answer. If she had not scolded him before, he might have revealed his identity, but he was first scolded by her, and now he had to tell her that she was scolding him. Wasn't he crazy? Smiling slightly, he pretended to be enigmatic. "It is fate that brought us together. So I'll give this to you. Since Mrs. Ambitious, I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and quickly faded. Mei Jiu raised her hand. "Wait!" But when she looked around, Yang Kai had already disappeared, causing her to feel a little annoyed. How could she not know that she had really encountered a powerful master? However, she did not give up and continued to search for Yang Kai in the nearby starry sky, only giving up after a full month of being unable to find him. He then found a secluded place to heal himself. After his injuries were healed, he went straight to the nest of the sand scorpions. Along the way, she found a dead star to test the power of the divine stone. She found that this thing didn't need to be driven by energy at all. The divine stone didn't need to be pushed at all. As long as it was thrown, it could cause great damage. For a moment, she was amazed, as if she had found a precious treasure. Half a year later, news came from the Star Territory that the Sand Scorpion pirates in the territory of Calamity Star had been annihilated. Their base had been destroyed, and none of the members of the Sand Scorpion had escaped. They had all been eliminated by a mysterious expert when Mei Jiu annihilated the Sand Scorpion pirate gang. Yang Kai was hiding on a dead planet not far away from where he and Mei Jiu had parted ways. However, he had to hide his whereabouts, and Mei Jiu would not have been able to discover him even if she was right next to him. The law of space surged as Yang Kai focused all his attention on the sealed world bead. After years of painstaking cultivation and research, it was finally time for Yang Kai to see the results. How could Yang Kai dare to be the slightest bit careless? For this reason, he even released his embodiment to protect himself. If the hidden danger of the small sealed world in the Second Territory was not eliminated, the sealed world bead would not be able to devour the mainland of the Demon Territory. Therefore, he had to separate the Second Territory from the small sealed world. When the sealed world bead devoured the Second Territory, he did not expect that one day he would have to separate it from the small sealed world. It seemed that the devouring that day was unnecessary, but if it weren't for this, how could Yang Kai have calmed down and studied and cultivated for so many years? How could he have achieved what he had today? Everything in the heavens was as simple as drinking and pecking as this, immersing his mind. Yang Kai slowly spread out his consciousness and covered the Second Territory, separating it from the small sealed world little by little. Inside the small sealed world, the Second Territory buzzed. Constantly, a strange phenomena appeared in the sky, as if doomsday was coming. The billions of creatures living inside were all panicking. Yang Kai's figure appeared in the sky. When he appeared, he was the heavens and the earth. He smiled and said, "Don't panic, don't be afraid." His voice spread to every corner of the Second Territory, as if it had a magical power that comforted people. With the urging of the law of space, the sealed world bead gradually changed. A small bump appeared on the surface of the sealed world bead that he had been holding in the palm of his hand, as if it had grown a small tumor. As time passed, the small tumor grew bigger and bigger, gradually becoming 1/10 the size of the sealed world bead. At this moment, the sealed world bead looked like a gourd with a large bead connected to a small one. It looked very strange. The space principles around Yang Kai also surged more and more fiercely, turning the place into a black hole that swallowed everything. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. The small tumor on the sealed world bead gradually grew to half its size, making the sealed world bead really look like a gourd. One day, 5 years later, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and the crazily surging space principles calmed down in an instant. Holding the gourd sealed world bead in one hand, Yang Kai used his other hand as a knife and slowly chopped down. The speed was so slow that if one didn't observe carefully, they would barely notice the movement. And this chopping motion took 3 years. After 3 years, Yang Kai had only chopped down half of the gourd, but after 3 years, the palm in the sky suddenly chopped down. In an instant, Yang Kai's eyes widened, and his pupils became bloodshot. Demonic chi rushed out of his body like a flood, and even his divine sense was sucked dry, causing his knowledge sea to become empty. Suddenly, there seemed to be a light cracking sound as the gourd's sealed world bead split into two. The large bead remained intact, while the small bead spun in the palm of Yang Kai's hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Yang Kai's expression changed, and without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the small bead, forcing himself to squeeze out more of his strength. The space principle surged and wrapped around the small bead, suppressing the universe and stabilizing its surroundings. The bead's rotation gradually slowed down, and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. However, Yang Kai's expression didn't relax in the slightest, and instead became even more nervous. After 8 years of hard work, success or failure would be decided at this moment. Even with his calm temperament, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious at this moment. After a while, when the small bead had completely stabilized, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the bead into his palm, flicking his finger and sending the bead into the star field. When Yang Kai made his move, the bead was only the size of a soybean, but in the next moment, the bead suddenly expanded, instantly turning into a sphere with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. It flew forward, expanded again, and continued to expand in just a few dozen breaths. The bead had turned into a huge planet, stretching across the star field. Even though it was tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could see that it was the size of a millstone. It couldn't expand any further, as it had reached its limit. The area of the second territory was fixed, so after it was extracted by Yang Kai, it naturally had its own limits. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed it at this new stars, stopping them somewhere in the star field. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation inside the stars and found that everything was stable. Although there was some damage, it wasn't serious, and there weren't any casualties. Only then did Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief and sit down on the ground, gasping for breath. Looking at the small sealed world again, there was nothing unusual. Although the second territory had been extracted, it didn't affect anything else. Only then did Yang Kai truly relax. Success. After returning to the territory of the star field for more than a decade, the hidden dangers of the small sealed world had finally been resolved. Yang Kai was overjoyed, and although he was physically and mentally exhausted, he couldn't help chuckling. His happiness wasn't just because of the small sealed world, but also because of his own gains. After more than a decade of hard work, refining the star field and creating stars, Yang Kai's cultivation had soared. And although his cultivation hadn't improved much, his attainments in space principles were no longer comparable to what they were 10 years ago. Just as he was feeling happy, though, the embodiment suddenly spoke from the side. "That woman has been looking for you for several months." Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before asking casually, "Which woman?" There was no need for the embodiment to answer, though, as Yang Kai had already seen this woman. Previously, with the embodiment protecting him, Yang Kai hadn't been able to find any trace of him, but now that he had completed the star refining, such a big movement couldn't be concealed, so naturally the person who had been searching nearby saw him and immediately flew over. Yang Kai chuckled and took out a few spirit pills, stuffing them into his mouth to recover while looking at the person flying over, his embodiment flashing directly into the sealed world bead. After a stick of incense worth of time, a beautiful figure landed in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a complicated gaze before cupping her fists and saying, "Jade Cloud Star's boundless sex, Mei Jo greets master." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai smiled. Although his face was pale, his spirit was still quite good, mainly because he had solved a troublesome matter and was in a good mood. "Are you the master of star territory?" Mei Ju-er asked respectfully. In fact, she already knew the answer in her heart and just wanted to confirm it. After all, the divine stone Yang Kai had given her was simply too bizarre. In terms of cultivation, she wasn't the strongest in this star field, but over the past few years, she had relied on this divine stone to act heroically in the star field, uprooting the strong and helping the weak. None of her subordinates had been able to withstand a single blow, and even Origin King Realm Masters had been crushed to death with a single stone. She had single-handedly wiped out most of the pirate gangs in the star field. Basically, all she had to do was find the lair of those pirates and throw the divine stone out. Thinking about the huge figure she had seen on the dead star, and then the dead star disappeared, and a strange man appeared in front of her. Over the past few years, the more she thought about it, the more certain she was that Yang Kai was the master of star territory. If it was just a guess before, then seeing stars being born in the star field with her own eyes just now was enough to confirm it. In this star territory, besides the mysterious master of Starfield, who else could do such an incredible thing? Being exposed, Yang Kai didn't deny it and smiled. Yes, I am that. The irresponsible master of star territory. Mei Ju-er was embarrassed and bowed her head. Disciple spoke without thinking before. If she has offended you, please forgive her, master. Chapter 3673. Yang Kai shook his head and said with a smile, I can't blame you for not knowing. Besides, what you said is right. Since he became the master of the star territory, he went to the star boundary. How could he manage the matters of the star territory? It was indeed irresponsible. Seeing that Mei Ju-er still wanted to say something, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, I just finished a big thing, and my body is a little weak. If you have something to say, just say it. If there is nothing else, please protect me. I need to adjust my breathing for a while. Mei Ju-er's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and her face bloomed with glory. It is this disciple's honor to be able to protect the master. She also knew that with Yang Kai's ability, why would he need her to protect him? As the master of the star territory, he could even create stars out of thin air. What in the star territory could hurt him? He said this just to give her some face, and she became more and more convinced that Yang Kai didn't care about the previous matter. When she didn't know that Yang Kai was the master of the star territory, Mei Ju-er had a lot of complaints about the master of the star territory. She felt that this guy had such a big name, but he didn't care about the matters of the star territory at all. But now that she thought about it, she felt that she was a bit unreasonable. The master of the star territory had such a great divine technique, so there must be more important things waiting for him to do, such as creating stars. How could he care about trivial things? Master naturally was busy with big things. While Yang Kai was meditating, Mei Ju-er secretly looked at him a few times and found that this master of the star territory was also dignified. His black hair revealed some yin-si, adding a sense of vicissitudes. Mei Ju-er couldn't help but want to laugh when she remembered that she grabbed his collar and took him to escape, looking at the entire star territory. She was afraid that she was the only one who had experienced this kind of thing. For more than 10 days, Yang Kai adjusted his breathing and recovered. It was not until 10 days later that he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Mei Ju-er hurriedly greeted him with a respectful attitude. There was no longer a fierce look on her face, and there was admiration in her beautiful eyes. Master, you have worked hard. Yang Kai wanted to stretch, but when he saw Mei Ju-er's admiring eyes, he was embarrassed to say no, so he had to show her the demeanor of a master. Mei Ju-er accepted this and said with a radiant face, Sir is too polite, disciple is not tired. In any case, she was an Origin King, not to mention guarding for a dozen days. She could even guard for a dozen years without any problems. Smiling, Kai Yang replied, Now that this matter is over, it's time for me to go. Many thanks. Kai Young looked at her. Is there something else? Mei Jo blinked, and her long eyelashes trembled. She hurriedly said, If Master is free, I would like to invite you to take a look over there. The star field over there seems to be a bit strange. Strange? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. How is it strange? Mei Jo shook her head. I can't tell. When I passed by there a few months ago, I felt a different aura. At that time, I was looking for Master's traces, so I didn't dare to go closer to investigate. Now that I think about it, there does seem to be something wrong there. Yang Kai looked at her with a faint smile. Mei Jo suddenly became anxious, and there was a hint of grievance in her tone. What Disciple said is absolutely true. Master, please understand. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay, let me take a look. Saying so, he immersed his mind and checked the situation on the star above his knowledge sea. He had the star territory source, which reflected everything in the star territory. If something really happened in the star territory, he only needed to communicate with the source to investigate. He didn't have to go there in person. In the next moment, Yang Kai's complexion changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Bastard! If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but now that he looked, something really did happen, and it wasn't a small matter. Mei Jo thought that Yang Kai was reprimanding her, and was so scared that her face paled and her eyes turned red. Yang Kai saw this and hurriedly said, I'm not talking about you. As he spoke, he glanced in the direction of the star field. His gaze was deep and seemed to be able to penetrate hundreds of millions of kilometers. He frowned and asked, When did you pass by there? Mei Jo calmed her mind and whispered, Almost 7 months ago. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. It's not too late. Saying so, he waved his hand and wrapped Mei Jo in his demonic chi before taking a step forward. Even with Yang Kai's protection, Mei Jo still felt dizzy. By the time she recovered, she had already appeared in another star field. She didn't know how far away she was from where she had just been, but when she looked around, she saw a different scenery. She immediately determined that this was the star field she had passed by 7 months ago. She couldn't help being speechless. At that time, it had taken her several months to rush from here to where Yang Kai was in seclusion, but the Star Territory Lord had taken her back to this place with just a single step. It was clear just how powerful the Star Territory Lord was. However, at this moment, the scenery in front of this star field was somewhat different from what she had seen before. At that time, she only felt that there seemed to be some dangerous aura here, so she didn't dare to get too close. But now, at a glance, the huge star field had a blue color that was rapidly advancing in her direction. Wherever the blue color passed, the star field would be invaded. Mei Jo was absent-minded. This is, Yang Kai sneered. Someone took advantage of this king's absence to invade this king's territory. This kind of thing had happened once before in the Hung Luo star field, and at that time, the entire star territory was implicated, and countless cultivation stars were plunged into misery and suffering. So when she heard Yang Kai say this, Mei Jo reacted. The great desolate star territory is causing trouble again. Last time, it was Wu Heng, the Star Territory Lord of the Great Desolate Star Territory, who committed crimes. He didn't expect to go out for wool and come home shorn. He didn't swallow the Hung Luo star field, but lost a large part of the star field. After that, the two star territories were connected to each other. So when he noticed that there were signs of his own star territory being swallowed, Yang Kai subconsciously thought that Wu Heng was making a comeback. That bastard was scolding Wu Heng. Now, a lot of the star territory had been swallowed, but because the swallowed part originally belonged to the Great Desolate Star Territory, which was also swallowed by Yang Kai before, he didn't notice it at first until Mei Jo reported it. Mei Jo said coldly, It seems that they have forgotten the pain after the scars have healed. Master, please give the order. This disciple will go, and gather all the major forces in the star territory. This time, we will definitely teach them a lesson." Yang Kai didn't respond, but just frowned and stared at the encroaching blue. Taking a closer look, the situation this time seemed to be a little different from the last time, but as for what was different, Yang Kai couldn't tell. While he was in doubt, the embodiment suddenly sent a message from the small sealed world bead. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face twitched, showing a headache. But soon he made a decision and said to Mei Jiu beside him, "Quickly retreat. I will go and take a look." As he said this, he rushed forward and took the initiative to meet the blue light that was trying to devour him. A fragrant wind blew beside him, but Mei Jiu didn't listen to him. Instead, she chased after him and said while flying, "Disciple is willing to do her best." Yang Kai was speechless, but since she was so enthusiastic, he couldn't refuse her, so he had to wrap her up with his demonic chi. Not long after, the two of them plunged head first into the azure color. Suddenly, both Yang Kai and Mei Jiu felt as if they had fallen into water. Taking a closer look at their surroundings, they realized that they were indeed underwater. However, with the protection of their demonic chi, the surrounding water was unable to penetrate their bodies. Mei Jiu looked shocked. She couldn't understand. They were flying in the star field, so how did they end up in water? Moreover, this water seemed to be different from ordinary water. Kai Yang's brow furrowed, as if he was facing a great enemy. Pulling her along, he turned and rushed straight up. With a splash, the water splashed in all directions as the two of them rushed out of the water. Mei Jiu had rich combat experience. As soon as she came out of the water, she urged her Saint Chi, her beautiful eyes looking around to check the situation of the enemy. At the same time, she grasped the divine stone in her hand, ready to throw it out at any time. But after a glance, she couldn't help but be stunned. The place they appeared in wasn't the territory of the great desolate star, but in a garden. The area of the garden wasn't too big, and one could see the end of it at a glance, but the scenery was good. There were rockery, small bridges, and flowing water. There was a pavilion in the garden and a small pond in the corner. She and Yang Kai had rushed out of the pond. The water of the pond was blue, exactly the same as the blue color of the star field in the star field. Mei Jiu was stunned. The pond under her was only a few dozen meters in diameter, but when she was in it before, she clearly felt like she was in a vast ocean. But soon, she showed a look of shock because the world energy in this garden was unimaginably rich. Her aptitude was good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through to the Origin King realm. But if she could cultivate in such a place, the efficiency would definitely be 100 times faster. Is there such a paradise in this world? Not only was the world energy rich, there seemed to be something else, but her martial Tao level was too low, so she couldn't comprehend it at all. While she was in a daze, Yang Kai gnashed his teeth and said, "Sure enough, it was you who did it." Hearing this, Mei Jiu followed his gaze and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She saw a person sitting in the pavilion over there. It was a hale and hearty old man with white hair and a beard. The old man had a kind face, and he had quite an immortal aura. What shocked Mei Jiu wasn't the old man's appearance, but that she clearly looked around carefully before, but didn't find any trace of this old man. It was only when Yang Kai spoke that she noticed him. At this moment, a chessboard was placed in front of the old man named Wukong. The black and white characters on the chessboard were entangled with each other, and a strong murderous aura came out of the chessboard, straight to her mind. Just glancing at the chessboard, Mei Jiu's face turned pale. At the same time, she felt very strange in her heart. This old man is so bored. He's actually playing chess with himself, and it's hard to tell who will win. The old man in the pavilion raised his head, looked at Yang Kai for a while, and laughed. "Why are you here?" Chapter 3674. Why can't I be here? Yang Kai flew into a rage. He stepped into the pavilion, and looked down at the old man with hostility. Ryukong, what are you doing? Previously, when the embodiment transmitted a message saying that it had sensed the aura of the heaven-devouring great emperor, Yang Kai had a bad feeling. Now that he entered the pavilion and saw that it was indeed Ryukong who was causing trouble, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The last time he saw Ryukong, he was still in the ancestral territory. He didn't expect that when they met again, he would come to invade his own star territory. If it wasn't for the fact that Duan Hong Chun was in the same body as him, Yang Kai wouldn't talk nonsense with him. He would just beat him up. Although Ryukong was one of the great emperors, he shouldn't have fully recovered yet. Yang Kai was more than a little stronger than when he was on the Dragon Island. He even had 4 half-saint of demon race subordinates following his orders. If they really fought, he wasn't afraid of him. Yang Kai entered the pavilion, and Mei Ju also followed him in. She stood behind Yang Kai with a vigilant look on her face and tightened her grip on the god's stone. It could be seen that the master of the star territory and this old man knew each other, but their relationship wasn't very good. The master of the star territory was prejudiced against the old man, so she naturally didn't put on a good face. Ryukong blinked and then smiled. That star territory is yours. He was also a smart person. At first, he was surprised to see Yang Kai here, but soon he understood the cause and effect. What do you think? Yang Kai leaned over and slapped the chessboard in front of him. The black and white chess pieces were shaken, and they were in a mess in an instant. Ryukong frowned and looked at the chessboard. He sighed leisurely. I'm about to win. Look at you. If you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to fight, Sai? Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai directly flipped the chessboard. This time, the black and white chess pieces weren't in a mess, and they all flew up. Ryukong laughed. Do you know that a lot of people will die if you do that? There was no need for him to say anything. After Yang Kai flipped over the chessboard, he immediately realized that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically, and his demonic chi surged. He stretched out his hands, and in an instant, countless palm shadows appeared in the pavilion. The palm shadows closed and merged back into his body. Yang Kai hugged a large pile of chess pieces, his face filled with shock and fear. Ryukong's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yang Kai. Mana, have you become the demon race? When Yang Kai didn't make a move, he couldn't see it. But when Yang Kai made a move, his demon yuan surged with astonishing momentum. As long as one wasn't blind, they would be able to see some clues. Yang Kai's face was frighteningly pale. He looked down at the chess piece in his arms, his eyelids twitching. What are you doing? Ryukong didn't answer the question. Interesting. You've actually become the demon race, but why haven't you lost your mind? If it's convenient, can you let this old master take a look? Yang Kai coldly said, You can take a look if you want, but you can't do it for free. Ryukong smiled and nodded. If you have any questions, just ask. Yang Kai snorted and sat down on the chair opposite Wu Guang. He carefully placed the chess pieces in his arms on the chessboard one by one. He didn't return to his original position, just placed them properly. Then he carefully examined the chess pieces and made sure that there was nothing wrong with them before letting out a long sigh of relief. Mei Jiu didn't understand why Yang Kai attached so much importance to the chess pieces. She curiously glanced at the chessboard and suddenly became sluggish. She stood in place with absent-minded eyes, as if her soul had been sucked away, and she had suddenly become a walking corpse. Suddenly, a gentle force wrapped around her body. Mei Jiu suddenly came back to her senses. Her pretty face was pale as she said in horror, Master, this chessboard and chess pieces. I know. Yang Kai nodded. Mei Jiu's face turned even paler when she heard this. If she had suspected that she had seen wrongly, then after hearing Yang Kai's answer, how could she not know that what she saw was true? That chessboard wasn't a chessboard at all. It was clearly a vast star field. Those chess pieces weren't chess pieces at all. They were impressively stars. The seemingly amiable and sage-like old man in front of her was actually using the star field as a chessboard and the stars as chess pieces to play chess with himself. Suddenly seeing such a scene, Mei Jiu-er's Origin King realm cultivation was naturally taken aback. If Yang Kai hadn't acted in time, she was afraid that she would have really become a walking corpse. Only now did she understand the meaning of the old man's words. Those chess pieces were real stars. Each of the stars contained billions of lives. Yang Kai had flipped the chessboard, which was equivalent to flipping the star field. The chess pieces flew out, and the planet shook. How could people not die? Fortunately, Yang Kai reacted quickly and collected the chess pieces that had flown out. Otherwise, he would have really caused a lot of deaths. Mei Jiu-er was completely stunned. She didn't understand whether this was reality or an illusion. If it was an illusion, it was too realistic. If it was reality, could anyone in reality do such a thing? Just as her mind was in turmoil, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand. Ryukong didn't hesitate and put 2 fingers on Yang Kai's wrist. He then separated a part of his consciousness to check the situation inside his body. At the same time, he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Senior Hong Chun is here. If you can kill me, then do it." Mei Jiu thought that Ryukong was playing chess by himself, but Yang Kai knew that he was playing chess with Duan Hongchen. Since the great emperors of Hongchen could play chess with Ryukong, they could naturally stop him. So Yang Kai wasn't worried that Ryukong would harm him. Ryukong smiled lightly and showed a disdainful look. That old ghost has already been refined by this king. There is no such person as Duan Hongchen in this world. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. This old master is alive and well." Yang Kai grinned. "Greetings, Senior. This junior is very happy to see that Senior is well." Ryukong nodded and looked at Mei Jiu, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and said, "Little girl, you look pretty good. Did you just take her in?" Yang Kai felt embarrassed. She is from the Star Territory. She happened to be here, so I brought her over. Ryukong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said to Mei Jiu, "Little girl, since you are here, why don't you stay and serve this king? This king can teach you the supreme Tao." The great emperors of Hongchun were the most free and easy people, but since the trip to the Shattered Star Sea, they were tied together with Ryukong. There was no wine to drink, no meat to eat, and no beauties to surround them. They were so bored that they were about to rot. It was rare for someone to come here, so they naturally wanted to stay. It wasn't that they wanted to do anything, but it was better to face a beautiful little girl than to face Ryukong all day. A great opportunity, a supreme fortune, was placed in front of her, but Mei Jiu-er's face turned pale, and she shook her head like a rattle. She didn't know the situation, but she felt that the old man in front of her didn't seem like a good person. Moreover, he seemed a little crazy, so how could she dare to stay? As for the supreme Tao, who knew if what he said was true or false, so she didn't want it. Upon seeing this, Ryukong didn't force her, and just sighed. "What a pity, what a pity." After saying this, he nodded to Yang Kai and said, "You tell him." Yang Kai nodded and pointed at the chessboard, asking, "What is this?" Ryukong tilted his head and carefully checked the condition of Yang Kai's body, and without thinking, he replied, "The Blood Sun Star's territories." Although he had guessed it in his heart, when Ryukong admitted it, Yang Kai still sucked in a breath of cold air. "You refined a star's territory into this." Yang Kai didn't know where the Blood Sun Star's territory was, and he had never heard of it, but he thought that it was one of the lower stars' territory, an existence similar to the Hung Luo star field. But now it had turned into a chessboard in front of him. Ryukong chuckled. "What's so strange about this? There are many in the sky." Yang Kai looked up, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. In the sky, there were large and small nebulas circling around, some as big as dustpans and some as small as wash basins. They were separated from each other by a little distance, seemingly incompatible with each other. If it weren't for Wukong's words, Yang Kai would only feel that these nebulas were a bit strange, but after listening to him and taking a closer look, how could he not see that these nebulas were really a star's territory? Looking around, Yang Kai saw that in these nebulas the cultivation stars were as small as dust, and on these dust there were billions of creatures living. But these creatures were the same as the chess pieces on a chessboard, completely unaware of their own situation and still doing what they should do. The situation in your body is really strange. It is obviously full of demonic chi, but why is your body not affected? How can you ensure that your divine sense is clear? Wukong asked, "You know about demonic chi?" Yang Kai asked. Wukong smiled mysteriously. "I know a lot of things you don't know." "Aren't you in the ancestral territory? Why are you here? What is this place?" Yang Kai didn't feel like arguing with him about demonic chi. The most important thing now was to figure out what he was doing. "This is the ancestral territory," Wukong replied. "Nonsense." Yang Kai cursed. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the ancestral territory before. So how could it be like this? But thinking about it, this old man could refine a star territory into a chessboard and nebula, so it wasn't strange for him to refine the ancestral territory into a garden. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "A small world?" Wukong smiled and shook his head. "A large world." Yang Kai paled and looked at Wukong in horror, but he knew that Wukong wasn't exaggerating. Mei Jiu had only noticed that the world energy here was extremely rich, but she hadn't noticed that the world principles here were also extremely vigorous. Just as the star boundary and the demon territory were both large worlds, although this place was slightly inferior, it wasn't too far off. Wukong didn't seem to notice Yang Kai's expression and said, "There must be some kind of treasure in your knowledge, see, that can keep your soul clear. This old master wants to take a look. Open your divine sense." Wishful thinking, Yang Kai refused without hesitation, frowning as he turned his head and looked around. "You entered the ancestral territory from the Dragon Temple in order to refine the ancestral territory." "Yes, the ancestral territory is the source of all the lower star territory. So refining the ancestral territory will allow this king to achieve twice the result with half the effort. What do you want to do?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. Wukong smiled and shook his head. "I can't tell you that." After a pause, he said, "But since you are here, I have something I need your help with. Do you think I will help you?" Yang Kai sneered. Wukong ignored him and continued, "I want your star domain. I didn't know that you were the master of that star domain. I just happened to devour it at the right time. But it doesn't matter whether that star domain has a master or not. No matter who the master is, I will devour it. Not only your star domain, but all the star domains in the lower planes. I want them all." Yang Kai's voice trembled. "If you want to die, I can help you." Chapter 3675. Wukong laughed in spite of himself. "I haven't seen you for many years, but your tone has changed a lot. It seems that you haven't lived in vain all these years." Yang Kai straightened his neck and said, "I've always been like this." The great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor, who was known as the #1 great demon since ancient times, had a good temper. Even if Yang Kai repeatedly offended him, he didn't get angry and said with a smile, "Let's talk nicely. Your words are full of sarcasm, so we can't talk anymore. Don't you think?" Yang Kai restrained his expression. Although his expression was still indignant, he suppressed his anger and said lightly, "What are you scheming?" Wukong raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. The chessboard and chess pieces immediately turned into specks of starlight, twisting into a nebula that flew into the sky and hung there. Then a tea set appeared on the table in front of him. He looked at Mei Jiu, who was standing behind Yang Kai with a smile, and said, "Girl, can you make tea?" Mei Jiu didn't know whether to answer or not. She looked at Yang Kai and saw that he didn't have any objection, so she nodded and said, I know a little. Although she knew that the old man in front of her wasn't a good person, she also knew that he was definitely a powerful person. No matter his nature was good or bad, she should have respect for the strong. Thank you. Wukong gestured with his hand. Mei Jiu glanced at Kai Yang again. Seeing Kai Yang nod his head, she walked over to the table and respectfully knelt down, then began to cook in an orderly manner. Wukong looked at her for a while and confirmed that Mei Jiu really knew how to make tea. She didn't know a little, as she said, but seemed to be very proficient in it, so he smiled and nodded. He looked up at Yang Kai and said, This king does have a plan. This king wants to plan something that is related to the lives of the people and the survival of the star boundary. Look at you, you asked me, so I told you, but now you are looking at me with such a distrustful look. What do you want this king to do? Go on. Yang Kai gestured to him with his chin. I'm done. Wukong smiled. That's all. Do you think I'll believe you? Yang Kai squinted at him. Wukong shook his head slowly and said, Of course you won't believe me. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, even if you don't believe in this king, you should believe in Hong Chen. After the battle in the Shattered Star Sea, this king and Hong Chen's souls merged into one body. It's not as simple as you think. It can be said that if we are willing, we can open each other's secrets and see through each other's thoughts. It's not convenient for me to tell you what I'm going to do. Your strength is too low, so it won't do you any good to know. However, Red Dust knows and he agrees. Oh, Yang Kai frowned. As Wukong said, he didn't believe this old man, but if Duan Hong Chen also cooperated, then he couldn't help but think about it. In order to solve the hidden danger of Wukong, the great emperors of Hong Chen repeatedly entered the Shattered Star Sea with the identity of a Dao Source realm cultivator to search for Wukong. He was called Hong Chen, and while he played in the world of mortals, he was also attached to the world of mortals and sheltered them. If Wukong's plan was really harmful to the star boundary, Duan Hong Chen would never agree, looking straight into Wukong's eyes, as if he wanted to see through the truth and into the depths of his knowledge sea. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, Senior, is what he said true? Naturally, he wasn't asking about Wukong, but Duan Hong Chen. This time, Duan Hong Chen didn't answer with his physical body, but directly transmitted his voice to Yang Kai's mind and said in a helpless tone, although I don't want to admit it, what this old ghost said is true. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have allowed him to act so recklessly. This old ghost's strength was higher than ours in the past, and he knew a lot of things that we didn't know. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea. I can only say that people who are different cannot work together. Yang Kai was surprised, not because Duan Hong Chen had confirmed Wukong's words, but because of the pain in the great emperors of Hong Chen's tone. It was because of the result of the battle in the Shattered Star Sea. The battle in the Shattered Star Sea was an unprecedented battle started by the great emperors of the star boundary in order to get rid of the evil Wukong. In this battle, 4 great emperors fell one after another, and Wukong's physical body was shattered, and his soul escaped. Originally, there shouldn't have been any problems with this battle. Even though 4 great sovereigns had fallen and the star boundary had paid a huge price, the great sovereigns had died a worthy death in order to remove the malignant tumor known as Heaven-Devouring Great Sovereign. But now, listening to Duan Hong Chen's tone, Yang Kai actually had a feeling that the battle in the Shattered Star Sea was wrong. If this was really the case, how could the 4 fallen great emperors rest in peace? Duan Hong Chen continued, but you can rest assured that with me watching over him, even if he messes around, there will be a limit. Just take these stars as an example. Although he refined them, he didn't harm a single life in these territory, nor did he destroy a single star. He just used the ancestral territory as the foundation to fuse those stars with the ancestral territory. Yang Kai gently took a breath, calmed down the tumbling emotions in his heart and frowned. What exactly is it that is related to the safety of the star boundary? Duan Hongchen replied, "This matter is indeed a bit troublesome. It's useless to tell you now, so don't ask. Knowing too much won't do any good. When the time comes, you will naturally know." If it was Wukong who said this, Yang Kai would definitely spit in his face, but it was Duan Hongchen who said this. Even if Yang Kai was itching to know, it was not good for him to ask more. He gently nodded and said, "Every star territory in the lower plane has to be refined and integrated into the ancestral territory." Duan Hongchen said, "Your strength is not bad now, so you should be able to feel the changes in the ancestral territory." Old Ghost said that this place is a big universe, and it is not wrong, according to his and my estimation. If all the star territory in the lower plane is integrated, the ancestral territory can indeed become a big universe. At that time, the ancestral territory will not be inferior to the star boundary in the slightest. You should know that every star territory in the lower plane is separated from the ancestral territory. Now that it is integrated back, it is just returning to the origin. It would be best if all of them can be integrated. If there is 1 or 2 star territory missing, no one can say what the result will be. Yang Kai pondered for a long time, and then said, "What will be the consequences of the integration of the star territory?" The most direct consequence is that your identity as the master of the star territory will be lost. As for the other consequences, it is nothing. The original life in the star territory will be the same after the integration. It will not affect them. It can even be said that they will gain some benefits because of this. If the big universe of the ancestral territory is formed, the integrated star territory will naturally benefit. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Before I came down, someone told me that the star boundary and the lower plane star territory are like a big tree. The star boundary is the high crown of the tree, and the star territory of the lower plane star territory is like the roots of the tree. Now that Wukong has taken away these roots and integrated them, it will not affect the star boundary." Roots and tree crown? There was a hint of surprise in Duan Hongchen's voice. This statement is quite interesting and not entirely wrong, but it's also not entirely correct. The relationship between the star fields and the star boundary is indeed like the roots and the crown of a tree. After the integration of the star fields, the star boundary will naturally have some impact on the star boundary. The biggest impact is that if the cultivators in the star field have enough cultivation to break free from the shackles of world principles, they will no longer enter the star boundary, but the ancestral territory. As for the star boundary, it has long been set in stone, and the living beings in it will reproduce endlessly. Yang Kai frowned and said, seeing Senior again today, "Senior seems to agree with Wukong's actions that day in the Shattered Star Sea in order to destroy Wukong's soul." Duan Hongchen did not hesitate to die together with him. He even regarded him as a scourge. Although he was later stopped by Yang Kai, he also tried his best to solve his own problems. But seeing him today, he actually stood on the same side as Wukong and spoke for him everywhere. This made Yang Kai think more about it. He did not know whether Duan Hongchen was like this, or whether he was deceived by Wukong, or whether Wukong had done something to Duan Hongchen. This old man is not deaf. Anyway, this old man is much older than you. Can you respect this old man and not call me Wukong? Why does it sound so unpleasant?" Wukong looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Then how do you think I should address you? Respect you as senior?" Wukong smiled and said, "I know you have a prejudice against this old man. In this world, who doesn't know this old man's name and doesn't have a prejudice against this old man? But when this old man became famous, your ancestors hadn't even been born yet. When did this old man's actions hurt your interests in the slightest? Now, you fear this old man like a tiger and avoid this old man like a snake or a scorpion. It's just an old rumor that people echo. Nowadays, how many people in the star boundary understand this old man's temperament? Yang Kai sneered and said, according to what you said, you had difficulties in your actions back then? Wukong chuckled and said, I didn't have any difficulties. I killed those people, destroyed those stars, and destroyed the territory of the star boundary. It's natural for me to have a bad reputation, but there is always a reason, and it's not as simple as you think. There is a mystery behind this matter. So far, only Hong Chen knows about it. The others, even the great emperors, don't know about it. After a pause, he said, forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's drink. While they were talking, Mei Jiu had already brewed the fragrant tea. She poured a cup for Wukong and another for Yang Kai, and then sat down obediently. Yang Kai glanced at her and pushed his cup in front of Mei Jiu. Mei Jiu was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and said, Master, this disciple appreciates your kindness. In front of the master of the star territory and the master of the star territory, even the master of the star boundary territory had to address him as senior. How could she have the right to drink tea? It was already a great honor to be able to serve by his side. She still knew her place. Just drink it. It's definitely good stuff, Yang Kai said, and stuffed the cup into Mei Jiu's hand. Although he hadn't tasted the tea yet just by smelling the fragrance, Yang Kai knew that this was definitely not ordinary tea. With his current high-rank Demon King cultivation, drinking this tea might not be of any use, but with Mei Jiu's first-order Origin King cultivation, this was an opportunity. So how could he miss it? Chapter 3676. When Mei Jiu heard this, she couldn't say anything more, mainly because she also felt that this spiritual tea was extraordinary. Since Yang Kai had said so, she could only obey. She picked up the teacup and gently took a sip. Suddenly, her body shook and her eyes widened. She froze in place, as if someone had cast a spell on her. However, it only took a moment for her to recover. Her eyes shone brightly as she gulped down the tea in the cup. In just a few mouthfuls, Yang Kai picked up the teapot and casually poured another cup for her. Mei Jiu's face was suddenly filled with fear, as if she was flattered. Duan Hong Chen's voice sounded in his mind. If it is harmful to the boundless secular world, this old master will fight to the death to stop it. Otherwise, this old master will help with all his strength. These words were in response to Yang Kai's previous question. Although there was no direct response, it showed that the great emperors of the secular world felt that Wukong's actions were not harmful to the star boundary's territory, but rather beneficial. Yang Kai gently nodded. He held the teacup and took a sip, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. After pondering for a while, he said, the two of you should know about the flowing time great emperor and the great emperors, right? Wukong smiled. It's a pity that we didn't meet before death. Since ancient times, the star boundary had given birth to countless great emperors. Each new generation replaced the old, and each new generation produced talented people. However, only two great emperors were famous. One was the heaven-devouring great emperor, and the other was the flowing time great emperor. The world wondered, if these two great emperors lived in the same era, which one would be stronger and which one would be weaker. Not only did the world think so, but Wukong also thought so. He was able to fight against the combined forces of many great emperors by himself. Although his physical body was destroyed, he was able to kill 4 of them. There was no doubt about his strength. It's just that before the heaven-devouring great emperor, before the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, and before Wukong became famous, the flowing time great emperor had already fallen. He regretted that he could not live in the same era as the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. Otherwise, he would have competed with him for supremacy. The master of the flowing time great emperor was beaten to death. Yang Kai looked into his eyes. Ryukong's smile stiffened. In Yang Kai's sea of consciousness, Duan Hongchen exclaimed. A moment later, Ryukong's expression turned solemn as he asked in a deep voice, "How do you know? You're not surprised?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Ryukong coldly snorted. "This king has also been beaten to death. What's there to be surprised about? As long as one's strength is strong enough. Who in this world can avoid being beaten to death? Tell me, what do you know about the flowing time great emperor?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't know much, and I only learned about it recently. The flowing time great emperor master left a flowing time temple in the Four Seasons realm. More than 10 years ago, a guy named Wind Monarch took a skeleton to the Four Seasons realm, arranged a large array, and stimulated the power of the skeleton, almost summoning the flowing time temple from the Four Seasons realm. As for that skeleton, it contains the power of time." Ryukong frowned. "What does this mean? That skeleton is the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right. If it wasn't the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor master, how could it connect to the flowing time temple and draw it out of the great emperor's palaces? And this is just one of the skeletons. In the Eastern Sea, there are many more skeletons that were obtained by the ancestors of the monster race in the sea. It is said that they were picked up by accident, and no one knows how many years have passed since then." Ryukong's expression became even more dignified as he listened to Yang Kai's explanation. How could he not know that the skeleton of the flowing time great emperor was found outside, and that he died without a complete corpse? He had been beaten to death because he had provoked the wrath of the crowd. The other great emperors had joined forces to fight to the death, but they were not strong enough. But in the era when the flowing time great emperor lived, he was almost respected, and the flowing time great emperor himself did not do any evil. So how could he be beaten to death? Who had the ability to do so? Yang Kai continued. The flowing time great emperor master once subdued the ancient divine spirit Cheongqi as his mount. Although the flowing time great emperor died, Cheongqi is still alive and has been guarding the flowing time temple ever since. By chance, Cheongqi has a good relationship with me. According to him, when the flowing time great emperor master was in seclusion in the temple, he suddenly comprehended a mysterious principle outside the universe and broke out of seclusion to travel the universe. But decades later, when the life treasure of the flowing time great emperor master returned to the temple, there was no news of him since then. Combined with the skeletons, it is not difficult to guess what happened to the flowing time great emperor master that year. He must have encountered some danger outside the universe and finally died. Ryukong nodded. Combined with Yang Kai's words, there was no problem with this inference. Yang Kai took a sip of tea and continued. The flowing time great emperor master's death shows that there is a great danger outside the universe, and even a powerhouse like him is powerless to resist. Just now, you said that the conspiracy is related to the common people and the safety of the star boundary. Ryukong, have you also traveled the universe like the flowing time great emperor master? If so, what did you see? What kind of scenery is it outside the universe? No one knew who was stronger between Ryukong and the flowing time great emperor, but these two were definitely stronger than the average great emperors. If the flowing time great emperor could travel the universe, Ryukong might be able to do the same. Yang Kai's eyes were burning, staring at Ryukong without blinking, not letting go of the slightest change of expression on his face. Unfortunately, Ryukong didn't react at all. His ruddy face was like an ancient well without any ripples. After a long silence, he said, I don't know anything about the flowing time great emperor, and I can't be sure whether the danger he encountered is related to my conspiracy. What I can tell you is that there is indeed a great danger outside the universe. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. You really have been outside the universe. Ryukong shook his head. I haven't been there. It's just that there is a trace of spiritual awareness in the unseen world. It's because of this feeling that I didn't dare to go. Didn't dare to go. It wouldn't be strange if these words came from anyone else, but from Ryukong's mouth, it was a little creepy. While speaking, Ryukong raised his hand and wanted to pour himself another cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He directly picked up the teapot and stuffed it into Mei Jiao'er's arms. Take it back and drink slowly. Don't drink too much at once. 1 or 2 cups are enough. Mei Jiao'er was stunned. She looked at Yang Kai and then at Ryukong. She wanted to put down the teapot, but her face was full of reluctance. But if she just held it like this, it would be too unsightly. She just drank 2 cups of tea. How could she not know the endless magical effects of this tea? After going back, she would find a place to meditate in seclusion. Her strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Now that Yang Kai stuffed the remaining half of the teapot into her hands, Mei Jiao'er was really grateful and frightened. Ryukong laughed and put down the empty cup. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's fate that we met. Girl, take it." Mei Jiao'er's voice trembled. She bowed and saluted. "Thank you, senior." She held the teapot in her arms like a treasure and wouldn't let go no matter what. Ryukong put his hands in his sleeves, glanced at Yang Kai, and said, "Don't think too much. I am not sure what dangers there are outside the universe. What I am doing now is just preparing for a rainy day. Although your strength is not weak now, it is still too low in my eyes. It is useless to think too much. As for the lower plane star territory, I won't fuse with you first. In any case, there are still some lower plane star territory. I will wait until I finish fusing with the others and see the situation. How about it?" If Ryukong was only doing it for his own selfish desires, Yang Kai wouldn't have agreed. He would have fought with him here. But now that he knew some inside information and Duan Hongchen had said it first, it would be too unreasonable for him to hold on to his identity as the master of the lower plane star territory. So he nodded and said, "All right, but let me say the ugly words first. It doesn't matter if you fuse with me, but if you dare to harm even a blade of grass or a tree in the lower plane star territory, I will not let you go." Ryukong chuckled. "Old Duan is watching. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the chance. Okay, my business is done. Old Duan has something to ask you. Let him talk to you." Yang Kai straightened his face and asked, "Senior, what are your orders?" The old man's face twisted and squirmed, and soon it turned into Duan Hongchen's appearance. It was probably because Ryukong's soul had retreated, and Duan Hongchen was in charge of the physical body. Duan Hongchen moved his body a little and frowned. "Did something big happen in the upper plane recently?" Yang Kai said calmly, "Senior, you mean," Duan Hongchen said, "about 15 years ago, this old man suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. I didn't know why, but after thinking about it, something must have happened in the upper plane. Moreover, it was related to the other great emperors. Yang Kai, have you heard anything about it?" After he finished asking, he saw Yang Kai's mournful expression and couldn't help but tighten his face. Did something really happen? He and Ryukong had been staying in the ancestral territory for all these years, and they hadn't returned to the territory of the upper plane. They didn't know what the situation was like in the territory of the upper plane. However, the great emperors were all recognized by the heavens of the upper plane. When one of them died, the natural sign of the upper plane would sense it. It was just that Duan Hongchen wasn't in the upper plane, so this feeling was a little vague. 15 years ago, calculating the time, was when the Battle of Eternal Heaven took place. Yang Kai said in a low and deep voice, "Master Mingyu has died." Duan Hongchen looked startled and asked subconsciously, "Mingyu is dead? How did she die?" Even though he had guessed that something major must have happened in the upper plane that was related to the great emperors, he couldn't have imagined that one of the great emperors had died. Since the Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, The great emperors hadn't died for tens of thousands of years. It wasn't that the great emperors were immortal. It was just that things had happened too suddenly. How many years had it been since he and Wukong came to the ancestral territory? How could Mingyu have died for no reason? Master Mingyu died at the hands of this junior. Yang Kai replied. As soon as these words came out, Duan Hongchen was startled again, but he soon understood. On the other hand, Mei Jiu looked at Yang Kai in shock. She didn't know what the great emperors were, and she didn't know who Mingyu was, but she could guess some things from the conversation she heard. Mingyu was a top powerhouse, and a good person at that. But this powerhouse, this good person actually died at the hands of the master of the upper plane of the upper plains territory. Mei Jiu couldn't understand it, only feeling a mess in her head. No wonder, no wonder. Duan Hongchen gently nodded. No wonder when I saw you this time, I felt Mingyu and the aura of the upper plane. So that's why. Yang Kai was surprised. Senior isn't angry? He thought that after he said those words, Duan Hongchen would definitely ask him why he killed Mingyu, but he didn't expect such a reaction. Chapter 36:77. Duan Hongchen slowly shook his head. Although Mingyu was promoted to great emperors after the War of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, as great emperors, he was the strongest fighting force in Star Boundary. If he was unwilling, how could you kill him? He was actively seeking death, wasn't he? After a pause, he continued, was he facing a certain death situation and then asked you to kill him? No, with your temperament. I'm afraid that even if Mingyu asked, you wouldn't really kill him. In that case, he should have taken advantage of your unpreparedness and died at your hands. Because Mingyu died at your hands, you obtain his world recognition, which is why you have the aura of him and Star Boundary. Am I right? For eyes met, Yang Kai was speechless and could only smile bitterly. Duan Hongchen had been dragged to this territory by Wukong for many years, so he had not heard anything about Star Boundary, but he had almost inferred the truth of the matter, just from a predetermined result, which showed how meticulous his mind was. But that's not right. Duan Hongchen suddenly frowned. Even if Mingyu died at your hands, how did you obtain his world recognition? When a great emperor dies, the recognition of the will of heaven and earth will naturally dissipate between heaven and earth. It will wait for the birth of the next great emperor before it can be added to their body. Could it be that when Mingyu died, the recognition of heaven and earth couldn't dissipate and could only merge with your body? If that's the case, Mingyu didn't die in the Star Boundary? Yang Kai took a light breath. The place where Mingyu Master died is indeed not in Star Boundary. Duan Hongchen showed a look of understanding and nodded. Tell me, what happened these years? Demon plague. Yang Kai spat out 2 words. Duan Hongchen's expression turned cold. The demon race? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Senior should still remember the demon nest in the southern swamp and the awakening of Azure Sun Temple's demon sense, right? Back then, Yang Kai was entrusted by Azure Sun Temple's chief disciple, Xia Sheng, to accompany a woman named Hua Yulu to explore the cave mansion in the southern swamp. They thought that they would be able to find some benefits, but they did not expect to inadvertently unseal a demon nest and release many sealed demonic senses, causing a commotion in the southern territory. At that time, one of the Heavenly River Valley Gong family's patriarch, Gong Yu, who had been possessed by the demon sense. Yang Kai and the others chased him all the way until they finally reached Azure Sun Temple, Ti Yang and the others, and Yang Kai and the others chased after him, they Chuan Hongchen's demons, and finally Yu Hu Yu and possessed Hus and Yu and the Hong Yu and Hong Heaven. At that time, Duan Hongchen happened to be in Azure Sun Temple and was in the Divine Ascension Mirror trying to solve the problem of his body being occupied by Wukong, so he knew about this matter. When he heard Yang Kai say this, Duan Hongchen nodded. Of course, I remember. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was only the beginning. First, The demon nest was unsealed, and the awakening of demon sense took over. The Southern Territory was in turmoil for more than 10 years before it gradually calmed down. Everyone thought that the trouble had been dealt with, but who knew that there would be an even bigger conspiracy behind it? Junior heard that among the current 10 great emperors of the star boundary, the most mysterious one is the Western Territory's shadow great emperors, Night Shadow from the Shadow Kill Hall. Our seniors don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Now, it seems that it is not that he is mysterious, but that he is deliberately hiding it. Great Emperor's Night Shadow, Kenyi, carries the bloodline of the demon race's shadow demon. He is a chess piece that the demon race has planted in the star boundary. Even with Duan Hongchen's calm temperament, his eyes widened in disbelief when he heard this. Among the 10 great emperors, no matter whether they were familiar with each other or how close they were, they had always interacted with each other after so many years. When he was roaming the mortal world, he had also been a guest at the Shadow Kill Hall, and had even come into close contact with Kenyi, but even so, he did not find anything wrong with Kenyi. He never would have thought that one of the 10 great emperors would carry the bloodline of the demon race. In ancient times, the demon race had invaded the star boundary. Yang Kai knew about this, so it was impossible for Duan Hongchen not to know. If there were some fish that had escaped the net, or if there were some women in the star boundary who had been abducted, humiliated, and given birth to a child, it would make sense. Kan Ye's demon race bloodline could probably be traced back to the last war between the two realms. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face, as if he was mocking and sorrowful. With one of the great emperors as a spy, and the demon race having been plotting for a long time, they naturally found the right opportunity and easily broke through the barrier between the two realms, opening a passage between the two realms. Unfortunately, we were unaware of this at that time. The great emperors who heard the news went in one after another to investigate the situation, but in the end, they were ambushed by the demon race's demon saint. Bright Moon Master fell into the demon race's territory in order to cover for the others to escape. Later, this brat was entrusted by the Master of Heaven's revelations and used a ruse to become the demon race's territory. On the surface, this brat became the demon race, but in reality, he went to find out the whereabouts of Bright Moon Master and see if there was a chance to bring him back. Yang Kai paused for a moment, then continued, "Speaking of this matter, I still have to thank Wukong. If it wasn't for the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle tactics being unacceptable to the world, I wouldn't have been able to find a suitable reason to play this ruse." Entering the territory of Become the Demon Race was very smooth. This junior found the trapped Bright Moon Master in a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. At that time, the Master was seriously injured, and the demon race's demon saint laid down the 12 great demon formation. In addition, the blood demon Saint Shui Li laid down a boundless sea of blood to trap him. Bright Moon Master bitterly held on in the sea of blood within the great formation. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene of seeing Bright Moon for the first time in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. Duan Hongchen interrupted. "This old man knows that the demon race's territory is also a large universe. The demon saint you speak of should be an existence not inferior to the great emperors, right? How many demon saint do they have?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Senior is correct. In the demon race's territory, the demon saint status and strength are indeed comparable to the great emperors of the star realm. As for the number, there are no less than 12. When Duan Hongchen heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, revealing a troubled expression. The star realm originally had 10 great emperors, but he was held back by Wukong in the ancestral territory. At that time, Bright Moon had fallen into the demon race's territory, and Kenyi had defected. This meant that there were only 7 great emperors left in the star realm to preside over matters. On the other hand, in the demon race's territory, There were 12 demon saints eyeing them covetously. In addition to Kenyi, who had defected, it was 7 against 13. The difference in numbers was somewhat large, almost twice the difference. With a difference of 2 times the battle strength of the peak, there was no need to think about this war between the two realms. The Star Realm side would be incomparably difficult. Wrinkling his brows, Duan Hong Chen asked suspiciously, according to what you said, Bright Moon had fallen deep into the demon race's territory at that time, and was even heavily injured. It was the best opportunity to kill him. So why did the demon saint only trap him and not kill him? Ooh, Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, this junior also had this question, but after Bright Moon's master explained it, I realized that it wasn't that the demon saint didn't want to kill him, but that they had a bigger scheme. They were scheming for the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth. When Duan Hong Chen heard this, he only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. So that's how it is. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain too much. He already understood what the demon race's territory was planning to do at that time. Under the circumstances at that time, they indeed had the strength to kill Bright Moon. But what about after killing him? At most, the Star Realm side would have 1 less peak battle strength. If Bright Moon died, and there was no suitable vessel, the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his body could dissipate and return to the Star Realm. But if they trapped him and didn't kill him, they could find a way to refine Bright Moon and let the demon race's territory devour the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on Bright Moon. Then they could expand the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth in the demon race's territory. It had to be said that the demon race had a good plan. There was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything after that. With Duan Hong Chen's thoughts, how could he not have guessed it? When the final battle broke out, Bright Moon felt that there was no hope for him to escape and died at the hands of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was someone from the Star Realm, so the portion of the Star Realm's recognition on his identity would naturally merge with Yang Kai's body. There was no other choice. You've done well. Duan Hong Chen didn't ask any more questions and didn't let Yang Kai continue to explain. He raised his hand and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. At that time, if it were any other great emperors, they would have made the same choice, but fortunately, you have appeared in front of this old master again. It seems that although there were dangers, you were able to turn the situation around. Bright Moon's Star Realm's recognition was transferred to Yang Kai, so Duan Hong Chen could almost imagine what kind of reaction the demon race had at that time. They must have been red-eyed and hunted down Yang Kai. No matter what the process was, at least Yang Kai was still alive now. The Star Realm should thank you, and us old fellows should also thank you. If the portion of the Star Realm's recognition was seized by the demon race's territory, then the Star Realm would no longer be complete. At that time, no one could say what the consequences would be. Yang Kai was terrified. Senior is too serious. I only hope that I won't disappoint Master Bright Moon's trust. Duan Hong Chen sighed and suddenly took out a pot of wine and 2 cups, filling one for himself and one for Yang Kai. He then raised the cup to the sky, offering a toast to his old friend, and drank it in one gulp. Yang Kai also offered a toast, perhaps because he suddenly learned that one of his old friends had fallen. Duan Hong Chen's mood couldn't help but fluctuate. After drinking a cup of wine, he was silent for a long time. He just sat there, not speaking, not moving, and his aura was still. After an incense stick's worth of time, he suddenly took a deep breath, and when he raised his head again, his complexion had returned to normal. All good things must come to an end. In the eyes of the great emperors, life, old age, illness, and death had long been a thing of the past. How is the situation in the Star Realm now? Seeing that you still have the mind to come to this lower plains territory, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? Duan Hong Chen asked. He and Yukong had other important matters to attend to. It would be best if the situation in the Star Realm was stable, but if the war was tense, he really had to consider whether he should return to the Star Realm to support the other great emperors. The first few years were quite difficult. After all, the demon race was well prepared, and the star realm was caught off guard, but now it has stabilized. When this junior returned from the demon race's territory, I cast a spell to seal the passage between the two worlds. As the passage between the two worlds is not open, there is no reinforcements from the demon race's territory that can be mobilized. Relying only on the demon race's army left in the star realm, they can't make any waves. Chapter 3678. Yang Kai smiled and continued. Previously, this junior received news that the remaining demon race army in the star boundary has been annihilated, and those who are still alive have been subdued. Now, the star boundary's 54 legions have gathered in the Western Territory and are resting in front of the passage between the two worlds. Once the time is right, they will launch a large-scale counterattack. Good. Duan Hongchen's expression brightened and revealed a look of joy. After listening to Yang Kai talk about the crisis of the star boundary for a long time, he finally had some decent good news. However, after shouting, his expression turned gloomy. The flames of war and the separation of life and death have caused the boundless secular world to suffer. Yang Kai also sighed. The war between the two races has swept across the two worlds. No one can stay out of it. Duan Hongchen nodded and said, "Later, I will ask Old Wu to leave a secret door in your territory. If the situation in the star boundary is dangerous, remember to come and inform this old master. This old master doesn't want to miss such a big event." Good. If there is anything I need senior's help with, this junior will definitely come and inform you. Duan Hongchen continued. As for your territory, I will help you keep an eye on it. If possible, I will try my best not to move, but if by any chance I may need your cooperation. But you can rest assured that with me watching, Old Wu will not add to the killing. I trust, Senior. Yang Kai nodded and was silent for a moment before saying, if Senior has nothing else, then this junior will take his leave. Go. I hope you can bring some good news when we meet again. Yang Kai got up and bowed. Mei Jiu also quickly stood up, holding the teapot in her arms as she respectfully bid farewell. Duan Hongchen gently waved his hand, and a gentle force suddenly wrapped around the two. In the blink of an eye, the two had returned to the star field. As far as the eye could see, the blue color that covered the star field was quickly fading away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a pitch-black tunnel suddenly appeared in front of them, leading to an unknown place. Yang Kai knew that this void corridor should be the secret door left by Duan Hongchen. Through this corridor, he could enter the ancestral territory and meet with Duan Hongchen. The passageway flashed and disappeared. However, Yang Kai could sense that it was still there. It was just that he could not see it. Moreover, even if others passed by, it would not matter if they directly passed through. Only by locking onto the other end of the passageway could they travel through the void. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled at Mei Jiu and said, I should also go. Let's meet again if fate wills it. Mei Jiu was startled and immediately reacted. Master wants to go back. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. What are your plans? Mei Jiu lowered her head and looked at the teapot in her arms. Biting her red lips, she said, find a place to cultivate in seclusion and go to help Master as soon as possible. Yang Kai chuckled. Then thank you in advance. I remember you said before that you are from the Jade Cloud Star. Let me give you a ride. This was almost the edge of the star field. It was extremely desolate. With Mei Jiu's current cultivation, flying in the star field would take several years before she could return to the Jade Cloud Star. While speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed at her forehead. With a thought, Mei Jiu suddenly disappeared. The moment before she disappeared, Mei Jiu anxiously said, Master, take care. After sending Mei Jiu away, Yang Kai gently took a breath and walked in the star field. There seemed to be invisible stairs under his feet. After 5 or 6 steps, his whole body suddenly merged into the void and disappeared. 3 days later, in the main hall of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai was wearing a jade robe, a jade crown on his head, and a python belt on his waist. He had the bearing of a great master as he sat in the middle of the hall. On the left side below, Hyoji reported loudly, "Master has not been here for more than 10 years. The GZ army has taken shape. Now, the army has a total of 378,462 people, of which 280 to 90 are above the emperor level. Imitating the other armies, this humble one has divided the army into 10 towns. Among them, the Central Army has 20,000 elites guarding the commander's flag. The Central Army is headed by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui." At this point, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood up and cupped their hands together. "This humble one greets master." Yang Shui still had a serious expression on her face, but Yang Xiao was smiling mischievously. Yang Kai nodded slightly and waved his hand. A large order flew out, and he said in a deep voice, "Yang Xiao and Yang Xiao, listen to my orders. Take the Central Army order and follow me into battle to kill the enemy. We will eliminate the evil and protect the righteous path." Yang Xiao received the order and became much more serious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Yes." Hyoji's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and looked at Yang Kai. "Master, the Central Army's responsibility is to guard Master's side and protect Master's safety. Someone else will go into battle to kill the enemy." "Is that so?" Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed softly. He changed his words and said, "Then the 2 of you will follow me and listen to my orders at any time." Yang Xiao and Yang Shui responded again in a deep voice and left. Hyoji continued, "Outside the Central Army, there will be 9 towns of eagle, ox, scorpion, dragon, snake, flower, dragon, and phoenix. Tianfeng Town has a total of 30,000 people and is responsible for supervising the army. The head of Tianfeng Town is Lu Yan, and the assistant is Su Yan." 2 figures came out of the ranks, one big and one small. The big one was dignified and generous, while the small one had a glassy body and clear eyes. They cupped their hands together. "Greetings, master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and passed another order, saying, "Since the 2 of you are responsible for supervising the army, you must act impartially and not be biased. On the battlefield, no matter who it is, bewitching people's hearts, behead them. Disobeying orders, behead them. Shaking morale, behead them. Fearing battle and running away, behead them. Stealing battle achievements, behead them." "Yes." Lu Yan received the order and answered together with Su Yan. After they left, Hyoji opened his mouth again and introduced the duties of the other 8 towns one by one. As the army commander, Yang Kai naturally knew these things like the back of his hand. Only then would he be able to command the troops on the battlefield in the future. Among them, Soaring Eagle Town had the least number of people, only a few thousand, but their overall strength could not be underestimated. The head of the town was led by one of the 32 monster kings of the ancient wild lands, Soaring Eagle. Soaring Eagle Town was a scout town, mainly responsible for scouting out the enemy's movements on the battlefield. Even if it was an army of ordinary people, those who could take on the role of scout were the elites of the army. Only the most elite group of people would be able to scout out accurate information about the enemy and pass the information back. This was not an exception for the various armies of the Star Realms. There was also Heavenly Dragon Town, which could be said to be the strongest town in the GZ army. The head of Heavenly Dragon Town was Xu Qing, and the deputy head was Xu Lai. Most of the experts in Heavenly Dragon Town were brought over from Dragon Island. Just the Emperor realm alone had more than a dozen experts, accounting for about 1/5 of the GZ army in the Emperor realm With Hyoji's report, the structure of the GZ army gradually became clear. The army consisted of 300,000 people, with 10 towns under its jurisdiction. The middle army that guarded the commander flag was one line, with 2 people in the head and no deputy heads. They were led by Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, respectively. The Heavenly Phoenix town that was in charge of supervising the army was led by Lu Yan and Su Yan. The Soaring Eagle town that was in charge of scouting was led by Ying Fei. The Poison Scorpion town's head was Xie Wei. The Firebull town's head was Shi Lei. The Angry Dragon town's head was Li Jiao. The Heavenly Fox town's head was Hu Fei. The Falling Flowers town's head was Du Mi-er. The Spirit Snake town's head was Qi Lian. And the Divine Dragon town's head was Zhu Qing. Every one of them was a familiar face, and every one of them was a friend, a relative, and a family member who had fought side by side. Among these many heads, aside from Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who were slightly weaker, every single one of them was a third-stage Emperor, Realm Venerable, and every single one of them was a high-rank Monster King. It could be said that among the 55 armies in the Star Realms, there had never been an army with such a luxurious lineup compared to the high-end combat strength of the other armies. The GZ army's lineup could be said to be extravagant. To be able to achieve such a level, aside from Yang Kai's personal connections, it was also inseparable from the Seven Mist Sea's strong support. More importantly, it was Hyoji's hard work over the past 10 years. Although Yang Kai had been in the Star Realms territory for the past 10 years, he was not completely ignorant of the situation in the Star Realms. He was able to get in touch with the High Heaven Palace. From Hua Qingxi's report, Yang Kai knew that Hyoji had been running around for the past 10 years, running around tirelessly for the GZ army, not to mention the others. Although the various monster kings Xie Wei, Shi Lei, Ying Fei, Hu Fei, Du Mi-er, and Qi Lian were originally serving in the High Heaven Palace, after the War of the Two Realms, they had left the High Heaven Palace and returned to their respective Saint Masters to listen to their orders. Without Hyoji's constant running around, trying his best to rope them in and persuade them, how could the Wanfeng and the others be willing to let these 6 monster kings out? Wouldn't it be better for them to stay and contribute to the army under their command? Li Jiao's side was easy to persuade. He was originally in the Bingqian army, and the army commander of the Bingqian army was Bing Yun. More than 10 years ago, when he found out that Yang Kai was going to be the army commander of the GZ army, Bing Yun let Li Jiao go to help him. There was no need to talk about the experts on Dragon Island. When Yang Kai wanted to establish the GZ army, they naturally wanted to join him. No army commander could stop them, and even the Seven Mist Sea couldn't do anything to them. This was only the level of a main town. Under the main town, there were camp commanders and Wu guards. The position of Wu guard was still acceptable, as it could be reluctantly taken up by someone from the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, the camp commander had to be overseen by someone from the Emperor realm in order to convince the masses. Where did the people from the Emperor realm come from? Weren't they all roped in by Hyoji? Over the past 10 years, Hyoji had visited the 54th Route Army. Almost every Route Army commander had been roped in by him. It wasn't that those army commanders were easy to talk to, but Hyoji was simply too shameless. He relied on his identity as the son of the great emperors to act shamelessly. No one could deal with him. The Seven Mist Sea had received countless complaints from army commanders. Li Wui also didn't know how many times Hyoji had talked to Hyoji. On the surface, Hyoji agreed, but once he left the Seven Mist Sea, he would do whatever he wanted. He was a real pain in the ass. In the past 10 years, Hyoji had offended almost all of the 54th Route Army commanders. Now, those army commanders were most unwilling to see him. It could be said that they feared him like a ferocious tiger and avoided him like a snake. When they heard that Hyoji had come to visit, they had to avoid him, no matter how strong they were. Otherwise, he would ask for people the moment he sat down. Chapter 3679. After more than 10 years of hard work, he had gathered a huge amount of resources for the GZ army. Not to mention anything else. Just this hard work alone was enough for everyone to see. They no longer had any objections to his status as commander of the GZ army, and they were even more impressed with Yang Kai's discerning eye for talent, allowing him to get Hyoji to join the GZ army. Otherwise, how could the army be so large today? Today, in the High Heaven Palace's main hall, the GZ army's elites, venerable sovereigns, and Monster King were all gathered. How grand was this? Commander Yao's contributions couldn't go unnoticed. Hyoji continued, "An army doesn't stand without a flag. Where the flag is, the army's morale will be. Where the flag is, the army will be invincible. Master, please light the flag." There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every army had their own flag. Where the flag was, it was where the army's commander was. A flag was where the army's morale rested. When the GZ army was first formed, they should have a flag as well. However, Yang Kai hadn't been in the astral realm all these years, so this matter had been delayed. This was a good opportunity to confirm it. The High Heaven Palace and Hyoji were already prepared. After he finished speaking, 10 High Heaven Palace disciples walked in from outside the main hall, each holding a flag. They stood in 2 rows in the middle of the main hall, shook the flags in their hands, and raised them up high. Hyoji said, "These are the 10 flags that the subordinate and the main towns have carefully selected. We will use whichever master thinks is the best as the commander's flag." Yang Kai nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the 10 flags with his hands behind his back, carefully examining them. It had to be said that Hyoji and the main towns had indeed put in a lot of effort for this commander's flag. After all, this thing could be considered the symbol of the GZ army in the future. It couldn't be too flashy, but it had to be majestic enough. It also had to have some symbolic meaning, so people would know that it was the GZ army's commander's flag. The flags were all different. As Yang Kai looked at them, Hyoji explained what each of the flags represented. Yang Kai nodded from time to time. However, after looking at all the flags, he didn't express much. Instead, he frowned. Seeing this, Hyoji said, "Master, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, this subordinate will ask them to modify it again." Yang Kai said, "There's nothing to be dissatisfied with. To be honest, these 10 flags were all very good. Any one of them could be taken out, but Yang Kai always felt that something was missing. Then which one does Master prefer?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Our GZ army is different from the other armies. We were the last to be established, but our overall strength is the strongest. In the future, we will definitely be one of the main forces on the battlefield. We have a lot of responsibilities, so the commander's flag needs to be different from the other armies. It has to be eye-catching." After saying that, his eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Hyoji immediately signaled outside with his eyes. Immediately, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace went to prepare. The 10 disciples holding the commander's flag left one by one. Not long after, a few more disciples rushed in. 2 of them landed on the ground and separated to the left and right. Each of them held a piece of white paper that was the size of a normal flag and hung it in the air. The other disciple prepared a brush and ink and stood beside Yang Kai. Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the white paper. However, he didn't immediately start writing. Instead, he looked at the white paper with a solemn expression. Xie Wuwei was sitting next to Hua Qingxi. Seeing this, he leaned over and whispered, "Master, are you proficient in the Tao of painting?" Hua Qingxi shook her head and quietly replied, "I've never heard of it." A trace of worry appeared on her beautiful face as she secretly prayed that Yang Kai wouldn't cause any trouble. The commander's flag was the face of the GZ army. If Yang Kai carelessly drew it and carried it out, the face of the GZ army would be lost. She also knew that her palace master's temperament was relatively free and easy, but this kind of thing couldn't be done carelessly. Just as she was feeling anxious, she suddenly felt the temperature in the hall drop sharply. A kind of bone-chilling feeling spread throughout her body, and she instinctively circulated her emperor chi. When she looked up, she was shocked to find that Yang Kai's expression was extremely focused. An invisible murderous intent almost condensed and swept out in all directions. Everyone in the hall felt as if countless needles were stabbing into their bodies. Yang Kai raised his hand, picked up the ink-stained brush, and placed the tip of the brush on the white paper. After only 2 breaths of time, he finished drawing. After handing the brush to the disciple beside him, Yang Kai lightly retreated a few steps and looked at his masterpiece from afar. He chuckled and said, "And this is it." The group of people couldn't wait to see what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper that made him so satisfied. They all craned their necks to look at it. Hyoji was standing close and could see clearly. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He originally wanted to say something, but soon his furrowed brows relaxed, and he waved his hand at the 2 disciples who were holding the white paper hive. The 2 of them stood opposite each other and held the white paper high above their heads, facing the crowd. Many of the masters in the hall finally saw what Yang Kai had drawn on the white paper. It was actually only one word, a large kilt character. It couldn't be said to be beautiful, but the strokes were vigorous and vigorous. When they looked at it, the kilt character seemed to have turned into sword lights slashing towards them. Everyone's hearts trembled. Hyoji promptly said, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Everyone in the hall stood up and cupped their hands, shouting, "I am willing to follow the master into battle, expel the enemy, and defend our homeland." Yang Kai laughed loudly. "Good. Since no one has any objections, this matter is decided. Our GZ Army's commander's flag will be the kilt character. Our GZ Army's duty is to kill all demons who dare to invade the star boundary, and let the demon race know that the star boundary is not a place where they can come and go as they please. We will follow the master's orders." As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure jumped out from the crowd and cupped her hands, reporting to the master, "This lowly one is willing to lead the flag for the master. As long as the flag stands, I will live. As long as the flag falls, I will die." Yang Kai glanced over and discovered that the one who jumped out was Fu Ling. This girl came from Dragon Island and was a 7th rank purple dragon. The army was naturally organized in the Divine Dragon Town. As for the flag bearer, it was the Middle Army's responsibility. It had nothing to do with her. It was obvious that she had some selfish motives for jumping out at this time. Yang Kai chuckled. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Hyoji said, "Master, it's not impossible. The Divine Dragon Flag Bearer will increase the might of our GZ army." Yang Kai glanced at him and thought about it. What he said made sense. He nodded and said, "It's good that you have such intentions. Then I will appoint you as the flag bearer of the GZ army. You will be in charge of the flag. As long as the GZ army is not destroyed, the flag will not fall. Master, don't worry. This lowly one will protect the flag with my life." Fu Ling was overjoyed. She took the white paper from the 2 disciples and ran out happily. Yang Kai only decided on the appearance of the flag. The real commander's flag still needed to be refined. Naturally, he had to find Hoyu. The organization, duties, and commander's flag had been decided. There was nothing else left. Yang Kai looked around and said in a clear voice, "The remaining threat of the demon race has been eliminated. 54 armies in the Western Territory are preparing for war. How can our GZ army miss out on such a big event? Everyone go back today and check your deployment. 3 days later, at dawn, troops will leave the Western Territory and follow me into the demon territory to eliminate the demons." Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. Eliminate the demons. The hall was filled with voices. The Monster King's shouts were the loudest, almost turning the hall upside down. During these 3 days of free time, Yang Kai accompanied his wives and parents, enjoying the happiness of a family reunion. In this expedition to the Western Territory, apart from Xia Ning Chang, who was responsible for refining pills, the other 3 wives were all going to battle. Su Yan was in Tianfeng Town, Shuiyu was in the middle of the army, and Dragon Lady Shan Qingluo was in Spirit Snake Town under Qi Lian's command. It had to be said that after not seeing each other for more than 10 years, his wives had made great progress. Shuiyu, Shan Qingluo, and Xia Ning Chang had all broken through to the Emperor realm. Although Su Yan's cultivation did not increase, her strength had greatly increased. Of course, this was due to the Star Boundaries World Energy Tide, but it was also due to his wives' extraordinary aptitudes. After all, in the territory of the lower plane, his wives were already outstanding. Their aptitudes were many times better than the average person's. His parents' strength had also improved, but Yang Kai did not feel at ease letting them go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, people were dying every moment. Even if they were the Emperor Realm's Third Order, fake emperor, and half-saint, so what? No one could guarantee that they would not be the next to die. In such a dangerous environment, how could Yang Kai let his parents participate? If he really let them go to the battlefield, Yang Kai would not be in the mood to command the army. He would probably have to stay by his side and protect them at all times. The young family fourth master and Dong Suju also knew that after this parting, the dust of the War of the Two Realms would likely settle. So even though they were extremely reluctant and worried, they didn't show it on their faces, and instead just smiled and enjoyed this rare moment of peace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the first rays of the morning sun shone brightly. On an ice plain dozens of miles away from Towering Palace, a cold wind blew, and snow danced in the air. 300,000 people were gathered on the ice plain. There might be a lot of people, but it was completely silent. The location of the gathering had been set long ago. After all, with so many people, the High Heaven Palace could not fit them all, so they simply gathered on the ice field. The 300,000 people were divided into 10 groups at this moment. Each group had more people, and less people. Some had a few thousand people, while some had tens of thousands of people. All of them were looking in the direction of the High Heaven Palace. A moment later, a stream of light rushed over. When it entered the eyes, it was still a few dozen kilometers away, but in the next breath, it was already in front of them. Its speed was so fast that it left a long streak of light in the sky. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. "Welcome, Army Commander, Master." The shouts were like landslides and tsunamis. In an instant, the sky shook and the earth shook. The falling snowflakes froze in the air at this moment and suddenly collapsed. With a crash, a blood-red flag that was hundreds of kilometers long suddenly spread out in the sky. When the cold wind whistled, the flag fluttered. Under the moonlight, it looked as if there was blood flowing on it. At first glance, it looked as if the sky was bleeding. There was only a big word, "kill," on the flag. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, this word seemed to be alive. Its murderous aura made the bright moon dim. The flag hung behind Yang Kai and covered the sky. In front of the flag, Yang Kai's figure was as small as an ant, but as tall as the heavens and the earth. Chapter 3680. As the killed banner fluttered, 300,000 pairs of eyes focused on it. The giant "kill" word seemed to want to kill the heavens, kill the earth, and kill all demons and monsters in this world. Their blood boiled. In this world of ice and snow, when the commander's flag was unfurled, every member of the GZ army felt their blood boiling. Hyoji smiled. A few days ago, when he saw Yang Kai write the word kill on a piece of white paper, he had wanted to dissuade him, but after thinking about it, this was the first decision Yang Kai made after returning. It would not be good for him to refute it, so he endured it. But now, it seemed that it was fortunate that he did not refute it at that time. The commander's flag was simple and clear, and when it fluttered, the word kill was enough to ignite the army's bloodlust. Kill. Hyoji raised his hand high and clenched it into a fist as he roared. Kill. 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 The heavens shook, and the earth shook as the 300,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices converged, filling the air with a chilling aura. Even in the high heaven palace, several dozen li away, the disciples who stayed behind could clearly hear these cries of kill. Looking at each other from afar, they knew that their own army was about to set out to kill the enemy. By the time the dust settled, how many of the 300,000 people would be able to return in one piece? How many would be wrapped in horsehide and die on the battlefield? Deep veneration. On Medicine Pill Peak, Xia Ning Chang, like the other disciples who stayed behind, gazed in the direction of the army. Her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Ji Ying stood beside her and sighed softly. You know his abilities. He possesses the space principles and is best at escaping and preserving his life. There is no need to worry too much. I want to go with him. Xia Ning Chang bit her lip. Ji Ying said, Didn't we agree on this? He also told you that you are an alchemist emperor. Staying here to refine pills is more important than going with him to the battlefield. Every pill you refine here may save a life on the battlefield. I know, Xia Ning Chang nodded, but I still want to go with him. Ji Ying still wanted to persuade her, but Xia Ning Chang did not give him a chance to speak. Under the night wind, her voice was as soft as jade. Brother, do you know? Ever since we left Tong Xian realm, we have been apart from him more often than not. As a man, it is a good thing that he can work hard. We are very happy that he can protect us from danger, but we still want to be with her. Even if we encounter danger, we want to face it together. When he was not here, we worked hard to cultivate, so that we could one day be by his side and share his burdens. Now that the opportunity has come, Big Sister Aluo, Shuiyu, and Big Sister Qing have all gone with him. I want to stay here and refine pills because the quality of the pills I refine is extraordinary and the refining efficiency is extremely high. I also have other responsibilities. Turning her head, she looked at Ji Ying, her beautiful eyes full of pleading. But brother, I really want to go to the battlefield with him and fight side by side with him. I don't want to shelter him from the wind and rain. I just want to help him kill a few enemies and lighten his burden. Ji Ying opened his mouth but eventually smiled and said, Go, he hasn't left yet. It's not too late for you to go now. Brother, Xia Ning Chang looked at him in amazement. Ji Ying smiled and said, Whether it is going to the battlefield or staying here to refine pills, we are both contributing to the star boundary. There is not much difference. Don't worry, brother will refine your spirit pill for you. Besides, it is rare to be willful in this world, so it is better to follow your heart than force yourself. Xia Ning Chang was overjoyed. Many thanks, brother. Then, I'll go now. Seeing Ji Ying nod, he quickly bowed and turned his head to look at the banner with the word kill written on it several dozen kilometers away. His eyes bloomed with sincere joy as his figure flickered, and he rushed in that direction. You will definitely return safely. Ji Ying shouted from behind. I know, brother, you take care too. Xia Ning Chang's cheerful voice echoed along the way. Several dozen kilometers away, the sounds of battle shook the sky. Yang Kai looked down with a solemn expression when suddenly he raised his brow and looked in the direction of the high heaven palace. The sounds of battle suddenly stopped, and the clamor that soared into the sky turned silent in an instant. Everyone looked back. They saw a ray of light quickly approaching and landing on the ground. revealing Xia Ning Chang's figure. The little senior sister did not look at Yang Kai, but directly went in front of Yang Shao and Yang Shui, cupping her hands and saying, "High Heaven Palace's Xia Ning Chang has come to receive orders." Yang Shao was startled and hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai was his adoptive father, and Xia Ning Chang was the youngest among the sisters. So how could he accept such a bow? On the contrary, Yang Shui smiled and looked at Yang Kai, then at Xia Ning Chang, gently nodded and said, "Enter the ranks." Yes, Xia Ning Chang ran happily to the middle of the army and stood there. Even though she was wearing a veil, the joy that came from the bottom of her heart was obvious. On the eve of the army's departure, there was an extra person in the middle of the army, and even Yang Kai, the army commander, did not agree to it. This was simply overstepping his authority. After letting Xia Ning Chang enter the ranks, Su Yan looked up at Yang Kai on the heavenly Phoenix Town side and raised her chin, giving him a look that said, "If you dare to say anything, just try it." Yang Kai pretended not to see and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He coughed lightly and said, "Everyone is here. Let's set off." Saying so, he stretched out his hand, and the sealed world bead flew out, rolling in midair. Its huge body covered the sky as it bit down ferociously. The army of 300,000 disappeared in an instant, all of them swallowed into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took back the sealed world bead. Looking back, he saw Fu Ling, who was carrying the flag, looking at him with blinking eyes. Fu Ling was the flag bearer of the GZ army. When Yang Kai arrived, she naturally did her best to carry the flag and stood behind Yang Kai, escaping the fate of being swallowed by the rolling bead. Looking at each other, Fu Ling smiled and asked, "Brother-in-law, is it just the two of us left?" Saying so, she threw a coquettish glance at Yang Kai, looking eager to have a go. "Put away the flag." Yang Kai glanced at the blood-red flag behind him. "Oh." Hearing this, Fu Ling nodded and urged the dragon yuan in her body. The 100-kilometer flag wriggled and soon turned into a palm-sized flag. Fu Ling put it away and looked at Yang Kai. "Brother-in-law, let's set off. The journey is long. You have to take care of others. Get the hell in there." Yang Kai simply ignored her flirtatious glances and simply pulled her into his sealed world bead, immediately feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. In the next moment, space principles surged and Yang Kai disappeared. In the Seven Mist Sea's main hall, a huge sand table stood in the middle of the hall. The scenery on the sand table was clearly a miniature version of the two-world passageway. At this moment, more than 20 people gathered around the sand table, all of them at the third stage emperor realm and above. There was no lack of fake emperors among them. They were all army commanders of the various armies in the star boundary. Facing the sand table, Li Wu Yi pointed at the sand table and said, "Ding Chou Army will be in charge of the Spirit Array, with Bing Wei Army as support. You must ensure that the Spirit Array operates effectively without any mistakes." As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man immediately cupped his fists and said, "Yes, General Master." Another middle-aged man looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "Old man, can you do it? You're already so old, so don't try to be brave. If you can't, my Bing Wei Army will be in charge of the Spirit Array, and your Ding Chou Army will be the support." The elderly man chuckled meaningfully. "If this old master can't do it, do you think you can?" General Master's eyes are like torches, so he naturally knows that the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Don't be noisy. Just obediently assist this old master in killing the enemy. When we get back, it's not impossible to get 10 or 20% of the credit. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's nose became crooked from anger. Just as he was about to say something, Li Wui said indifferently, "Don't argue. The deployment of the array is the result of the great emperor's discussion. This king is only responsible for conveying the message. If you have any objections, you can speak to the great emperors. As long as the great emperors agree to let you swap, this king will not stop them." Hearing that this was the decision of the great emperors, the two army commanders stopped quarreling, but the middle-aged man still felt a little indignant and glared hatefully at the elderly man, clearly feeling that his Bingwei army was stronger than the elderly man's Dingzhou army, and should be the one to make the decision. Li Wu Yi pointed to another place. "This spirit array is—" Before he could finish speaking, he seemed to sense something and took 2 steps back. The next moment, as the space principles fluctuated, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Seeing this, Li Wu Yi smiled slightly. "You're finally here." As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he felt dozens of gazes on him. Even though these gazes did not deliberately release any kind of pressure, he could not help but feel his heart tighten, knowing that the owners of these gazes were definitely not lazy. Looking up again, his eyes narrowed. With his eyesight, how could he not see that the people gathered here were either third-order emperor realm masters or false emperors? Moreover, from the looks of it, they seemed to be holding an important meeting. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fists. "Greetings, master. Greetings, seniors." Li Wu Yi reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "It's good that you're here. And let me introduce you." Turning his head, he looked at the others in the hall and smiled. "This is the palace master of the Northern Territories' High Heaven Palace, Army Commander Yang Kai of the GZ Army. Many of you are familiar with him, and some of you are meeting him for the first time. However, in the future, we will all be comrades on the battlefield, so we will need to cooperate with each other." There were indeed a few people in the crowd that Yang Kai knew, not to mention Li Wu Yi. Yang Yan was also present. And there were also Wen Zishan, Ma Qing Bingyun, the 3 Saint Masters of the ancient wildlands, and a few of the top-ranked Monster King. However, other than these people, he was not familiar with most of them. Although Yang Kai had long known that the star boundary was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and that there were many false emperor realm masters who lived in seclusion, he was still surprised to see so many false emperors here. However, on second thought, even the demon path had 4 great demon overlords, which meant that there were at least 4 false emperors, so it was not surprising that the star boundary had so many false emperors. Among the many gazes, there was one that was extremely cold. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Tsang Mo. He could not help but grit his teeth. He had no friendship with Tsang Mo. Chapter 3681. The first time he met Tsang Mo was in the Star Territory. Tsang Mo was also a member of the Star Courtyard, and the Great Desolate Star Territory's Wu Heng was his subordinate. Back then, when Wu Heng urged the Great Desolate Star Territory to devour the Heng Luo star field, Yang Kai naturally did not agree and fought with him. Wu Heng was no match for Tsang Mo, and in a life-and-death crisis, he summoned Tsang Mo to help. At that time, it was Yang Inflammation who appeared and resolved the crisis for Yang Kai. It was also at that time that Tsang Mo saw that Yang Kai seemed to have traces of cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques were so famous that Tsang Mo was naturally jealous. So after returning to the star boundary, he tried to find traces of him and finally blocked him outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Valley, Yang Kai and the embodiment joined forces to fight fiercely and suffered a big loss. In the end, Cheongqi appeared and beat Tsang Mo into a pig's head. After 2 grudges, when they met again at this time, it was almost a situation of enmity between 2 enemies. Yang Kai naturally did not have a good expression. If it was before, he might have been afraid of Tsang Mo, but now, not to mention the 4 half-saint of demon race in the small sealed world on standby, his own strength had also greatly improved, so he was not necessarily afraid of him. It was fine if Tsang Mo did not come looking for trouble, but if he dared to, Yang Kai would definitely let him know that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The other corps commanders were not clear about the grievances between the two, but they felt that there was something wrong with their expressions when they met, so they vaguely guessed that there should be some kind of gap between the two. Li Wu, Yi, and Yang Inflammation were clear about it. But now that the demon disaster had not been eliminated and the enemy was in front of them, it was naturally not good to say anything. So he quietly sent a message to Yang Kai. The overall situation is more important. Yang Kai nodded without a trace. Almost half of the Star Boundaries Legion commanders were gathered here, and Li Wui introduced them to Yang Kai one by one. Even though Yang Kai had a good memory, after a round of introductions, he could only remember the names of the Star Boundaries Legions. The main reason was that the division of the Astral Legions was based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches. If one wasn't familiar with them, it would be difficult to differentiate them. However, this wasn't a big deal. In the future, when they fought together, they would naturally become familiar with each other. Compared to the other armies, the GZ army was nothing more than a baby in its infancy. Regardless of seniority or cultivation, Yang Kai was still considered a newcomer. Thus, many of the other commanders treated him warmly. Most of them would praise him with words like, "Every generation produces talented people," or "Heroes emerge from the young," to form a good relationship with him. However, when he introduced an old man, the old man glared at Yang Kai with displeasure, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended the old man. Looking at the old man's face, he had never seen him before. How could he have offended him? He thought to himself, is this guy in cahoots with Song Mo? If that's the case, I'll have to be more careful in the future. I don't want to be tricked by these two on the battlefield. However, Li Wui smiled and said, "Don't blame Master Fu for looking at you like that. Master Fu is the Legion commander of the Wu Yin army. Hyoji used to be part of the Wu Yin army." Hearing Li Wui's words, Yang Kai finally understood. He laughed and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Master Fu." Yang Kai thanks Master Fu for letting him go. Hyoji used to be this old man's subordinate. In the end, he lost to Yang Kai for a while and was poached by Yang Kai. Then, in just a few years, he was able to gather such a large amount of resources for the GZ army. Naturally, the old man was depressed. When Hyoji was in the Wu Yin army, he didn't display such ability. Now that he was gone, he was able to display such strength. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Hyoji go no matter what. With Hyoji around, the size of the GZ army might be the glory of the Wu Yin army. Old Man Fu snorted and said, "What are you thanking me for? What's there to thank me for? You can only blame this old man for not being able to see clearly and letting the Wu Yin army's probably covered in dust. For the Wu Yin army to be under Lord Yang's tutelage, it might be his own good fortune." He paused for a moment before continuing. However, Lord Yang, the Wu Yin army's GZ army originated from my Wu Yin army. Without the Wu Yin army, your GZ army wouldn't be as large as it is today. This old man doesn't want any benefits from you. In the future, if my Wu Yin army needs anything on the battlefield, the GZ army is on call at any time. Yang Kai immediately replied. Old Man Fu's tense expression immediately relaxed. He smiled and said to Yang Kai, "Lord Yang is not bad. In the future, our two families should get closer." "No problem. Master, you are all seniors who have fought on the battlefield for many years. This Yang is new here and has many things to ask of you. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Master Fu." "Ha ha ha." The old man surnamed Fu laughed heartily and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "On the battlefield, if there is anything your army needs, don't hesitate to call this old master. As long as this old master still has a single breath left, he will definitely lead the army to support you, so you won't suffer any losses at the hands of those demon beasts." Then I'll thank Master Fu in advance. At this point, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in many years. It took a bit of time to introduce them one by one. After a while, Li Wui said, "There are other army commanders who aren't here for the time being. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you." Yang Kai nodded and glanced at the sand table. He knew that this group of people had gathered here to discuss important matters. He immediately said, "Then I'll go outside and wait. I'll come back later to ask Master about the battlefield." "Don't be in a hurry." Li Wui raised a hand to stop him. "Stay. And listen, when the time comes, we'll need your GZ army's help." Yang Kai wanted to go outside just to avoid arousing suspicion. Since Li Wui had said so, he naturally wouldn't refuse. After the commotion, everyone in the hall fell silent. Only Li Wui's confident voice could be heard. Yang Inflammation quietly crept to Yang Kai's side and nudged him with his shoulder. His eyes were fixed on the sand table as he transmitted his voice. "What are you doing in the territory of the lower plains? How come you've been gone for more than 10 years? I thought you wouldn't come back." "I'm studying secret arts and cultivating the divine technique," Yang Kai replied truthfully. Yang Inflammation curled his lips. "If you want to cultivate, you can just go to the star boundary. Why go to the territory of the lower plains? Tell me honestly, are you hiding some woman there?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "The war between the two worlds is not over yet. How can I be in the mood to do such things? Besides, do I lack women?" Yang Inflammation snorted. "You can't say for sure. As the old saying goes, a wife is inferior to a concubine. A concubine is inferior to a mistress. And a mistress is inferior to a mistress. Who knows what you're thinking?" Ooh. Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so he changed the subject. "I saw an old friend in the territory of the lower plains. Can you guess who it was?" "Your old flame." Yang Inflammation didn't even think about it. "Yukong." "Ah." Yang Yen exclaimed before quickly covering her red lips with her hand. It was only because she had cried out in surprise that several dozen pairs of eyes in the hall turned towards her in an instant. Yang Kai quickly adjusted his expression and also pretended to be puzzled as he stared towards her. She reacted quickly and quickly pointed to the sand table. "This array is very important. Don't you need a large army to guard it?" Li Wui shook his head. "There's no need for that. This is a death spot. It doesn't matter if the demon race doesn't enter it, but if they do, they won't be able to return. In other words, this spot was deliberately left empty to lure the demon race in." Yang Inflammation gently nodded, a look of understanding on her face. Li Wui continued, but Yang Inflammation quietly stuck out her tongue and waited for a while before sending another message. "You saw Yukong? How did you escape from him?" Yang Kai smiled. "He didn't do anything to me, so why would I escape? Besides, Wukong and Senior Red Dust share the same soul. Wherever he is, Senior Red Dust will also be there." "That's true." Yang Inflammation nodded. "Is Senior Red Dust all right?" "Not for the time being, but I heard some news from them. The specific situation has been recorded in a jade slip. You can pass it on to the great emperors for me. Why don't you go yourself? I've just arrived, and I'm busy with many things. Where would I find the time?" It's settled then. More than a decade ago, Yang Kai used the space spirit bead to teleport to the Iron Blood Great Emperor's side, only to be tricked by him. There was no way he would meet him again. It's not impossible for me to pass it on for you, but what do you have to give me? I don't have anything valuable on me. How about I give myself to you? Haha, come to my room tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Yang Inflammation's eyes flashed with a cold light. The hall was bustling with noise and excitement for half a day before everyone gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Bingyan nodded slightly to Yang Kai and smiled. Yang Kai also nodded. After everyone left, Li Wui sat down on a chair, and a maid immediately came in to serve him tea. After taking a sip of the tea, Li Wui asked, "Has the matter been resolved?" Kai Yong sat on the chair next to him, separated from him by a table. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "It's already been resolved." "That's good." Li Wui was relieved and drank a few more mouthfuls of tea before putting down the cup. "You should have heard what I said just now, right?" Yang Kai recalled the instructions he gave to the various corps commanders before and said, "Do we need to wait for the great array to be completed before we can open the passage between the two worlds?" He originally thought that after returning, he could open the passage between the two worlds and then kill his way into the demon territory. Who knew that things were not like that at all? The astral boundary had other arrangements, so they still needed to wait. Li Wui patted the armrest of his chair and said, "The demon race is brave, and the demon race is good at fighting. The astral boundary doesn't have much of an advantage, especially in terms of numbers. We are at a great disadvantage. If we really open the passage between the two worlds and kill our way into the demon territory, even if we have 55 corps commanders, I'm afraid we won't have a good end. It can even be said that if we really do this, we will be the ones to lose in the end." Yang Kai nodded. Among the people in the astral boundary, he was the only one who had been to the demon race's territory. He knew what the demon race's situation was like and how powerful they were, so he naturally understood that Li Wui's words were not exaggerated at all. Chapter 3682. Over the past decade or so, Astral Boundary has been embroiled in continuous battles to purge its enemies. The results have been pretty good. The remaining demon race forces in Astral Boundary have either been annihilated or subdued by Longevity Sky, and the others, even Demon Sky Path, has been suppressed to the point of being unable to raise its head. Sect Master Kan Yi was even injured by the Iron Blood Master several years ago, and has been in hiding ever since. However, these 10 or so years have also been a buffer period for the demon race to prepare. The passage between the two worlds has been sealed for so long. Who knows what the situation is on the other side? Li Wui shook his head with a smile. Perhaps after the passage between the two worlds is opened, the demon race forces on the other side are preparing their troops and waiting for us to walk right into their trap. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Senior is right. That's why we can't attack them, at least not so recklessly. Li Wui stood up and walked to the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He turned around and looked at Yang Kai. "You know the situation of the passage between the two worlds. The entrance is only so big, and there is a limit to the number of people that can pass through at one time. If Astral Boundary's army rashly enters, they will definitely be at a disadvantage, and vice versa. That's why we need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. Once the various armies are ready, we can open the passage between the two worlds and wait for the demon race forces to arrive." Yang Kai nodded. Demon territory won't last long, and the demon race is more anxious than us. If they discover that the passage between the two worlds has been opened, they will definitely send people to investigate. If they send too few people, it will be useless, but if too many come, they will be eaten in one bite. Li Wui chuckled. Exactly. They should be the anxious ones. So we only need to set up defenses around the passage between the two worlds. As long as the defense line is not broken, the initiative will always be in our hands. It won't be too late to attack when Astral Boundary gains the upper hand. Yang Kai thought for a moment. Then I'm afraid it will take a long time. Maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years. As long as Astral Boundary stability can be maintained, any price is worth it. I understand. Yang Kai stood up and cupped his fists. The GZ army has arrived at the battlefield. If Master has any instructions, please do not hesitate to let me know. Li Wui said, "There's no need for your GZ army to set up the defensive formations. The other armies will take care of it. However, Your GZ army has something to do. Once the passage between the two worlds opens and the demon rays swarm over, your GZ army will have to face the enemy head-on. In the meantime, I'll arrange a place for you to set up camp and have the army train. A battle between two armies is different from an ordinary battle. In the vast sea of people, sometimes cultivation isn't the key to victory or defeat. Fortunately, although your GZ army is new, there are still many veterans in it. Pass down the order and let Hyoji handle this matter. He naturally knows how to handle it. Understood. Yang Kai agreed. Li Wui then led him to the giant sand table and drew a territory with his hand. With this as the center, the GZ army will set up camp in a radius of 1,000 li. You can handle military matters on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the other commanders or you can ask me. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the hall. After identifying the direction, he flew into the sky. After another incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai appeared in the desert of the Western Territory. He stood in the void and looked around. He could vaguely see the original location of the passage between the two worlds. That place was originally the border between the demon territory and the star boundary. It was also the place where the demon race gathered. However, after Yang Kai returned more than 10 years ago and sealed the passage between the two worlds, that place gradually became desolate. Until today, there was no one there. Although there was no sign of life there, everyone in the star boundary knew that if the demon race came, they would still come from that direction. Therefore, the Seven Mist Sea had mobilized the various legions to set up a large formation with the passage between the two worlds as the center. 55 legions had surrounded that barren land so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. They were only waiting for the demon race to break through and walk right into the trap. Looking around, there were large barracks several thousand li to the left and right. They were crowded with people. It was obvious that these were the garrisons of the various legions in the star boundary. Every few thousand miles, there would be a large group of such huge barracks, encircling the passageway between the two worlds in a huge circle. While he was observing, a profound light shot into the sky from a large barracks several thousand li away from his right. The light was dazzling and resplendent as it streaked across the horizon. In just a dozen or so breaths, the profound light arrived in front of him and revealed the figure of an old man. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Master Fu. This old man was the army commander of the Wuyin army, Fu Renjia, whom he had met in the Seven Mist Sea's main hall. When they had first met, the old man had spoken bluntly to Yang Kai. In fact, he was quite an interesting person. Fu Renjia laughed loudly. I was wondering why this place had been empty all this time. There was no army stationed here either. It turns out that Army Commander Li had long planned to leave this place for Lord Yang. Yang Kai glanced in the direction he had come from and raised his eyebrows. Is that where the Wu Yin army is stationed? That's right. Fu Renjia's face was full of joy. It seems that we will be neighbors from now on. As he spoke, Fu Renjia cupped his fists and said, I will have to ask Lord Yang to take care of me in the future. I dare not. Yang Kai hurriedly returned the gesture. This is my first time here. I will have to ask for Master Fu's guidance. I don't know anything about military affairs. Fu Renjia laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't know. As long as Hyoji knows, it's fine. Otherwise, why would you spend so much effort to poach him from this old man? Yang Kai laughed awkwardly and turned his head to look in the other direction. He said, Master Fu, do you know which army is stationed over there? Fu Renjia said in a low voice, Tsang Ao. Yang Kai was startled. Before he could react, Fu Renjia laughed loudly. I'm lying. This old man loves to joke with people. Lord Yang, please don't mind. Army Commanderly knows that you and Tsang Mo don't get along, so why would he arrange for you to be neighbors? Tsang Mo's Jia Xian army is on the other side, far away from you. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Master Fu can tell? Fu, Renjia said. Although I don't know what grudges you have with Tsang Mo, this old man is not blind. How can I not see? This guy, Tsang Mo, this old man also doesn't like the look of him. He's not a good person. If you really have grudges with him, you must be careful of him in the future. Yang Kai smiled and didn't comment. Fu Renjia quickly changed the topic. Facing the passage between the two worlds, on your left is this old man's Wu Yin army. On your right is the Bingchen army. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the army commander of the Bingchen army, right? Senior Bing Yun. When Yang Kai heard this, he was delighted. He turned his head and looked to his right. It seemed that Li Wu Yi was still taking care of him. These two neighbors, one had a good relationship with the other, and the other was easy to get along with. When the war comes in the future, it will be convenient for them to work together. Fu Renjia smiled. That's Bing Yun. TSK. Speaking of which, although there are many women in the Bingchen army, the number of people who killed the demon race is no less than any of the men. Bing Yun is also a commander. As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows and said, Since Lord Yang is here, where is the GZ army? I've long heard that the GZ army is full of experts and has a grand lineup. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to see it. Can this old man broaden his horizons? Yang Kai smiled and said, Just in time. Master Fu, please inspect it. As he spoke, he took out the sealed world bead and formed a hand seal. When the sealed world bead was thrown forward, his divine consciousness surged. The void trembled, and a visible layer of ripples appeared between heaven and earth. Wherever the ripples passed, the army hidden in the sealed world bead was revealed. The army still maintained the rolling formation that engulfed them. 10 towns, 10 formations. In a breath, 300,000 people descended like divine soldiers. In an instant, heads were moving and killing intent was rolling. But it wasn't over yet. Among the crowd, Fu Ling rushed out and stood behind Yang Kai. He waved the flag in his hand. With a whoosh, the 100 miles kill flag covered the sky. It was dark red, as if blood was flowing from the sky. 300,000 people raised their hands in unison, and their voices were as loud as thunder. Greetings, Army Commander Master. The sound waves gathered and rushed to the 9 heavens, causing the sky to change color. The corners of Fu Renjia's eyes twitched. He turned to look at the Wu Yin army, which was thousands of miles away. Then he looked at the GZ army in front of him. He couldn't hide the envy in his eyes. The Wu Yin army wasn't weak. There were 54 armies in the astral realm, and every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Fu Renjia thought so too, but comparisons were always bad. Now that he saw the might of the army in front of him and compared it to his own army, he suddenly felt like he was the king of a mountain. He couldn't be compared. Then he looked at Hyoji below. Fu Renjia felt his heart ache. Yang Kai carefully observed the old man's expression and knew that he had been somewhat irritated, so he didn't dare to make any more noise, quickly saying, With this place as the center, within a 1,000-kilometer radius will be our army's encampment. Each town will divide their own territory and set up camp. Yes, another roar of acknowledgement sounded, and the army immediately got busy. Good. Fu Renjia took a deep breath and couldn't help but praise. The GZ army is like a tiger descending from the mountain and a dragon descending into the sea. In the future, you will definitely achieve great things on the battlefield. Master Fu, you flatter me. Fu Renjia turned to look at the sealed world bead in Yang Kai's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said, I've long heard that Lord Yang has a space artifact that can hide living people. I've never had the chance to see it. I guess this is it, right? Yes. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously grasped the sealed world bead tightly. He thought to himself, this old man can't be thinking about my treasure, right? Although they hadn't known each other for long, this old man was very easygoing and open-minded. However, the more open-minded he was, the more likely he was to lose face. How could Yang Kai not be wary of him? This is called the sealed world bead. It was given to me by Master Yang Inflammation years ago. However, although this thing is mysterious, it can only be used by those who possess the power of space. It's useless even if someone else has it. As soon as he said this, Fu Renjie's shining eyes dimmed. This old man really wants to steal my treasure? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fu Renjie didn't give up. He smacked his lips and said, Lord Yang possesses the power of space and is proficient in the laws of space. Can't he refine this thing and allow those who don't possess the power of space to use it? Take the space spirit bead, for example. This thing is also related to the laws of space, but it's also being used in the army now. Chapter 3683. How far was the Third Order Dao Source Realm from the Emperor Realm? If one understood, the distance would be as small as a piece of paper. If not, the distance would be as wide as heaven and earth. Many things in the world were like this. For example, the sealed world bead could hide a living person. Fu Renjie said, Lord Yang, this is what I think. Such a treasure is hard to come by. If we can promote it in the army, it will definitely be of great use. Think about it. If I am fighting a strong enemy alone and the situation is in a stalemate, and I suddenly summon a few strong helpers, how will the enemy react? What will the outcome be? Also, I don't know if Lord Yang has thought about it, but this treasure is most suitable for marching an army. Just like this time, Lord Yang came from the Northern Territory alone. How can the time he spent leading the GZ army here be comparable? On the battlefield, mobilizing an army is a very troublesome matter, but sometimes speed is the most important thing. It is really a headache. However, if we have a treasure like the sealed world bead to help us, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, I understand what Master Fu is saying. Perhaps I can try to refine something similar to the sealed world bead. If Fu Renjie had told him this before he created heaven and earth and refined heaven and earth, he might not have thought of anything. However, after more than 10 years of meditation and cultivation, Yang Kai immediately thought of many things after hearing Fu Renjie's words. The sealed world bead was refined by a powerful senior. Since someone had done it before, it might not be impossible for him. Moreover, he had more than 10 years of experience to learn from. He didn't dare to say that he would succeed, but Yang Kai was at least 60% to 70% confident. Fu Renjie's eyes lit up. Lord Yang can really do it? I'll try my best. Fu Renjie rubbed his hands and chuckled. Then this old man will have to thicken his skin and negotiate with Lord Yang in advance. If he can really refine something like this, the Wu Yin army will want to share. Well said. If we really succeed in refining it, we will definitely reward Master Fu. Fu Renjie laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. If your GZ army needs any help in the future, don't hesitate to call this old man. Thank you, Master Fu. Yang Kai cupped his hands. Fu Renjie waved his hand and said, there will be plenty of time in the future. Let's get closer to each other in the future. Lord Yang has just arrived and is busy with military affairs. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll visit you another day. Yang Kai nodded and said, Master Fu, take care. As soon as they sent Fu Renjie off, Hyoji flew over to ask where the commander's tent should be set up. He had chosen 3 decent places for Yang Kai to decide. Yang Kai didn't mind too much and told him to do as he pleased. He turned around and busied himself with the rest of the army. Just as Li Wui had said, although the GZ army had just been formed, there were many veterans in the army. Even if there were some new recruits who didn't know anything about military affairs, they quickly familiarized themselves with the new recruits. The army busied themselves. When night fell, the 800 li of camp stretched out, tents crisscrossed with each other, and the army was at its peak. The commander's tent was placed in the center of the camp. It was extremely eye-catching and separated into an inner and outer tent. The inner tent was where Yang Kai rested and had all the necessary amenities. The outer tent was where the higher-ups of the army discussed matters. It was spacious, and there was even a large leather drum outside the tent. It had been refined so that when it was struck, the sound would travel 1,000 li. It was enough to ensure that the entire GZ army could hear it. The South Gate army had also set out with the army this time. They led a group of formation masters to set up a large formation outside the commander's tent. Inside the camp, Hyoji had arranged for people to patrol. The demon race had yet to appear, but the camp was already filled with an austere atmosphere. Yang Kai was sitting in the outer tent when a beautiful figure lifted the curtain and entered. It was Su Yan, who was wrapped in a fragrant wind. Entering the tent, Yang Kai smiled, but Su Yan's expression was serious. She walked over and cupped her fists. "Master?" "Cough. What's the matter?" Yang Kai wasn't used to his wife suddenly acting so formally. However, there were outsiders in the tent, so he couldn't appear too casual. Su Yan said, "I heard that the Bingchen army is stationed on the right. This humble one hasn't seen Master for many years and would like to pay him a visit. I hope that Master will allow me." Yang Kai suddenly understood. He stood up and said, "Let's go together. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Bing Yun." Previously, in the Seven Mist Sea Palace, before Bing Yun left, she had sent a message to Yang Kai, telling him to settle down and pay her a visit. He didn't know what she had to say, but Yang Kai had originally planned to pay her a visit. Now that Su Yan had this idea, he naturally would go with her. Su Yan nodded and followed closely behind Yang Kai. After leaving the commander's tent, the two of them identified the direction and soared into the sky. A moment later, the two of them were already 1,000 li away from the GZ army. Yang Kai slowed down and waited for Su Yan to come closer before reaching out and holding her soft hand. Su Yan fidgeted for a moment and looked around with a guilty conscience. Seeing that there was no one around, she finally relaxed. She turned her head and glared at Yang Kai, but let him do as he pleased. However, she never thought that Yang Kai would go overboard and pull her into his embrace. Su Yan's face turned red. She placed her hand on Yang Kai's chest and tried to maintain a distance from him. She said in a small voice, "Don't be like this." No one saw. Yang Kai was thick-skinned and used even more strength in his hand. "Even if no one saw, you can't be like this." As she spoke, Su Yan ruthlessly pinched Yang Kai's arm. While he was in pain, she took the opportunity to break free from his grip. She pursed her red lips and said, "We sisters have discussed it. In the army, there is no such thing as love. No matter in front of others or in private, we can't be too close to you." Yang Kai was shocked. "There's such a thing? How come I didn't know about it? When did you discuss it?" Su Yan pursed her lips and smiled. "The night before we set off." "Who suggested this?" "What nonsense!" Yang Kai's face was fierce, and his eyes shone with an ominous light. "You don't need to know who suggested it. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. You have to set an example in everything you do. There are hundreds of thousands of eyes in the army watching you. If you don't act like a Legion commander and indulge in your selfish desires, the GZ army won't be an army. So, junior brother, what junior brother? Yang Kai glared at her. Su Yen changed her words and blushed with embarrassment. Husband, just bear with it. In the future, there will be a time when you'll be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Bear with it until when? Yang Kai's face darkened. He had a bad premonition. Su Yen said in a small voice, when the dust of the war of the two realms settles. Yang Kai chuckled. You are really my good wives. You're always thinking about your husband. I'm so touched. Ooh. Su Yen pinched his arm. Don't say such things out of anger. You know that we're doing this for your own good. Yang Kai's interest waned. He smacked his lips and said, all right. In the future, I will restrain myself and discipline others. That should be fine, right? He sneered in his heart. Such an important matter was decided without even discussing it with him. Who cares about you? Su Yen nodded in satisfaction. I will make it up to you in the future. Yang Kai beamed with joy and pulled Su Yen back into his embrace. How will you make it up to me? Su Yen blushed again and didn't say anything. Yang Kai continued to chuckle and changed the topic. Tell me honestly, who suggested this? I won't tell you. Su Yen shook her head. Her hair brushed past Yang Kai's cheek, tickling him. Was it that girl Zhu Qing? I knew it had to be her. Only she would suggest such a thing. Just watch how I deal with her later. Yang Kai said fiercely, it wasn't her. Don't ask. Su Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She made a mental note to stay with Zhu Qing when they returned to avoid being taken advantage of by Yang Kai. A few thousand kilometers wasn't too far. Yang Kai and Su Yen both slowed down and arrived at their destination in the time it would take for a stick of incense to burn. Flying over, they arrived outside the camp. Immediately, someone blocked their way and shouted, Who are you? The Third Day Army's camp is not to be trespassed. As soon as the voice fell, a figure jumped out and raised her hand. Don't be rude. The person who had just arrived took 2 steps forward and bowed. Greetings, Brother Yang. Junior Sister Lu? Yang Kai looked at her and chuckled. It has been many years since we last met. Junior Sister has already broken through to the Emperor realm. As expected, your talent is extraordinary. Congratulations. The person who had just arrived was also an acquaintance. She was Lu Xianyun, who was born in the territory of the Great Desolate Star and had fallen into the Blue Feather sect together with Yang Kai. When she entered Bing Yun's tutelage, Lu Xianyun was already a Dao Source realm cultivator. After so many years, she had also become a master in the Emperor realm. Yang Kai was gratified. There was nothing happier than seeing an old friend safe and sound. Lu Xianyun smiled sweetly. I can't compare to little junior sister. Little junior sister entered the sect the latest, but her talent is the best. Honored Master is full of praise for her. The little junior sister she was referring to was naturally Su Yen. Junior Sister Lu, you are here for... Yang Kai looked at her. Lu Xianyun said, on the orders of my honored master, I am here to wait for Master. Unconsciously, she had changed the way she addressed Yang Kai. It was not that she wanted to alienate him, but there were rules in the army. It was inappropriate to keep calling him brother and junior sister. She turned sideways and gestured. Master, please. Yang Kai nodded. Thank you for your trouble. They walked all the way to the commander's tent. Lu Xianyun stopped and turned back. Master, please wait a moment. I will report to honored master. Yang Kai had nothing to say since he was already here, so he waited outside the tent with Su Yen. After a while, Lu Xianyun came out with a strange expression. Honored master is not here. Master, please follow me. Yang Kai said, Does Senior Bingyan have something to deal with? If so, I can wait here for a while. Lu Xianyun shook her head. I don't know. Honored Master left a message saying that Master is here and will take you to another place to see her. Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Lu Xianyun. He looked around at the Bing Chen army. Along the way, they met many Bing Chun army soldiers. They quickly stopped and bowed. After walking for a while, the three of them came to another tent. There was a formation outside the tent, so they could not see what was going on inside. However, since Lu Xianyan was here, it meant that Bing Yun should be here. After stopping, Lu Xianyan cupped her hands and said, "Honored Master, the GC Army's Lord Yang has come to visit." Bing Yun's voice immediately came from inside. "Come in." Lu Xianyan reached out and opened the curtain. She smiled at Yang Kai and Su Yan. "Please." Yang Kai stepped inside and raised his head, only to see Bing Yun looking at him with a smile. Just as she was about to salute him, she suddenly noticed another pair of eyes staring at her. He turned his head and saw a pair of clear eyes. Chapter 3684. Bing Yun wasn't the only one in the tent. Ji Yao was there too. Yang Kai looked at the decorations in the tent and realized that this should be Ji Yao's tent. Ji Yao was the commander of the Bingchen army and had a high position. Naturally, she had the right to have her own personal space. However, he didn't know why Bing Yun would meet him here. "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai gathered his thoughts and bowed. Behind him, Su Yan also bowed. "Disciple greets master." Bing Yun smiled and raised his hand. "Rise. We aren't outsiders. There's no need to be so courteous." Yang Kai straightened his body and looked at Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun. He smiled. "We haven't seen each other for many years. Junior Sister Yao is still as elegant as ever." Ji Yao lowered her head and bowed. "Greetings, brother." Her voice was soft and slightly trembling. It was hard to detect. "Sit down and talk." Bing Yun pointed to a chair at the side. Yang Kai was terrified. "Junior can just stand in front of senior." Bing Yun glared at him. "Don't call me senior. Now that we are all army commanders, we should be on equal footing. In the future, on the battlefield, my Bingchen army might have to trouble you. Do you have to be so courteous with me?" Since he had already said this much, Kai Yang thought about it for a moment, then no longer insisted and sat down. Bing Yun smiled. "That's right. Not to mention that our two sects have always supported each other. My precious disciple's heart is also with you. We are a family. You don't have to be so courteous in the future." Yang Kai had a guilty conscience. Sweat appeared on his forehead as he nodded. Bing Yun changed the topic. "I heard from Army Commander Li that you have been in the lower dimension territory for the past 10 years. Is everything okay in the lower dimension territory?" Yang Kai replied, "Everything is fine in the lower dimension territory. There aren't any major issues." "That's good." Bing Yun nodded. Yang Kai originally thought that she had called him over because she had something important to discuss with him, but who would have thought that after they sat down, Bing Yun didn't have anything to say, so she just casually chatted with him. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all her questions. On the other hand, Bing Yun had been the Legion commander for many years. Yang Kai was new here and had some questions to ask her. Bing Yun did not hide anything and shared her experience of leading the army to fight against the demon race. Yang Kai felt that he had gained a lot, so he memorized it carefully. As the two of them chatted, Su Yan and Ji Yao were also whispering to each other behind their backs, smiling from time to time. Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, nor did he know why they were so happy. Half an hour later, while Bing Yun was drinking tea, Su Yan said, "Master, when Disciple was cultivating recently, Disciple's Emperor's core felt blocked when it traveled to Dantian. Is there a problem?" Bing Yun turned to look at her. Su Yan blushed and lowered her head. Bing Yun smiled. "Come with me. I'll check for you." "Yes." Su Yan responded respectfully and followed Bing Yun out of the tent. After the two of them left, Yang Kai frowned and looked at Ji Yao. "Junior Sister Yao, is there a problem with Su Yan's cultivation?" If there was a problem with cultivation, it was not a small matter. If it was light, one's emperor's core would reverse and impact the meridians. If it was serious, one's cultivation would go astray and become the demon race. Yang Kai couldn't help but worry. Why haven't I heard her mention it? Ji Yao faintly rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, then turned and walked into the tent. Kai Yang was bewildered by her actions, so he asked a few more questions. Who would have thought that Ji Yao still wouldn't pay attention to him? After entering the tent, she directly closed the bead curtain. Yang Kai was anxious and wanted to go out to see what was going on, but this was related to the secret of Ice Heart Valley's secret art. He wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, so he couldn't act rashly. After walking around the tent for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. His eyes darted around, and his breathing suddenly became heavy. Logically speaking, if there was a problem with Su Yan's cultivation, she should have told him. Moreover, Bing Yun didn't have to avoid him and directly took Su Yan away. Today's matter was a bit strange. Considering all this, Yang Kai came to the entrance of the tent and poked his head out to take a look, only to see that the outside of the tent was empty. The cultivator who had been standing guard outside was nowhere to be seen, and there were no patrols around. Retracting his head, Yang Kai sniffed and looked around with a guilty conscience before walking over to the bead curtain, clenching his fists and coughing lightly. Junior Sister Yao. There was no reply from the tent, but Yang Kai clearly heard Ji Yao's breathing become a little faster. Can I come in? Yang Kai asked again. There was still no reply from the tent. After waiting for a long time, Ji Yao's low voice called out, "Who's stopping you?" Her voice was soft and slightly resentful. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, lifted the bead curtain, and stepped into the tent. This should be Ji Yao's resting place, but it didn't have the usual lavish decorations. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley were relatively indifferent in temperament and didn't have much desire for luxurious living facilities. So Ji Yao's tent was clearly decorated at a glance. Only the pink curtain hanging above her bed added some color to this small space. At this moment, Ji Yao was sitting on the edge of the bed, her side facing Yang Kai. Her head was lowered like a statue, not moving at all. The candlelight flickered, illuminating her white cheeks. Rubbing his hands together, Kai Yang walked briskly, like old man Wang sneaking into Widow Li's house in the middle of the night. He was acting like a thief. Coming to Ji Yao's side, Yang Kai sat down and reached out to grab her soft shoulders. Ji Yao twisted her body to get rid of him, turning her back to him. Yang Kai chuckled and stretched out his hand to squeeze her shoulder. "What's wrong? Are you angry? Tell me, who provoked you?" Ji Yao sighed and whispered, "I don't have the face to see anyone." "What?" Yang Kai was puzzled by her words. "What do you mean, you don't have the face to see anyone?" Ji Yao sighed again, turned around, looked into Yang Kai's eyes, and said helplessly, "Why do you think Honored Master called you here to see you in my tent? Do you think little Junior Sister really has some kind of problem with her cultivation that she needs Honored Master's help?" Yang Kai had already thought of this, but at this moment he pretended not to know and asked in a stunned voice, "You mean?" Ji Yao blushed and said, "Honored Master deliberately came here to see you, and little Junior Sister casually found an excuse to leave with Honored Master in order to give you some space alone with me." Yang Kai's eyes widened. "They all know?" Ji Yao covered her face with her hand. "I really don't have the face to see little Junior Sister in the future. What should I do?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her hand away from her face, comforting her. "Even if that's the case, it's nothing. Since Senior Bing Yun and Su Yan know, then we don't have to be so sneaky in the future." "No." Ji Yao shook her head, her hair fluttering in the wind. "If little Junior Sister wasn't little Junior Sister, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But she is little Junior Sister. If this were to spread out as a Senior Sister, how could I steal Junior Sister's man?" "Then what should we do?" "They already know." Ji Yao bit her red lips, hesitation and struggle in her eyes. After a moment, she looked at Yang Kai and said miserably, "Let's not meet in private in the future. This is the last time." Yang Kai blinked. Before he could say anything, Ji Yao had already leaned over and lightly pressed her cold lips against his. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Yang Kai didn't have time to taste that touch of cold softness. Ji Yao had already stood up and said in a trembling voice, "Go." How could Yang Kai leave? He reached out and pulled Ji Yao into his arms. While she was gasping in surprise, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. For a moment, he was in a daze. His mind was in a mess on the fragrant bed. Two hot bodies were entangled. At first, Ji Yao resisted a little, but after 3 to 5 breaths, she was already panting heavily. Her arms were wrapped around Yang Kai's neck. Her clothes were messy. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Ji Yao didn't resist this time. In the past, when he took off her clothes, she would firmly defend it, but this time, she didn't resist at all. Encouraged by this, Yang Kai became even more ferocious. While he was busy, Yang Kai's movements suddenly paused. His eyes widened as he reached out and grabbed the quilt beside him, covering Ji Yao's messy clothes. Then he turned his head and looked over. Ji Yao was panting, her face flushed red. Gasping for breath, she said, "What?" As soon as she finished speaking, she realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be another person in the room. Thinking back carefully, there seemed to be an unusual fluctuation of energy just now. Ji Yao was shocked. Looking over, she saw a graceful figure standing beside the bed. The owner of the figure lifted the pink curtain and stared in front of her with a shocked expression. The person who came didn't seem to expect to see this scene. For a moment, she was in a daze. "Yuru Meng!" Ji Yao frowned. She immediately recognized the identity of the person who came. At the same time, she also knew how she appeared here. She must have activated the space spirit bead connected to Yang Kai. That was why she appeared here. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently. He laughed and said, "Rumeng, why are you here?" There was nothing more embarrassing than this. Yang Kai was half lying on Ji Yao's body. At this moment, he didn't know whether to get up or not. Even if it was a woman close to him, she would be ashamed to be seen like this. I just came to see you," Yu Meng said casually, "because I felt that you were nearby." With the heart seal secret technique, when Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield in the Western Territory, she had already sensed it. However, it was inconvenient for her to move during the day. Moreover, Yang Kai was new here, so he must be busy with many things. So, she thought that she would find him at night. Who knew that after activating the space spirit bead, she would appear in a woman's boudoir. After saying this, Yu Meng realized that it was others who should be panicking. Why should she be panicking? She immediately sneered. "This is really surprising. Ha ha." If the person on the bed with Yang Kai was Su Yan, Xianing Chong, or any other woman that Yu Meng knew, she wouldn't be surprised. However, the one lying under Yang Kai was Ji Yao. Yu Meng knew Ji Yao, and was no stranger to her. Chapter 3685. This... Yang Kai scratched his head and couldn't come up with a decent excuse for a long time. Yu Meng looked at Yang Kai and then at Ji Yao and sneered, "You've been busy for a long time and still haven't taken off your clothes. Aren't you too useless? Do you need my help?" Help? Help with what? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yu Meng glanced at Ji Yao and chuckled. This girl's primordial een hasn't faded yet. Obviously, she's still a virgin. If it's her first time tonight, there will be a lot of unfamiliarity. I'll look after her and pass on some experience to her. Cough. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little weak. He didn't know if Yu Meng was talking out of anger or something else. Yu Meng curled her lips and said, "If you want to eat, then eat. What are you afraid of? You have so many women. Have I ever cared about you? Anyway, it's just one more." As she spoke, she suddenly smiled, and her beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring light. "Why don't you and I do a demonstration first, and let my sister watch from the side?" Not only did she say this, but Yu Rumeng also really put it into action. Her delicate body flashed, and she had already climbed onto the bed and sat on top of Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately froze on the spot. Ji Yao also couldn't bear it and quickly jumped down from the other side of the bed. She bit her red lips and said, You guys talk, I'll go outside and take a look." She fled in panic. Behind her came Yu Rumeng's charming laughter. After Ji Yao left, Yu Rumeng looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly with a smile. A pair of jade hands gently stroked Yang Kai's chest, giving him a strange feeling of numbness. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "This is not good. After all, this is Ji Yao's room. Isn't this like a turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest? Why don't we change a place? Don't you think this is very exciting?" Yu Rumeng bent down and looked at him with charming eyes. Yang Kai shook his head, then nodded vigorously. Yu Rumeng's jade-like hands wandered up and down her chest. Her clothes were gradually unbuttoned. Yu Rumeng's breathing quickened. She blew air into Yang Kai's ear while she spoke. Her voice was almost sleep-talking. "When did you get together with her?" "Not long, not long." Yang Kai reached out his hands and held her slim waist. Yu Rumeng swatted away his mischievous hands and assumed a posture of wanting to take the initiative. She chuckled and said, "No wonder people say that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a mistress. It turns out that you like this kind of thing. There's no such thing." Yang Kai flatly denied, his blood boiling. "Originally, when Su Yan and the others sent me a letter to form an alliance, I didn't want to bother with them. But now it seems, Yang Kai was stunned. "Su Yan and the others want to form an alliance with you? What alliance? Oh, you're also communicating with Su Yan?" Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "They are all your women, so naturally I should get to know them. In the past 10 years when you were not here, although I didn't see them much, I did send them a lot of messages. My sisters are not bad, but there are a lot of them. However, you are strong and full of tricks, so I don't think they will be left alone in the future." "What kind of alliance do they want to form with you?" Yang Kai asked. He had an ominous premonition. Yu Rumeng laughed again and again. "What alliance? They just want to say that in the face of a great enemy, you, as the army commander, should lead by example and not be too self-indulgent." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "Did you agree with them?" "Why would I agree with them?" Yu Rumeng sneered. "This queen does not need others to tell her what to do." "That makes sense. You absolutely can't agree with them." Yang Kai nodded fiercely. Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly. "I didn't agree at first, but now it seems." As she spoke, she suddenly twisted Yang Kai's waist with so much force that Yang Kai's face distorted, and he let out a strange cry. "It's time to form an alliance with them. Anyway, you can sneak outside. Why do you need us sisters to serve you?" The strange cry alarmed Ji Yao in the outer tent. Ji Yao asked nervously, What's wrong?" Yu Rumeng reached out and covered Yang Kai's mouth, not letting him speak. She gasped and said, No, nothing." There was no movement in the outer tent, and it was quiet. After a while, Yu Rumeng turned over and got out of bed, coldly snorting, "Stinky thing." Without giving Yang Kai a chance to speak again, she stepped out. After a few steps, she suddenly thought of something and reached out to ruffle her hair and wrinkle her dress. She opened the bead curtain and came to the outer tent. Ji Yao looked over in horror, her beautiful eyes widening. Yu Rumeng's face was flushed red, her charming eyes like a moisturized flower, smiling sweetly at her. "Tonight, he's yours." She walked out of the tent and soared into the sky. Ji Yao looked outside and then back at the inner tent, frowning and hesitating for a long time, but still feeling a little uneasy. She quickly walked in. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai lying on the big bed, his eyes lifeless, as if his body had been hollowed out. Ji Yao's eyes reddened as she walked forward and helped him up, leaning against him. Distressed, how could this be? What did she do to you? Yang Kai glanced at her and sighed, unable to speak. He couldn't tell her that it was because Yu Rumeng didn't do anything to him that he was like this. Originally, it was a good thing, but with Yu Rumeng's interference he lost all interest, so he got up and dressed. After a while, Yang Kai and Ji Yao walked out of the tent. Su Yan was already waiting outside. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Su Yan frowned. Did Rumeng come just now? You saw her? Yang Kai blushed. Su Yan said, Honored Master said that she sensed Rumeng's aura. Why did she come? She looked at Ji Yao worriedly, wanting to ask if she disturbed them, but she couldn't bring herself to ask. Yang Kai stammered for a while, unable to say anything. The two bid farewell and Ji Yao sent them off. After returning to the GZ Army's encampment, Su Yan returned to Tianfeng Town's camp, while Yang Kai returned to the commander's tent alone. Hyoji came to report that the GZ Army had just arrived at the encampment today and had already set up camp. He asked for instructions on how to train the army. This was not a small matter. Yang Kai also knew that the GZ Army had just been formed and had not yet fought a battle against the demon race, so their foundation was not stable. However, there was no battle to fight now, so they could only train on their own. He immediately gathered his thoughts and summoned the 10 leaders of the town to discuss training matters. Most of the leaders of the town had been tempered on the battlefield, so their understanding of military matters was much greater than Yang Kai's. Each of them expressed their own opinions, and Hyoji learned from their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. After summarizing everything, they quickly came up with a plan. Yang Kai passed down the order. When there was no battle, the army was to train according to the plan. The leaders of the town loudly agreed. When the meeting was adjourned, it was already late at night. Yang Kai was just about to enter his tent to rest when a guard came in and reported, Master, Ling Shi's fan commander. Master, Exon, Yu has made some food and is bringing it over. Yang Kai did not react at first, but after thinking for a while, he realized that the so-called fan commander was most likely referring to Shan Qing Luo. Overjoyed, he raised his hand and said, Tell her to come in. Yes. The guard obeyed and left. A moment later, Shan Qing Luo's waist swayed gracefully as she walked in carrying a food box. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, she politely bowed. This humble servant greets Sir. Sir must be tired, so this humble servant has prepared some snacks for Sir. Yang Kai laughed. There are no outsiders, so don't be so polite. Come, let me see what delicious food you made. Today, Yang Kai had been tormented by his women. First, he hit a wall with Su Yan. Then, he failed with Ji Yao. Then, he was caught in bed by Yu Rumeng. At this time, Shan Qing Luo was so considerate that Yang Kai was really touched. Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She walked forward and put the box of food on the table. Then, with a twist of her waist, she turned around and sat on Yang Kai's lap. Yang Kai hugged her and reached out to open the box of food. His expectation turned into shock. There's nothing. The food box was empty. There wasn't any food in it. Shan Qing Luo smiled coquettishly. Her plump buttocks rubbed against Yang Kai's thighs. It was shockingly elastic. Her tender body was also burning hot. She reached out to draw circles on Yang Kai's chest and said in a soft voice, There is, but I don't know if it's the husband's taste. After saying that, she tapped her red lips and smiled gently. Yang Kai understood what she meant. He immediately became vigilant. Did your eldest sister send you to test me? Shan Qing Luo smiled even more happily. She reached out and waved at Yang Kai, indicating for him to come closer. Yang Kai leaned back and shook his head like a rattledrum. He said vigilantly, "If I go closer, won't my wives immediately activate the space spirit bead to catch me in the act?" Shan Qing Luo was so angry that she laughed. She reached out to grab Yang Kai's ear and pulled him closer. She put her red lips on Yang Kai's and exhaled. "I was the one who suggested the alliance and left you alone." Yang Kai was furious. He was about to teach her a lesson when he saw her sly smile. He suddenly understood. "You want to eat alone?" Shan Qing Luo smiled sweetly. "So what if I do?" Yang Kai was shocked. "How dare you? Let your eldest sister and the others know later. That's my business." Shan Qing Luo raised 2 fingers and lifted Yang Kai's chin. She blew air at him. "I don't know if husband has the guts. If you don't, all Luo can leave now." Yang Kai sneered. He picked up Shan Qing Luo by the waist and strode into the tent. "Let me see if tonight's supper is to my taste." Shan Qing Luo hugged Yang Kai's neck and couldn't stop giggling. The GZ army was at its peak, and its lineup was unprecedentedly strong. When comparing the strength of an army, the GZ army was definitely a giant among the 55 armies in the astral boundary. The other armies couldn't compare to them. The strong soldiers and fierce generals added luster to Yang Kai's face. On the second day after the army set up camp, all the commanders of the various armies came to visit. Yang Kai got to know quite a few people. When the commanders observed the army's drill, they couldn't help but reveal envious expressions. They wished that they could take his place and lead this army to attack the demon's den and flatten the demon's territory. Yang Kai handed the army over to Hyoji. He had nothing to do. During the day, he received the commanders of the various armies and chatted with many reclusive experts to improve their relationship. At night, he ate the supper that Aluo sent over. The days passed quickly. After a few busy days, the GZ army finally calmed down. Chapter 3686. On the Seven Mist Seas side, the spirit array that surrounded the passage between the 2 worlds was still being set up. The mobilization of the various armies and the adjustment of the spirit array was not something that could be completed in a day or 2. According to Li Wu Yi's estimation, it would be considered fast if the spirit array could be completed within half a year. Therefore, the Seven Mist Sea had issued an order that the passage between the 2 worlds would be opened in half a year and a year at the latest. At that time, the decisive battle with the demon race would begin. The various armies of the star boundary were eager to fight. Yang Kai had returned to the lower star territory. He was proficient in space principles and had obtained the approval of the star boundary. He had refined the star territory's source. If he wanted to return to the star territory, he did not need to go through the star court. He had an advantage that other star territories did not have. Last time, it took him more than 10 years to create the star boundary and refine the star boundary before he finally separated the small sealed world from the second territory. This time, he wanted to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead. He had this idea because he was awakened by Fu Renjia's words. Fu Renjia was right. If he had a space artifact, it would be very convenient for the various armies of the star boundary, whether it was marching, fighting, or taking the enemy by surprise. Refining a space artifact was a piece of cake for Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, the meteorites and dead stars that he had refined before could be regarded as space artifact. If it was in Yang Kai's hands, it would be able to accommodate living people and take in living creatures. But those without space principles would not be able to use them. Therefore, the only problem in front of him now was how to let those who did not understand space principles activate the power of these artifacts. With the precedent of the space spirit bead as a reference, it would not be difficult to solve this problem. Yang Kai was confident that he could solve this problem before the decisive battle, but it would take some time to refine them. In the core of a small dead star, Yang Kai woke up as if he had fallen asleep. The space principles turned into invisible vibrations that spread out and affected the entire dead star. Under the effect of the space principle, the size of the dead star strangely shrank. After an unknown period of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes once more, the Death Star had already transformed into a round pearl. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to pick up the round pearl and then frowned as he sized it up for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he put it away. Half a day later, Yang Kai appeared beside Su Yan in the Western Territories GZ Army camp. Su Yan was meditating in her own tent. She sat cross-legged on the bed. At first glance, she saw Yang Kai appear beside her. She thought that he was going to do something bad. She blushed and said, "Husband, don't mess around. It's still daytime. If you mess around, I will call for help." "Why are you calling me?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and pulled her up. "Come with me." Su Yan was stunned. "Where are we going?" "To test out something," Yang Kai casually explained. When they left the tent, they happened to encounter a group of patrolling soldiers. When the patrol captain saw Yang Kai and Su Yan walk out of the tent together, he immediately waved his hand and led his team away. "Stop!" Yang Kai shouted from behind. The patrol captain's body stiffened. He slowly turned around and said with a sad face, "Master, this subordinate didn't see anything." After saying this, he looked at his subordinates and asked, "Did you see anything?" Everyone shook their heads like a rattle drum. Su Yan blushed. She didn't know whether she should explain or not. Yang Kai led her to the patrol captain and stuffed the bead in his hand into her hand. He pointed to the patrol captain and said, "Take him in." Su Yan looked down at the round pearl in her hand, and her beautiful eyes lit up. "Did you succeed?" Before Yang Kai left, he had told the higher-ups of the army about his plan. So when Su Yan heard this, she thought that Yang Kai had succeeded. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know. That's why I asked you to try." Su Yan nodded. She stood in front of the patrol captain and held the round pearl in her hand. Her emperor chi and divine sense surged, enveloping the area in front of her. Opposite her, the patrol captain trembled like a quail without a nest in winter. With a sad face, he said, "Master, this subordinate really didn't see anything." "Shut up!" Yang Kai interrupted him. The patrol captain immediately fell silent, and his body trembled. After a while, Su Yan's emperor chi calmed down, and she withdrew her divine sense. She looked at Yang Kai and shook her head. "It's useless." She tried several times, but couldn't take the person opposite her into the round pearl. Sure enough, Yang Kai wasn't too disappointed. He took back the thing in Su Yan's hand and frowned, wondering where the problem was. With a soft gulp, the patrol captain, who had been standing in place and didn't dare to move, gulped nervously. He didn't know what would happen if he interrupted the two masters' plan. Yang Kai looked up and asked, "Why are you still standing here?" The patrol captain whispered, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go patrol." "Yes." The patrol captain, Rumeng, hurriedly saluted and led his team away. Yang Kai stood there for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, the higher-ups of the army came to visit him. However, Su Yan knew that he must have thought of something important, so she ordered people to set up defenses around him. She even personally guarded him, not allowing anyone to come close. 3 days later, Yang Kai raised his brow and revealed a look of joy. Grinning meaningfully, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky, disappearing in an instant. This time, Yang Kai stayed in the lower territory for much longer than the last time. Last time, he only spent half a month, but this time, it took him a full 2 months before he appeared. He still appeared directly in Su Yan's tent, With the previous experience, Su Yen was more experienced and didn't rashly warn him again. The two of them left the tent together and met with a group of patrolling soldiers. As they stared at each other, the patrol captain's face darkened. Why is it like this again? Last time, it was like this. He had been scared for nothing for a while. 2 months later, a similar scene appeared again. He secretly made up his mind to never patrol this area again. Not daring to run, he braced himself and walked up, cupping his fists and saying, "Greetings, master." Yang Kai looked at him and muttered, "Why do I feel like you look familiar? Are you a disciple of the High Heaven Palace?" The patrol captain replied respectfully, replying to Master, "This lowly one has always wanted to join the High Heaven Palace, but did not have the good fortune to do so." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. In the face of danger, serving in the GZ army is the same. This king now has an important task for you, one that concerns the survival of the star boundary. The patrol captain was flattered and straightened his back. "Master, please instruct this lowly one. This lowly one will do his best until the day he dies." "It's not that serious. Just stand still and don't resist." Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yen. "Take him." Su Yen circulated her emperor chi and poured it into the round bead in her hand, her divine sense surging towards the patrol captain. In the next moment, the patrol captain suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a few soldiers looking at each other. Yang Kai laughed loudly and couldn't help but pick up Su Yen next to him and spin her around a few times. Su Yen cried out in surprise, and when Yang Kai put her down, her face was as red as blood. The few patrol soldiers in front of them all stared with wide eyes, dumbfounded. When they came to their senses, they hurriedly looked up at the sky or down at the ground. "Try taking a few more." Yang Kai waved his hand and said. Su Yen was a little embarrassed, but when she heard this, she decisively stopped hesitating and circulated her emperor chi, taking the few people in front of her into her bead. Immediately, she felt much less embarrassed. "Try a few more and see where the limit is." Yang Kai led Su Yen through the camp, leaving behind a barren land. Wherever they went half an hour later, Hyoji stopped Yang Kai and Su Yen somewhere in the camp, his expression solemn. "Master, something has happened." "What happened?" Yang Kai frowned. Seeing his expression, something big must have happened. Hyoji said in a deep voice, "This lowly one suspects that someone has broken into the camp." Yang Kai's face sank. Who would be so bold? Hyoji shook his head and looked around vigilantly. "I don't know yet, but the intruder is definitely a master. He quietly wiped out more than 70 of our patrol teams without making a sound, and there were no signs of a fight. This lowly one has quietly ordered all the main towns to investigate the camp and find the intruder. Master, why do you have such an expression?" Yang Kai turned to look at Su Yen and said, "Master Fu, the commander of the Wuyin army, asked me to reserve this thing. Send it to him when you have time. Also, tell him that this thing is closely related to one's spiritual energy cultivation, so tell him not to exhaust himself." "Oh." Su Yen nodded obediently. "I'll continue with my work." Yang Kai coughed lightly and ignored Hyoji communicating with the star territory source, and his figure quickly blurred. Hyoji frowned. "Where is Master going? What about the intruder?" Su Yen glanced at him and sighed softly, tossing the round bead in his hand to Hyoji. Hyoji caught it with a puzzled expression. He used his divine sense to explore it, and the next moment his face lit up with joy. "Master succeeded?" Su Yen nodded. "This is a joyous occasion. With the help of this thing, my star boundary army—" Hyoji suddenly frowned. "No one broke into the camp, right? Those patrol teams that disappeared were all taken in here?" Su Yen nodded again. "He told me to do it." Hyoji blinked and let out a long sigh. It was really tiring to have such a boss, but the birth of the space artifact in his hand diluted some of his dissatisfaction. He quickly pulled himself together and said, "What is this thing called? I see that the space inside is not small. It's more than enough to accommodate any army." Su Yen said he called it the One Realm Bead. The space inside is not small, but if you want to take living things in, you need to expend your spiritual energy. The amount you can take in is closely related to your spiritual energy cultivation. One Realm Bead. Hyoji raised his eyebrows. Is this derived from the sealed world bead? That's quite appropriate. I wonder, with Madam's cultivation, how many people can you take in at once without damaging your combat strength? Su Yen replied, I tried for a long time just now, and I feel that it shouldn't be a problem to take in 3,000 people at once. Even if there is a consumption, it won't affect my combat strength too much. Chapter 3687. 3,000. Hyoji's eyes flashed. Su Yen was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, so her soul wasn't that strong. If she could obtain 3,000, then he would definitely be able to obtain even more. If that was the case for First-Order Emperors, then what about Second-Order Emperors? Third-Order Emperors? What about False Emperors? Since the function of the One Realm Bead was closely related to one's soul cultivation, then naturally, the higher one's soul cultivation, the more effective it would be. Holding the One Realm Bead, Hyoji said, Madam, I feel that we shouldn't hand this over to Master Fu for now. I want to find more people to test its functions first. Anyway, the Master is still refining it, so it won't be too late to give one to the Master later. As for the Master, I will explain it to him. I won't let him be a villain who goes back on his word. Su Yen heard this and said, The Master has instructed that when he's not around, Yao Zhong army should act according to his discretion. Hyoji smiled. Many thanks, madam. After the birth of the first One Realm Bead, the news spread like wildfire. After all, Yang Kai and Su Yen had taken in more than 70 patrol teams when they were testing it. Although Hyoji had immediately issued a gag order, the news of the One Realm Bead still spread quickly. The GZ Army's camp became lively again. All the army commanders came to visit, but when they couldn't find Yang Kai, they stared at Hyoji. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the One Realm Bead in Hyoji's hand, like hungry wolves staring at delicious food. Fu Renjia said that Yang Kai had promised to give it to him, so he confidently asked Hyoji for it. How could the other army commanders agree? The counterattack was imminent, and with the One Realm Bead in hand, it could play a huge role in crucial moments. At this time, no one was polite to Fu Renjia when Zishan said that Yang Kai was an elder of Azure Sun Temple, so the One Realm Bead should belong to Azure Sun Temple and should be safeguarded by him. Lei Hong said that Yang Kai was born in the Southern Territory and received the legacy of the great emperors. Now, it was time for him to return the favor. For a time, everyone, whether they were familiar with Yang Kai or not, argued in the GZ Army's camp. Some hot-tempered people even rolled up their sleeves to fight. Fortunately, the One Realm Bead was in the hands of Hyoji. Although Hyoji's cultivation wasn't very high, only at the Second-Order Emperor realm, he was the son of the great emperors. Even if the various army commanders were jealous of the One Realm Bead in his hands, they could only play the emotional card. If it were someone else who was in charge of the One Realm Bead, it would have been snatched away long ago. Even Bing Yun, who had always been aloof from worldly affairs, got involved. He specially called Su Yen over to ask about the One Realm Bead. Su Yen was at her wit's end after the Bingtian army incident. She contacted Yang Kai, but there was no response. She knew that Yang Kai was probably focused on refining the Realm Bead, so she could only wait quietly. After half a month of arguing, the matter alarmed the Seven Fog Sea. Li Wu ordered Hyoji to send the One Realm Bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Army Commander Li said that he would study it properly. Others were afraid of Hyoji's identity as the son of the great emperors, but Li Wu wasn't. Hyoji didn't dare to disobey the orders of the army commander. So, he obediently sent the One Realm bead to the Seven Fog Sea. Hyoji returned from the Seven Fog Sea and glared coldly at the group of army commanders. Everyone knew that the One Realm bead probably wouldn't return after going to the Seven Fog Sea. Now, they could only wait for Yang Kai to return from Star Territory and see if he could bring back more One Realm beads. Therefore, even though the One Realm bead was gone, the army commanders still stayed in the GZ army. Hyoji couldn't chase them away, no matter how hard he tried. Needless to say, they were extremely annoying. Yang Kai's wives were surrounded by countless female experts from various armies. Women were usually easier to talk to. The army commanders couldn't find a breakthrough from Hyoji, so they could only set their sights on Yang Kai's wives and take the roundabout route to save their country. In Star Territory, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he found out about this. He didn't expect the One Realm bead to be so popular. However, after thinking about it, a space artifact that could store living things had never appeared before. Now that they were about to launch a counterattack, the army commanders were naturally envious. He sent a message back to Hyoji and asked him to pass on the message. As long as there was enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for the army commanders to get a One Realm bead on the day he returned. After the news spread, the GZ army finally stopped, and the army commanders returned to their respective armies. Refining the One Realm bead wasn't difficult. Apart from the first One Realm bead, which took Yang Kai a lot of effort, he simplified the refinement process. After all, the army commanders only had a maximum of 1 million people, and most of them only had a few 100,000 people. Taking into account the army commanders' cultivation bases, it would be enough as long as the One Realm bead could hold a few 100,000 people. The larger the space, the longer the refinement process would take. In order to increase efficiency, there was no need to go through so much trouble like the first One Realm bead. There wasn't much of a difference in finding a bigger meteorite to refine. One by one, the One Realm beads were born in Yang Kai's hands. Basically, he could refine one every 5 to 6 days. However, there were more than 50 army commanders in the astral plane. If he wanted to ensure that every army commander had one, time was a little tight. Time passed. Beside the passage between the two realms, the army commanders rested their heads on their spears. With these army commanders as the core of the formation was about to take shape. Everyone knew that the day of the counterattack was not far away. Every cultivator grasped this final moment and worked hard to increase their cultivation base and strength in order to increase their chances of survival on the battlefield. The night was pitch black. Dark clouds covered the sun, and there wasn't the slightest bit of light between heaven and earth. The army commanders' camps were quiet, and patrols were constantly coming and going. The world trembled slightly, and a figure suddenly appeared in the void. It was as if it had always been there. The figure couldn't be seen clearly, and its face couldn't be seen clearly. Its entire body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious darkness. The figure raised its head and quietly looked at the sky. 1,000 miles away, in the demon race's camp, Yu Rumeng, who was meditating cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes. She jumped down from her bed and floated out of the tent. At the same time, the curtains of 2 nearby tents opened, and Chang Tian and Bei Liemo appeared at the same time, looking at each other. Bei Liemo turned her head and looked at the place where the passage between the two worlds was originally located. Frowning, she asked, "You too also felt it?" Chang Tian nodded silently, his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were deep, piercing through the void, silently colliding with the pair of eyes 1,000 miles away. Yu Rumeng was puzzled. Why is he here? Wasn't he injured by iron blood and serene soul? What is he doing here at this time? Bei Liemo giggled. Maybe he's here to court death. Yu Rumeng glanced at her coldly. Is it funny? Bei Liemo curled her lips. Your man hasn't been here recently. Are you not satisfied? Why are you venting your anger on this old lady? If you are really not satisfied, this old lady will help you find a few men to vent your anger. Scram. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. Bei Liemo and Chang Tian also noticed it and looked in that direction. They saw several streams of light chasing after them, each exuding an earth-shattering aura. Surprisingly, they were the great emperors of Star Boundary. The great emperors obviously also noticed it and immediately rushed to the battlefield from the Seven Fog Sea. Although they were far away, they all glanced in this direction. Chang Tian nodded gently, which was considered a greeting to the great emperors. The majesty of the great emperors filled the air, and the 55 armies of Star Boundary were alarmed. In an instant, every camp was lively, and countless cultivators walked out of their tents and looked at the source of the light with admiration. With a few swishing sounds, 3 streams of light cut through the sky and appeared in front of the various armies, revealing 3 figures. Even in the dark night, the 3 figures were dazzling. Those who had seen the great emperors proudly explained to their companions that this was the Iron Blood Great Emperor, this was the Serene Soul Great Emperors, and this was the martial beast. The 3 great emperors stood side by side with the Star Boundary army behind them and darkness in front of them, a darkness that seemed to be able to swallow everything. In the GZ army, Hyoji stood in front, and the various commanders stood behind him. Yang Kai was not here, so Hyoji was in charge. After observing for a while, Hyoji frowned in confusion. Why did the great emperors suddenly come here? Who would know something that even he did not know? Hyoji did not give up and looked back at the various commanders. Did any of you hear anything before this? Everyone shook their heads. That's strange. Hyoji was puzzled. Zhu Qing said, the great emperors seemed to be confronting someone. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at her. Hyoji asked, are you sure? Zhu Qing slowly shook her head. I can't see clearly, but there is indeed someone there. There was a collective gasp. If Zhu Qing had not said this, they would not have understood. But with her reminder, they all focused their eyes and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a blurry figure on the other side of the passage between the 2 realms. Great emperors of Night Shadow. Hyoji exclaimed, if there was anyone in this world that could make the 3 great emperors work together and confront them, it could only be the other great emperors. And right now, in the Star Boundary, there was only one person standing opposite the great emperors. Western Territory, Shadow Great Emperors of Night Shadow. Zhu Lai asked the same question as Yu Rumeng. Wasn't he injured by the Iron Blood Master and the Serene Soul Master? Why would he appear here? It was no secret that Kan Yi had been injured. Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor and the Serene Soul Great Emperors worked together to pursue Kan Yi. After a shocking battle, Kan Yi was defeated and was hit by the Iron Blood. He went into hiding and did not appear until today. Maybe he has recovered. Fu Lingtian answered. Zhu Lai slowly shook his head. Not to mention whether the great emperors could recover in such a short time. Even if they had recovered, they should not appear here. To him, enemies were everywhere on the battlefield, so it was unwise to go in alone. No one understood Kan Ye's intentions. Zhu Lai faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Hyoji obviously thought of this as well, and his expression was extremely solemn. As one of the great emperors, Kan Yi could not be so stupid. Since he appeared, he must have a purpose. No matter what that purpose was, it would not be a good thing for the Star Boundary. Fortunately, the 3 great emperors had sensed his presence and rushed over immediately. No matter what scheme Kinyi had, they should be able to stop it in time. Besides, Hyoji turned his head and looked in another direction. He had heard that there were 3 demon saints from the demon race there. Since those 3 had defected to the star boundary, they would definitely not sit idly by. 6 against 1. How could Kinyi win? Chapter 3688. There was no clash of auras, no clash of energy. Iron Blood, Serene Soul, and Beast Warrior appeared at the same time and confronted Kinyi, who had come alone. They merely looked at each other through the void. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't want to kill Kinyi, but Kinyi wasn't easy to kill. Rashly making a move wouldn't help at all, and it might even implicate the Astral World army guarding the surroundings. Last time, Iron Blood and Serene Soul had joined hands to chase after Kinyi, but in the end, they only managed to injure him. The great emperor's night shadow, who had the shadow demon bloodline, was unparalleled in the art of concealment and escape. If he wanted to hide, no one would expect to find his tracks. Heaven's Revelations was already acting in secret, and Flower Shadow and Ice Feather were also quietly coordinating. They were only waiting for Heaven's Revelations to divine that sliver of fate and lock onto Kinyi's aura. At that time, he would have nowhere to go. There was a long silence. The oppressive atmosphere was like the darkness before the storm, pressing down on everyone's hearts and making it difficult to breathe. Are you a man or a woman? Mo Huang was the first to break the silence. He had kept this question in his heart for a long time, and it was very uncomfortable to not ask it face to face. Iron Blood and Serene Soul slowly turned to look at him. Mo Huang shrugged. Aren't you guys curious? Anyway, I'm dying of curiosity. Iron Blood and Serene Soul retracted their gazes and looked at Kinyi together. Kinyi didn't answer, as if he didn't hear them. Mo Huang was a little embarrassed and curled his lips. Why are you here? Iron Blood asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and vigorous. Just by listening to his question, it seemed like he was just exchanging pleasantries between old friends, not a confrontation between life and death enemies. Kinyi still didn't answer, and stood rooted to the ground like a wooden stake. The 3 great emperors looked at each other, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but they were also happy to stall for time. Serene Soul silently contacted Heaven's Revelations and asked how much longer they would need to completely lock onto Kinyi's aura. They only needed to wait for Heaven's Revelations to succeed, and then they would launch an attack and fight to the death. Heaven's Revelations was obviously busy and didn't have time to respond. Gao Zhan's disciple replied, using divination to lock onto the aura of a great emperor, even if the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations, who claimed to know the past and the future, personally acted, it was still not an easy task. What's more, things had happened so suddenly that Heaven's Revelations didn't have time to make much preparations. Whether the secret technique would succeed was also unknown. Serene Soul received the reply and secretly sent a message to Iron Blood and Beast Warrior. The 2 secretly smacked their lips when they heard it. A stick of incense wasn't long, but it also depended on who they were delaying, as one of the great emperors. Even if Kinyi appeared here, it was impossible for him to be unprepared. Whether they could delay him or not, no one was sure. However, the worst-case scenario would be a group attack. In any case, the great emperors wouldn't be at a disadvantage if they worked together. However, if they alerted the enemy, it would be wishful thinking to get rid of Kinyi once and for all. Can you turn back? Zhan Wuhan asked again, his face full of sincerity. You were born in the Star Realm and grew up in the Star Realm. You obtained the recognition of this world and became one of the great emperors. Why do you work for the demon race and destroy millions of lives? Serene Soul also said, if you turn back, we'll let bygones be bygones. Beast Warrior said, but you have to first tell us whether you're a man or a woman. Haha. Under the night sky, a light laugh was heard. Kenyi, who hadn't moved or responded since he appeared, finally spoke. It seemed to be scornful, disdainful, mocking, and sarcastic. The voice entered everyone's ears and was extremely clear. However, the strange thing was that no one could deduce Kenye's gender from this voice. The voice wasn't unpleasant to the ears. In fact, it was very pleasing to the ears. However, just by listening to this voice, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a man, but it was also possible to say that he was a woman. No one had heard such a strange voice before. Hyoji already felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly turned to look at Suyen and said, "Send a message to Master and inform him of the situation here." Suyen replied, "I've already sent a message." Yang Kai had previously instructed that if something big happened here, he must be informed immediately. Kan Ye's appearance on the battlefield was a big matter, so Su Yen immediately contacted Yang Kai. "What did Master say?" Hyoji asked. Su Yen shook his head. No response. "Maybe he's busy." Hyoji frowned and didn't hesitate in the slightest. He ordered, "Everyone quickly return to your respective camps. Clear your troops and remain vigilant in case of any unexpected events." The people who were waiting to watch a good show heard this, and all agreed, quickly returning to their respective camps. The personal guard beside him swallowed and asked Hyoji, "Master, do you think they'll fight?" Hyoji said, "Yi Ying's appearance is a rare opportunity. How could the great emperors miss it?" After saying that, he shook his head. "However, I'm afraid we can't interfere in the battle between the great emperors. We can only try to protect ourselves. If the great emperors fought, the aftermath of the energy would wreak havoc, and it would definitely be a world-shattering situation." On the other side, Kenyi stopped laughing and suddenly shouted, "Duo?" His hands, which had been hidden in his sleeves all this time, shot out at lightning speed and formed a seal in front of him. His emperor's chi surged, and in an instant the heavens shook and the earth trembled. A buzzing sound came from all parts of the star realm. A sudden change. Zhan Wuhan had already made his move. He had been paying attention to Kenye's every move, and when Kenye spoke, he had already taken a step forward. He didn't seem to move at all, but his entire person had already rushed in front of Kenye and lightly punched out. The fist seemed weak, but it shattered the void, and a crimson bloody light blossomed on the fist. Following closely behind Ironblood was the martial beast. It wasn't that Mo Huang's reaction was slower than Ironblood's, but that he had made his move at the same time that Ironblood had made his move. Which of the 10 great emperors of the Star Realm had an undeserved reputation? A faintly discernible bestial roar came from Mo Huang's body. He waved his hand in the air, and his thick hand grasped an axe. The axe was covered in rust, like a woodcutter's axe that had been left unused for many years. But when this axe chopped down at Kenyi, the sky changed color. Serene's soul stood in place and didn't follow, but her divine sense surged like a tide. A formless divine sense attack had already turned into a divine sense spear that shot towards Kenye's mind. Kenye moved, and the 3 great emperors moved. A great battle was about to erupt. Things happened in a hurry, and no one reacted in time. If there was enough time, Ironblood and the others would be more willing to wait until Heaven's Revelations was used before making their move. But Kenyi obviously wouldn't give them this opportunity. He came here alone, and without even a word of communication, he had already made the first move. The entire world revolved around the 4 great emperors, and everything quickly retreated. The 4 of them were at the center of the world. A world-destroying punch came crashing down, an axe that could turn the universe upside down, and that ferocious divine sense spear. Even though Kenyi was also one of the great emperors, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending if he were to take these attacks head-on. At this moment of life and death, Kenyi actually didn't move. Iron Blood raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. But at this moment, the arrow was already nocked, and he had no choice but to release it. The power of his fist was much more ferocious, as if it wanted to shatter heaven and earth. The instant the fist was about to touch him, ripples suddenly appeared behind Kenyi's back, and a black spot the size of a dustpan appeared behind him. In the first place, it was the darkest time before dawn, but that black spot was darker than any other darkness. As soon as the black spot appeared, it suddenly expanded, and in an instant, it transformed from the size of a dustpan into a black spot with a radius of more than 100 feet. Zhang Wuhen's fist landed on Kenyi's body, but strangely, he didn't feel any force. His whole body directly passed through Kenyi's body and plunged into the black spot, disappearing without a trace. Mo Huang's axe struck down, but also returned without any effect. The axe cut through Kenyi's body, and there wasn't the slightest bit of blood. Mo Huang humphed coldly. He knew that Kenyi's secret technique should be a technique similar to turning reality into nothingness. It looked like it didn't feel any force, but in reality, it was just an ingenious method of neutralizing the attack. Zhang Wuhen's axe was raised diagonally again, and his emperor's origin surged madly. The shockwaves spread outwards, and with the axe as the center, the surrounding space shattered. At the same time, Serene Soul's divine sense attack arrived, with the combined power of the three great emperors. Even if Kenyi turned reality into nothingness, he still couldn't block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew backwards, his aura rapidly declining. In an instant, Kenyi was seriously injured. Mo Huang still wanted to pursue him, but Kenyi flung his cloak, and his figure quickly disappeared. Mo Huang's brows were tightly furrowed. He could only faintly feel that Kenyi hadn't left, and was still nearby, but he couldn't find any trace of him at all. The concealment technique of the great emperors was unparalleled in the world. This is bad. Serene Soul stared at the black spot, her expression grave. Just now, Kenyi had endured a round of fierce attacks from the three great emperors in order to use the secret technique. After using the secret technique, the black spot had appeared. Serene Soul detected a familiar aura from it. It was the aura of the demon territory. Behind the black spot, there was another world. The passage between the two worlds sealed by Yang Kai had been reopened. Bastard. What a waste of the trust this world had in him. Traitorous dog. Mo Huang was furious. He knew that Kenyi was nearby, so he cursed very harshly, not caring at all about his and the others' identities as great emperors. Though he looked rough as great emperors, which one of them wasn't a meticulous person, in this short instant, he already understood how Kenyi had broken the seal. Kenyi was one of the great emperors of the Star Realm and was recognized by the world, but he also had the bloodline of the Shadow Demon and was related to both the Star Realm and the Demon Territory. It was this connection between the two worlds that allowed him to use himself as a bridge to connect the two worlds and open a passage. Others couldn't imitate this, not even other great emperors. The Demon Saint in the Demon Territory couldn't do it either. In the whole world, only Kenyi had this ability. It wasn't hard to understand this after the fact, but no one had expected Kenyi to do this. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. However, when connecting the two worlds, Kenyi would also be attacked by the two worlds and would have to pay a price. But now that Kenyi was hiding, no one knew what the price was. Wu Hen went in. Yao Jun looked at the black spot, raised his eyebrows, and said, he's back. Within the black spot, Zhang Wuhen's figure flew back quickly, his face slightly pale. After he steadied himself, the hand behind his back trembled slightly. His sharp eyes stared at the black spot in front of him, and he shouted, "He's here." Chapter 3689. What? Mo Huang stared blankly at Zhang Wuhen. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, his expression turned cold as he looked at the black spot in front of him. A pair of huge palms suddenly stretched out from the black spot and grabbed both sides of the black spot. Then, with a push, the black spot suddenly expanded, turning into a huge black hole. Inside the black hole, several figures of varying heights and sizes were lined up in a row. These figures had crossed over from another world, but they seemed to be strolling leisurely. When they stepped out of the darkness and revealed themselves, the pressure of the demon saint suddenly swept out, causing the astral plane to tremble. In the east, the first rays of dawn were slightly tipsy as the sun rose. The demon saint from the demon territory had all appeared. Mo Huang bared his teeth and finally understood what Zhang Wuhen meant. The demon saint had crossed over. He also finally understood why Zhang Wuhen's face was slightly pale when he rushed back. Presumably, he had already fought with the various demon saint in the darkness. However, there was one thing that Mo Huang couldn't understand. Why were the demon saint waiting on the other side of the passage between the two realms? Once Kan Yi opened the passage, they appeared. Was it a coincidence? Or could it be that even if Kan Yi was in the astral plane, he could still contact the demon saint from the demon territory? Otherwise, how could they work together so seamlessly? There was no time to think about it, as it was useless anyway. The passage between the two realms had already opened, and the demon saint had already arrived. There was only battle. Looking over, Mo Huang saw no less than 10 figures. Yang Kai had already reported all the information from the demon territory, so Mo Huang could distinguish who these 10 figures were at a glance. Power Demon Huang Wuji, Blood Demon Shueli, Flame Demon Qi Yan, Feather Demon Fuyu, Stone Demon Mo Ken, Bone Demon Gumeng, Sand Demon Yuqiu, Shadow Demon Wu Hua, Corpse Demon Zhu Qi, and Red Demon Huobu. Each and every one of them represented the pinnacle of the devil territory, especially the devil desolate limitless. His tyrannical aura overflowed to the heavens, causing Mo Huang to involuntarily narrow his eyes. According to Yang Kai, this guy was the strongest in the demon territory. Now that he had seen him in person, this guy really lived up to his reputation. Compared to the other demon saint, Endless Wilds gave him the most pressure. Huang Wuji's face was expressionless. His eyes looked left and right like a hawk looking at a wolf. Beside him, Shui Li grinned maliciously. The two balls of ghost fire in Gomeng's eyes flared. When no flower appeared, his figure blurred for a moment, and when he reappeared, he was already in another place. In front of him, Kan Yi gradually appeared. No flower urged on his demon essence, enveloping him and bringing him back to his camp. Swish, 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 Chang Tian, Yuru Meng, and Bei Li Mo rushed over, standing shoulder to shoulder with Mo Huang and the others. Ripples appeared in the air as more people appeared. There were 4 of them. One was a dignified and beautiful woman. One was like a piece of ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. One had an incomparably strange aura, and one was an old man with white hair and beard. Hua, Ing, Bingyu, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill all appeared. 10 against 10. There wasn't any difference in numbers. Each of them was at the pinnacle of strength, the peak of martial arts. Although they hadn't really fought, the silent collision of their auras was enough to turn the universe upside down and shatter the 4 poles. The originally huge black hole suddenly expanded several times, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. With the demon saint and the great emperors as the center, everyone within a 10,000-mile radius felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their chests, causing them to involuntarily gasp for breath. Endless Wilds coldly swept his gaze over the great emperors, revealing a look of disdain. His gaze only paused for a moment on the iron-blood great emperor. Just now, Zheng Wuhan had rushed into the demon territory, fought with the demon saint, and escaped unscathed. Endless Wilds also felt that he was difficult to deal with. Turning his gaze to Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo, he coldly snorted, "Traitors!" Yu Ru Meng ignored him, while Bei Li Mo cried out, "Eldest Wilds, I was forced. I didn't want to do this." Endless Wilds coldly snorted, "Get over here now, and I'll spare your life." Bei Li Mo's eyes lit up. "Really?" Her words moved, but there was no trust in her eyes. After speaking, she sighed faintly, "But this little sister is currently under someone else's control. If I go over, I'm afraid I'll die a miserable death. Eldest Wilds, why don't you help me kill someone? This little sister will turn over a new leaf." "Who?" Endless Wilds snorted. "It's that stinking brat Yang Kai." Bei Li Mo didn't hide anything. "That bastard planted a soul brand in my knowledge. See, I have no choice but to obey him." Endless Wilds narrowed his eyes. "Do you even believe your own words?" "But that's the truth." Bei Li Mo's eyes flashed innocently. "Scram." Endless Wilds angrily pointed a finger at Bei Li Mo. "Slut, you'll be the first to die." Bei Li Mo's face paled as tears streamed down her face. "No one will believe me even if I tell the truth. Eldest Wilds, you're forcing this little sister to walk down a dark path." Turning to look at Yu Ru Meng, she asked, "Why don't you help me talk to Eldest Wilds?" "Don't give me that." Yu Ru Meng was too lazy to pay attention to her. What's with all this nonsense? She wasn't worried that Bei Li Mo would return to the demon race's camp. Not to mention the fact that Bei Li Mo was now under Yang Kai's control. Her previous actions had already caused her to lose her foothold in the demon race. Bei Li Mo wasn't a fool. How could she really believe Endless Wilds' words? If she really went over, even if she wasn't beaten to death, she would have her cultivation sealed. After a few words, they didn't agree. Endless Wilds no longer paid attention to these traitors, and instead turned to the 7 great emperors of Star Boundary, grinning fiercely. "I've heard so much about all of you." Iron Blood gently nodded. "Likewise. Do you want to fight or surrender?" Endless Wilds asked again. Iron Blood smiled faintly. "Are you so confident?" Endless Wilds slowly shook his head. "You don't have a chance. Star Boundary is already in the hands of my demon race. If you surrender, you may still have a chance to live, but if you fight, you will die without a doubt." Iron Blood lightly said, "Since that's the case, why waste your time talking nonsense? If you really have the ability, go ahead and kill us. As long as you can kill us, Star Boundary's beautiful world will naturally be yours." Endless Wilds snorted, short-sighted and stubborn. Iron Blood smiled. "Born here, raised here, it is my duty to kill the enemy. Then there's nothing more to say." Endless Wilds didn't say anything else. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 demon saints' demonic chi suddenly surged, and they all attacked together. In an instant, demonic chi filled the world, and the destructive power of the divine technique bombarded the great emperors. The great emperors naturally reacted quickly. Led by Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhang Wuhen, their emperor chi madly surged, and their principles surged as they used the divine technique to meet the oncoming attack. With a series of rumbling sounds, multicolored lights bloomed and shock waves spread out, shattering the void and shattering the sky wherever they passed. Star Boundary's 55 legions were instantly thrown into disarray, but fortunately, all of them had been practicing their battle formations during this period of time and were prepared for this, so they cooperated to resist this attack and didn't suffer too many losses. As the streams of light shot out, figures shot out from the battlefield one after another. They split up in different directions and flew into the distance. Zhang Wuhen and the others were stunned. They never expected these demons saint to be all bark and no bite. After a feint, they actually scattered. From the looks of it, they didn't intend to stay here for long, and were instead going deep into the Star Boundary. The great emperor's expressions turned cold, and when they exchanged glances, there was no need for words. Yu Rumeng and the other two demon saints split into 10 different directions and chased after a demon saint. If Endless Wilds and the others really stayed here to fight the great emperors, Zhang Wuhen wouldn't have been afraid of them. It could even be said that the Star Boundaries side had at least a 70% chance of winning. After all, this was the Star Boundary, and the great emperors were all recognized by the world. With the world's will supporting them, it was better to fight in their homeland than the demon saint coming from afar. Who would have thought that the 10 demon saint wouldn't give them this opportunity and seemed to have other plans? No matter what Endless Wilds and the others were planning, the great emperors wouldn't allow it. And to deal with the demon saint, only the great emperors could take action personally. The others simply didn't have the ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering battlefield had been emptied, leaving the 55 armies of the Star Boundary looking at each other in confusion. Open the array. At some point, Li Wu-Yi had appeared on the battlefield and was staring at the huge black hole between the heavens and earth with a solemn expression. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the world. The 7 Mist Seas flag was raised, and the 55 legions of Star Boundary seemed to have awoken from a dream. The 20 or so legions in charge of setting up the array gathered under the command of their respective legion commanders and generals and activated the array. Time was short, and no one had expected such an unforeseen event like today's. The Star Boundaries plan was to wait until the array was completely adjusted, then have Yang Kai open the passage between the two realms and lure the demon race to gather and kill them, gradually wearing down the strength of the demon race. Then they would wait for an opportunity to counterattack the demon race's territory and devour the continent within their territory, finally ending the war between the two realms. Who would have thought that Qin Yi would suddenly appear today and use himself as a bridge to connect the two realms and forcibly open the passage between the two realms? The plan was completely disrupted. Fortunately, although the array hadn't been precisely adjusted, it could still operate, and the situation wasn't too bad. The 10 demon saint had already left, but the huge black hole was still there. Even if he couldn't see the other end of the black hole, Li Wu-Yi could guess that the demon race on the other side must have gathered their armies and were preparing to counterattack. Tens of millions of people flowed on the battlefield, and the various legions were faintly connected, gradually showing signs of becoming a whole. Moreover, as they ran, this sign became more and more obvious. In just a short time, with the black hole as the center, the Star Boundaries army had surrounded the area within a radius of 100 li. It was so tight that not even a drop of water could pass through. Unknowingly, the roar of a dragon resounded. The Star Boundaries armies were connected head to tail, seamlessly forming a gap. Looking from high up in the sky, it looked like a huge dragon was crawling on the ground, circling its huge body and wrapping the huge black hole in the center. The coiling dragon array was formed. At the dragon's head, Li Wu-Yi personally led the Jia-Zi army under his command. Tens of millions of troops gathered in one body. A light breeze blew over, and Li Wu-Yi's clothes fluttered. His eyes were like lightning, and his killing intent surged like a tide. Rustling sounds came from the black hole, and at first glance, it sounded like a swarm of locusts. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the earth from the east, a figure seemed to fly out from the black hole, rushing out of the black hole, and standing in the void. Chapter 3690. With dense demonic chi and surging demonic chi, the demon race had crossed the boundary and arrived. It wasn't just one. After the first demon race appeared, a dense swarm of demon race rushed out from the black hole. Looking from afar, The huge black hole was like a dam that had been breached, and thousands of demon race were pouring out at every moment. The originally quiet battlefield was suddenly filled with clamor. Looking at the terrifying scene in front of them, the astral cultivators in the array had solemn expressions, and many of them even quietly swallowed their saliva. 55 armies from the astral boundary had gathered here, and almost all of their forces were concentrated here. It could be said that they were formidable, but the enemy was not a soft persimmon that could be killed casually. They were hungry wolves that would devour people without spitting out the bones from another world. How many demon race would rush over? No one knew, but in just 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of demon race troops had gathered in front of the black hole, and this was just the beginning. The demon race troops were scattered, unlike the regimented armies of the astral boundary. In comparison, the demon race troops that had appeared were like an army that didn't know the rules. There were even some demon race soldiers who were laughing wildly, and there were even some who were pointing around with ferocious expressions. The sound of footsteps rang out, and the demon race troops that had gathered in front of the black hole seemed to be separated by a pair of invisible hands, revealing a passage in the middle. From the passage, a tall and burly demon race slowly appeared. The demon race was riding a fierce demonic beast that was covered in flames, and it carried a 10-meter long heavy spear on its shoulder. It looked majestic and insufferably arrogant, giving off a strong visual impact. Riding the demonic beast to stand in front of the army, the demon race looked around and finally fixed its gaze on Li Wui. With a grin, it held the 10-meter long heavy spear in one hand and gently pointed it forward. As its demonic chi surged, it shouted, "Kill!" without wasting any time. The demon race troops followed the appearance of the half-saint and charged forward to kill the enemy. With a rumble, the earth trembled, and the distance between the two sides quickly closed. Ancient incantations rang out, and a peculiar melody sounded. Rays of light flickered from various parts of the coiling dragon array. The great wizard accompanying the army had already blessed their companions with ancient wizard spells. A bloodthirsty aura filled the air, and a deep blue light enveloped the entire coiling dragon array. The life force of everyone inside the array was closely connected. Unless one suffered a fatal injury, such as having one's head chopped off, one would not die immediately, no matter how serious the injury one suffered was. In the blink of an eye, the two armies clashed. The first to fight was the half-saint of demon race with the 10-meter-long heavy spear, and Li Wui. Li Wui, who was at the head of the dragon, was too conspicuous. It was difficult not to notice him. So the first half-saint from the demon race territory directly went for him. The 10-meter-long heavy spear contained a destructive power. A fist-sized black hole flickered on the tip of the spear. The spear shot out like a dragon, aiming for Li Wui's chest. Before the spear arrived, the fierce momentum of the spear made the cultivator behind Li Wui turn pale. Their bodies turned cold. They asked themselves if they were to be stabbed by such a spear, would they still have an intact corpse? In the face of such a spear, Li Wui simply stretched out his palm towards the half-saint of demon race. Compared with the monstrous momentum of the half-saint of demon race, Li Wui appeared even more elegant. The palm and the heavy spear did not collide, but after a series of crackling sounds, the black sphere at the tip of the heavy spear was quickly annihilated. The half-saint of demon race also seemed to have been struck by lightning. His body trembled, and his mount involuntarily let out a mournful cry, as it was forced to retreat more than 100 meters. The half-saint of demon race, who had come aggressively and wanted to win, showed a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Another mournful cry sounded as his mount collapsed to the ground. Blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and its vitality was quickly fading. It seemed that it would not survive. On the surface, there was no injury, but its internal organs had been torn to pieces by the Space Force. Even for a demon beast with tenacious vitality, it was unable to withstand such a severe injury. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk blood splattered everywhere. Arrows of blood shot out from the surface of the demon quasi-holy's body and dyed him red in an instant. The passage between the two worlds opened for the second time, and the half-saint of demon race confronted the human race's false emperor head-on. In just a single exchange, the half-saint was defeated. The half-saint of demon race was still in disbelief as he looked down at his mount. Although this mount was not as strong as he was, it was by no means an ordinary demon race. It had the bloodline of an ancient descendant. If not for this, how could he have ridden it to battle? But now, the first enemy he encountered in the star boundary had killed his mount in a single move and injured him. The half-saint had underestimated the enemy. Li Wui. The half-saint of demon race looked at Li Wui from head to toe and suddenly realized. He had long heard that there was an extremely powerful false emperor in the star boundary, known as the strongest under the great emperors. He had never had the chance to meet him before, so he did not pay much attention to him, but now he knew that the rumors were true. With such strength, there was no half-saint in the demon territory that could compare to him. Li Wui, however, was not interested in knowing his name. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Kill!" To him, any demon that dared to invade the star boundary was a mortal enemy. Since they were mortal enemies, he would just kill them. What was the point of talking so much nonsense? As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Qi surged, and space principles lingered around Li Wui's body as he rushed towards the half-saint of demon race. When Li Wui moved, the Jiazi army moved, the Jiazi army moved, and the coiling dragon great array moved. Looking down from the sky, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers were like moths to a flame. Before they could get close, they were drowned by the overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. On the battlefield, corpses piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like a river. The several 100,000 demon race soldiers were not a small number, but in front of the coiling dragon great array, they were just an appetizer. In just an hour, the several 100,000 demon race soldiers who rushed out first had suffered heavy casualties. Except for some powerful demon race soldiers, the rest of the soldiers had long been buried in other places. In front of Li Wui, the half-saint of demon race was struggling to hold on. Without help, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated and killed. But the situation was not optimistic because from the black hole there was a steady stream of demon race soldiers rushing out, and more demon race soldiers joining the battlefield at every moment, with the black hole as the center. In an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, more than 20 legions formed a giant dragon circled around it. Wherever the giant dragon encircled, there were so many devils that it was impossible to kill them all. In this desolate western territory, in front of the passage between the two worlds, a desperate battle was waged between the two races. Every moment there was a human or demon race soldier falling. On this merciless battlefield, the flames of life were as fragile as a delicate flower in a greenhouse, dying and withering. In comparison, the demon race suffered much more casualties. After all, this was the astral boundary, and the astral boundary army had long been prepared. Furthermore, with the support of the ancient wizard technique, the bloodlust technique allowed the astral boundary cultivator to become more bloodthirsty and excited, and the chains of life connected the vitality of everyone in the coiling dragon great array. At first glance, this was simply a one-sided slaughter. Often, hundreds of demon race soldiers would die, but not a single human would die. In the sky and on the ground, the light of secret techniques and artifacts blossomed. Under the dazzling light, there was a merciless slaughter. But as time passed, more and more demon race soldiers came out of the black hole. The Demon King and half-saint demon race soldiers gathered around the black hole, organized a charge, and brought casualties to the Astral Boundary Army. Half a day later, the number of demon race soldiers that crossed over from the demon territory had reached tens of millions. Although the coiling dragon great array was strong, it also had its limits. With so many demon race soldiers, it could no longer encircle them. The demon race that Li Wui fought against had long disappeared. It was not killed but rescued by another half-saint of demon race. Li Wui secretly felt that it was a pity. If he had been given an incense stick's worth of time, he had full confidence that he could have killed the half-saint of demon race. But now that things had come to this, it was useless to feel regret. He was the Astral Boundary Army's commander, commanding the various armies of the Astral Boundary. He could dominate the entire battlefield and could not leave his post to chase down a strong enemy. The battle between the two realms was not about the life and death of a half-saint of demon race, so he could only watch as the half-saint escaped. At this moment, seeing the demon race's ferocious offensive and the coiling dragon great array showing signs of collapse, he immediately issued an order to the soldiers beside him. In the next moment, the Seven Mists Sea flag was raised high, and under the control of the Jia Zi Army's flag commander, it swayed rhythmically a few times. The Binghai Army's army commander killed a demon king in the middle and north of the great array with a single slash of his blade. When he raised his head and saw the Seven Mists Sea flag, he immediately issued an order: change formation. The Binghai Army moved in response and changed their formation in an orderly manner. Not long after, a faintly discernible gap appeared in the coiling dragon great array. The demon race had no lack of experienced demon king soldiers. Immediately, a large army of demon kings gathered and charged over. The two armies clashed. Men and horses were thrown off their feet, and corpses were strewn all over the place. The Binghai Army seemed to be no match for the enemy, but they managed to hold on for a while, allowing the demon race army to leave through the gap. When the time was about right, the Binghai Army commander shouted again, "Close!" The faintly discernible gap was immediately sealed up. The demon race army that charged out was about 200,000 people. All of them were dripping with blood, and their demonic chi was overflowing. Their killing intent was boiling. Under the leadership of the Demon Kings, they originally wanted to make a counterattack and attack the Binghai Army from the inside and outside to break the coiling dragon great array. However, when they raised their heads, they saw a large army gathering in front of them with flags fluttering in the wind. The leader was a middle-aged man. He smiled happily as he looked at the group of Demon Kings and said indifferently, "The Jiwu army has been waiting for a long time." Rumble, chi chi chi. When the Jiwu army commander waved his hand, the army charged forward. The sky and the ground were densely packed with people, and the momentum was astonishing. The demon race soldiers that had just charged out of the coiling dragon great array were stunned. Only then did they realize that they had fallen into a trap. They originally wanted to attack the enemy from the inside and outside, but who knew that they would be surrounded by the enemy from the inside and outside? Behind them was the coiling dragon great array, not to mention whether they could charge back. Even if they did, they would not have any good results. With this thought, the Demon Kings raised their hands and waved them down. The demon race army also charged forward. The distance between the two armies rapidly shortened. Looking from afar, it was like two meteorites that were moving at high speed colliding with each other. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Chapter 30, 691. The giant dragon coiled and turned into a giant meat grinder. Inside the great formation, blood rain and broken corpses flew everywhere. Gaps were inadvertently opened one after another. The demon race's army was released from the Great Formation one after another and handed over to the legions in the rear to deal with. Of the 55 armies of the Star Realm, only half of them were in charge of the Coiling Dragon Great Formation. What were the other half doing? Of course, they were surrounding the Coiling Dragon Great Formation and waiting for the enemy to charge out before attacking. This was the Seven Mist Seas plan. The pressure on the Coiling Dragon Great Formation was greatly reduced as the demon race's army of various sizes escaped from the Coiling Dragon Great Formation. The giant dragon, which was originally on the verge of collapse, gradually stabilized. The giant dragon and the many legions guarding outside slaughtered the invading demon race in an extremely efficient and safe manner. Strictly speaking, this was the first time the Star Realm's army and the enemy from the demon territory had truly clashed head-on in a large scale. 20 years ago, when the passage between the two worlds opened for the first time, everyone in the Star Realm was caught off guard and invaded their territory. The great sects and cultivators in the Western Territory were defeated and lost large amounts of territory. Although the Star Realm quickly put up an effective resistance, they were unable to withstand the high morale of the demon race and were forced to retreat. At the most critical moment, the entire Western Territory was almost completely lost. The Star Realm's army retreated all the way to the border between the Western and Southern Territories. If it wasn't for the importance of the Battle of Eternal Heaven and the demon saint summoning all the half-saint back to the demon race, the Star Realm would have had no chance to catch a breather. Later on, Yong-kai returned from the demon territory and sealed the passage between the two worlds, leaving the remaining demon race in the Star Realm isolated and helpless. Only then were they gradually eaten away. After more than 20 years, the passage between the two worlds opened once again. The demon race's army swarmed in. Although the astral realm was not fully prepared, it was not the first time that they were so defenseless. 55 legions gathered here, pressuring more than half of the astral realm's forces to collide and clash with the invading forces of another universe. The demon race had suffered heavy casualties, and the demon race had suffered a great loss. Although there was still an endless stream of demon race members charging out of the black hole to replenish their lost forces, it could not hide the truth of the demon race's decline. Under the double blessing of the life chains and the bloodlust technique, every cultivator was able to display more power than usual. The giant dragons constantly circled around the passage between the two worlds, and every time they circled, countless demon race cultivators would be ground to dust. Whenever Li Wui discovered that the Great Formation had exceeded its capacity, he would order his personal guards to wave the flag and open up a gap to reduce the pressure. At this moment, the various legions of the Star Boundary were closely linked together as a whole, and they were methodically slaughtering the alien races surrounded by the demonic chi. The situation was very good. If the battle continued like this, no matter how many demon race cultivators came from the passage between the two worlds, they would all be wiped out in the end. In the Great Formation, every cultivator's eyes were bloodshot from the killing, and there was a different kind of excitement in their expressions. Li Wui, on the other hand, was faintly feeling uneasy. The demon race were not fools. How could they still be so fearless despite knowing that the situation was not good? Although they were brave and fearless, they would not make meaningless sacrifices. What's more, this time, it was the demon territory that took the initiative to open the passage between the two worlds. 10 demon saint had come to the astral realm, so there was bound to be a conspiracy. However, Li Wui could not figure out what the demon saint was plotting. The conspiracy of the demon saint could only be stopped by the great emperors. On this battlefield, he could only lead the legions to kill as many enemies as possible and eliminate as many demon races as possible. Only then could he lay a solid foundation for victory in the war between the two worlds. Shaking his head and casting aside the distracting thoughts, Li Wui's heart was as calm as still water. He was in the Great Formation, overseeing the overall situation. Southeast of the passage between the two worlds, where the GZ army was defending, the army of 300,000 was at its peak. Their morale was high, and they were rubbing their fists and waiting solemnly. Hyoji was in the middle of the army. Scouts from Eagletown constantly reported the situation on the front lines, allowing him to understand the situation on the other side as soon as possible. After learning that the astral realm held the absolute advantage, Hyoji could not help but feel a little surprised while overjoyed. Unlike Yang Kai, who had not participated in the previous war between the two worlds, Hyoji had fought the demon race for several years. He knew how difficult and vicious the demon race was. He had originally thought that it would be a difficult battle, but he did not expect his side to have the absolute advantage. Just like Li Wui's uneasiness, Hyoji also smelled the scent of a conspiracy. However, if Li Wui could not see anything suspicious, how could Hyoji think of anything? Just as he was deep in thought, a guard came in and reported, "Master, Firebolt Town's commander. She Lei requests an audience." In the army, military rules were strict, especially now that Yang Kai was not here and Hyoji was in charge of the GZ army. This was a war between the two worlds. If Shi Lei wanted to see him, he would have to be reported. If Yang Kai was here, Shi Lei would have come directly. There would not be so much trouble. Hyoji frowned when he heard this. He did not know why Shi Lei had come here instead of overseeing his own Firebolt Town. He was also afraid that Shi Lei had something urgent to report, so he nodded and said, "Let him come." The bodyguard nodded and retreated. Not long after, Shi Lei walked in and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Master." Hyoji nodded. "What's the matter?" Shi Lei smacked his lips and smiled. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Master, it's like this. I heard from the little ones that the other armies have gone crazy from the slaughter. I just wanted to ask when we should go into battle. It's not good to keep waiting here." After he finished speaking, he cupped his fists solemnly. "The GZ Army's first battle. My Firebolt Town is willing to be the vanguard. We will definitely show the might of the GZ Army." Hyoji glanced at him in annoyance. "It's your turn to go into battle. What's the rush?" The various commanders did not know about the 7 Mist Seas arrangements. They only saw the demon race gathering in the coiling dragon formation from afar. There were also other armies fighting the demon race nearby. However, the GZ army was biding their time, so they could not help but feel anxious. If it was an ordinary army, it would be fine. However, although the GZ army had just been formed, it was already recognized as the #1 army in the star boundary. If they did not make any contributions in this first battle, no one would be able to show their face. Shi Lei understood. Since the demon race was not coming, then they would just kill their way over. They had to lead their men and cut off a few heads of the Demon King. Otherwise, how could they live up to their daily training? Seeing that Hyoji did not allow it, Shi Lei was unhappy. He muttered softly, "If the master was here, he would definitely lead us to charge and kill the enemy. Why would he stay here like an idiot?" "What did you say?" Hyoji glared at him. Shi Lei hurriedly waved his hands. "No, nothing. Ha ha. This humble one will take his leave." Although Hyoji's strength was lower than his, he had single-handedly raised the GZ army. He also had prestige in the army. In the face of a great enemy, Shi Lei did not dare to talk back to him. His muttering just now was just a casual complaint. He did not mean any harm. Seeing that Hyoji was angry, he quickly slipped away. "Bastard!" Hyoji shouted angrily at Shi Lei's back. He turned around and said to Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, "Keep an eye on him. If he dares to leave his post without permission again, chop off his head." Yang Xiao obediently said, "Yes." He knew that these were just words of anger. Every member of the GZ army was a treasure in the Emperor realm. How could Hyoji bear to kill them? After interacting with Hyoji for a long time, everyone knew that he was a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He did not have any of the arrogance of the son of the great emperors. Yang Shui held back her laughter and said, "Master, there's no need to be angry. It's normal for Master Shilei to be eager to contribute. There will be a time when our GZ army will kill the enemy." She was extremely intelligent. How could she not see that Hyoji was as calm as a mountain on the surface? Actually, he was quite anxious. This was the first battle of the second opening of the passageway between the two worlds. With the reputation of the GZ army, it was natural for them to show off their might. Unfortunately, they had arrived too late and could not participate in the deployment of the coiling dragon formation. They could only wait outside the formation for an opportunity. But after waiting for a long time, the other armies were already engaged in fierce battles with the demon race. However, the GZ army did not see a single demon race charge out from the direction they were guarding. It was truly as lonely as snow. If they waited any longer, would there be any demon race to kill? Shilei was eager to contribute, and so was Hyoji. Yang Shui's words seemed to be exculpating Shilei, but in reality, she was also secretly advising Hyoji. As they spoke, Hyoji's expression suddenly brightened. He stood up and looked ahead. In the distance, the body of the coiling dragon was facing the GZ army. An opening was faintly discernible in the formation. From that opening, an overwhelming number of demon race swarmed out. Hyoji raised an eyebrow, and a smile appeared on his tense face. More and more demon race swarmed out of the formation. The one at the forefront was a powerful demon king. Just like the demon race that had escaped from the formation earlier, this demon king originally thought that he would be able to make a comeback after escaping, who knew that when he looked up, he would see the GZ army blocking his path. 300,000 pairs of eyes were glaring at him. The demon king was not afraid of anything, but when he was stared at by so many pairs of eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but wonder, why are these humans so excited? Report. A scout from Eagle Town flew over and knelt down in front of Hyoji. He cupped his hands and said, "The GZ army has sent a message. There will be 600,000 demon race charging forward. The chief military master has ordered the GZ army to meet the enemy head-on." Hyoji chuckled. 600,000. Haha, good. The chief military master has picked up a juicy piece of meat for us. Although the GZ army only had 300,000 people, Hyoji was not afraid in the face of an enemy that was nearly twice his size. In fact, he was even a little excited. His figure was straight, and his expression was solemn. He said in a sonorous voice, "Pass down my orders. Poison Scorpion, Fire Bull, and Divine Dragon Towns will be the vanguard. Angry Dragon and Heavenly Fox will flank from the left and right. Falling Flowers and Spirit Snake will provide support in the middle. Heavenly Phoenix Hall will be at the rear. All troops will attack. Attack. Wipe out." The command flag was waved, and the war drums shook the heavens. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the GZ army moved out. Apart from the 30,000 people in the middle and the several thousand scouts from Eagle Town, the other 8 towns were all mobilized. For a moment, their momentum was unstoppable. The GZ army had been practicing ever since they came to this battlefield. Although this was the first battle, the army moved in an orderly manner. There was not the slightest bit of panic. The various towns also carried out Hyoji's orders strictly. They majestically charged toward the demon race that had just charged out of the coiling dragon formation. Although the demon race had 600,000 soldiers, they had already expended a lot of energy in the fierce battle within the coiling dragon formation. They did not have time to recover after charging out of the formation, and they were like scattered sand. Now that they saw the GZ army charging toward them. The Demon King in the lead was actually a little stunned. For a moment, they were unable to react. Chapter 3692. The GZ army didn't care about the reaction of the demon race. The 300,000 soldiers had been biding their time, but when they saw their allies killing demons on both sides, they were impatient. Now that a piece of meat had been delivered to their mouths, how could they not eat it? Poison Scorpion, Fireball, and Divine Dragon's vanguard. A total of 80,000 soldiers under the leadership of Xie Wuwei, Shi Lei, and Zhu Qing charged forward aggressively. The three commanders took the lead and charged at the very front, followed closely by the rest of the army. Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers flanked the left and right, while Spirit Snake and Angry Dragon provided support in the middle, and Heavenly Phoenix brought up the rear. The 600,000 demon race that had broken out from the coiling dragon formation were stunned. The Demon King reacted quickly and quickly gathered his tribesmen and reorganized his army. When they saw the coiling dragon formation behind them and the astral realm army in front of them, they made a prompt decision and charged head-on towards the GZ army. They had tasted the might of the coiling dragon formation before. It was definitely not something 600,000 soldiers could shake. Although the astral realm army in front of them had an impressive aura, they still had fewer people. If they really fought, it was still uncertain who would win. There was nothing fancy about the charging of an army. It was nothing more than a battle to the death. Before the two sides could get close to each other, the might of the secret treasures of each camp was released and blasted towards the opposing army. The multicolored light caused the rising sun to pale in comparison. The might of the secret treasures and secret treasures fell. In an instant, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. On the GZ army's side, the wizard accompanying the army chanted a complicated wizard incantation. When the light flickered, a dark red light appeared on everyone's body, and a layer of dark blue light connected everyone together. Although the secret techniques of the demon race's army were powerful, with the support of the life chains, the GZ army soldiers would have a strong supply of life force, no matter how serious their injuries were. They wouldn't die immediately. Furthermore, the army had formation masters accompanying them. The formation plates activated one after another, turning into layers of protection to protect the safety of the soldiers. In the first round of long-range combat, the demon race suffered over 10,000 casualties, while the GZ army suffered less than 100 casualties. Without stopping, the second round of fierce attacks was launched from the various camps. Charging without stopping, attacking without stopping, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Looking down from the sky, the two armies were like two giant ancient beasts fiercely charging at each other. After 3 rounds of long-range attacks, the two armies clashed amidst the quaking earth. As the dragon's roar shook the sky, the two fiery red dragons revealed their true forms. One was more than 300 feet long, and the other was more than 500 feet long. The dragon's might swept out in all directions, and the demon race at the front were all stunned by the dragon's might. That moment of hesitation cost countless lives. The GZ army's vanguard, the divine dragon, the poisonous scorpion, and the fireball towns were like 3 sharp blades, ruthlessly stabbing into the demon race's camp. Wherever the soldiers of the 3 towns passed, the demon race's soldiers were thrown off their feet, and rivers of blood flowed. A demon king at the very front dodged a divine technique, but when he heard the densely packed screams of his clansmen behind him, he was shocked, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Originally, he thought that the enemy's numbers weren't high, and that victory was already in his grasp. However, when he came into contact with the enemy, he discovered that this astral army wasn't something that an ordinary demon race could withstand. There was no other reason other than the fact that there were simply too many experts among them. His mind was in a daze, and he only felt an enormous force slamming into his head. Before he could react, his mind went blank, and his head was smashed into pieces. His headless corpse swayed a few times before it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Shilei waved his hand and cursed. His eyes bloomed with a crimson light, and his demonic chi rolled around him. He didn't even look at the dead demon king as he charged unstoppably into the demon race's army. Wherever he passed, the enemy soldiers were slaughtered like vegetables. In the sky, the siblings Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai transformed into their true forms. They raised their heads, opened their mouths, and spat out billowing flames towards the demon race's densest areas. How powerful was the fire dragon's breath! Even an ordinary demon king wouldn't be able to escape unscathed if they were hit by it. How many demon kings could there be among the 600,000 demon race's army? An ordinary demon race would immediately be burned to ashes if they were hit by the dragon's breath. After a few dragon's breaths, the demon race's army was emptied out. The GZ army's army was like a hot knife through butter. Although the demon race's army was nearly twice the size of the GZ army's army, they simply didn't have the strength to fight back against such a group of wolves and tigers. In just a short incense stick's worth of time, the army formation that they had painstakingly gathered was scattered, and hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers were thrown into chaos. Fire Bull, Poison Scorpion, and divine dragon towns weaved in and out of the demon race's army, plowing through the entire battlefield over and over again. Unable to face their enemies head-on, the demon race fled in panic. However, the Heavenly Fox and Falling Flowers towns flanked them from both sides, cutting off their path of retreat. Behind them was the Great Coiling Dragon Formation. For the demon race's army, there was simply no way out. Victory and defeat had been decided. In the first battle, the GZ army's army faced an enemy twice their size. They were practically crushing the demon race's army in a crushing manner. They had truly displayed their might. However, on the battlefield, victory and defeat were never the only thing that mattered. The 600,000 demon race soldiers were isolated, and without any reinforcements. Hyoji had even given the order to wipe out these 600,000 demon race soldiers. Therefore, as long as a single demon race soldier was still standing, the GZ army's slaughter would never stop. In their excitement, the monster kings from the savage wilderness ancient lands all transformed into their true forms. Their demonic chi wreaked havoc as they rampaged across the battlefield. Their sharp claws were stained with blood, and their secret treasures bloomed like red flowers. They charged and killed as they went. When they reached the end, they turned back and charged and killed again. Not to mention the normal demon race soldiers, even the demon kings were filled with fear at this moment. They couldn't unleash their full strength in the face of the GZ army's might. Many demon kings didn't even have time to unleash their full strength before they were killed on the spot by the monster kings and the Emperor Realm's army. Eagle Town scouts kept reporting the situation on the battlefield. Hyoji, who was in the middle of the army, smiled. There was nothing more exciting than hearing the news of the first great victory. Yang Kai didn't do anything and entrusted the GZ army to him. He had spent more than 10 years building this army and expended an unimaginable amount of energy and effort. Now that he heard these battle reports, he instantly felt that his hard work over the past 10 years was worth it. The GZ army didn't let down its reputation as the #1 army in the astral realm. The only fly in the ointment was Yang Kai wasn't here. At the end of the day, the GZ army was Yang Kai's. Hyoji also wanted to share the joy in his heart with others. However, as the commander of the army, he had his own dignity. He couldn't possibly share the joy in his heart with Yang Shao and Yang Shui. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, Hyoji narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Has the master replied?" Yang Shao hurriedly replied, "Not yet." Hyoji's mouth twitched as he cursed Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was the commander of the GZ army. It was fine if he didn't show up normally, but he actually didn't show up in the first battle of the GZ army. This was really too much. With 300,000 soldiers fighting bravely, it felt like something was missing without a commander. He secretly decided that when he saw Yang Kai later, he would give him a good scolding. If Yang Kai couldn't be the commander, Hyoji was more than happy to do it for him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his skin as a great crisis enveloped him. An aura of death enveloped him. Hyoji was shocked. In that instant, he felt a faint murderous intent lock onto him. Although he was a second-order emperor, realm master, and possessed great strength, he didn't sense the danger until the murderous intent was released. What's more, he was in the middle of the army, surrounded by soldiers. The enemy was actually able to silently sneak up on him and assassinate him. It was obvious how strong this enemy was. I'm definitely not his opponent. Hyoji instantly understood the gap between himself and the enemy. At this critical moment of life and death, Hyoji's mind was surprisingly calm. A faintly discernible shadow strangely appeared behind Hyoji and stabbed a dagger towards his back. Before the dagger even reached him, a chill had already spread throughout his body. Hyoji didn't panic. As he pushed his Emperor Chi, a transparent shield appeared behind him. This shield glowed brilliantly as it revolved around his body. At a glance, it was obvious that this was no ordinary object. As the son of the great emperors, how could Hyoji not have some life-saving treasures on him? It could even be said that Hyoji had several things on him that were similar to the seal of the great emperor's divine technique, the army commander's seal. It was the biggest mistake for the assassin to choose him to assassinate. However, the enemy couldn't be blamed for this. The GZ army was in the limelight, and Hyoji was far too conspicuous with his position in the rear. It was obvious that he was an important figure. How could killing 10,000 random soldiers compare to killing a single commander? Silently, the dagger and shield collided. The dazzling light suddenly dimmed as the shield shattered. The dagger's momentum was reduced, and it continued to stab forward. This momentary delay was enough for Hyoji to escape from the gates of hell. His figure flew forward, avoiding the fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the dagger was like a maggot that followed closely behind him. The dagger was grasped in the hand of a blurry figure, making it impossible to see the appearance of the attacker. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Hyoji's back, a large hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and slapped down on the blurry figure's head. A sinister grin appeared on his face as he said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he had long since anticipated this assassination attempt. The wind from the palm whistled as demonic energy surged. When the palm slapped down, the sky changed color. A muffled groan rang out, and the entire world fell silent. At this moment, Yang Shao and Yang Shui, who had been standing guard behind Hyoji, finally regained their senses. Yang Zhao's expression changed, and he hurriedly pounced on Hyoji. Faint traces of the law of time lingered around him as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Yang Shui drew her sword and used her divine sense to investigate the enemy. He ran. The old Qiong frowned and coldly snorted. "He's quite slippery." The one who had intervened at the critical moment was naturally the Qiongqi. As an ancient vicious beast, the old Qiong was extremely powerful. In this world, among the sacred spirits, the only ones who could suppress him were the two elders of the dragon race on Dragon Island. However, no matter how powerful he was not part of the GZ army. The reason he was guarding this place was mainly to protect the two young masters, Yang Shao and Yang Shui. He had concealed his presence and was hiding nearby. Even the assassin who had come to ambush him did not notice him. Caught off guard, the assassin was counterattacked. Not only did he fail to kill Hyoji, but he also suffered a loss. As he spoke, Cheongchi lowered his head to look at the ground. On the ground, specks of blood bloomed like plum blossoms. Chapter 30, 693. The assassin who came to sneak attack immediately retreated after failing to hit. He was quite proficient in the art of assassination. However, even though the assassin ran away, he was still injured by Cheongchi. The bloodstains on the ground were the best proof. At this moment, Eagle Town's commander Zhen Ing rushed over from the distance with an anxious expression. When he got close, he cupped his hands and anxiously said, "Master, Army Commander Li has sent news that several half-saint of demon race have disappeared from the battlefield." The army commander asked the master to... Before he finished speaking, he suddenly looked down at the blood sacrifice on the ground, then looked at Hyoji, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and the others' expressions. He suddenly said, "They're already here?" Hyoji nodded. "It's all thanks to Senior Cheongchi's help." Cheongchi didn't take the credit and just waved his hand. He returned to the group of personal guards and stood still. Besides his fierce appearance, there was nothing special about him. Hyoji looked up at Eagle Flying and said, "Did the army commander master say that several half-saint have disappeared?" "5, all shadow demon." Hyoji sneered. "I knew it would be like this. Apart from the shadow demon, there was no other race in the demon race that could silently sneak up on him and only alert him when he was in trouble. The shadow demon was already difficult to deal with, let alone a half-saint. This time, if it wasn't for Cheongchi guarding him, Hyoji would have definitely suffered a loss. He wouldn't be killed, as he still had several life-saving treasures on him. It would be unavoidable for him to be covered in dirt. While the two were talking, they suddenly saw a huge figure appear a few thousand li away. The figure's head reached the sky, and its feet stepped on the ground. It was like a giant, but its figure was fleeting and not solid. Looking at the figure, it was impressively the appearance of the great emperors of Serene Soul. The great emperors of Serene Soul had already chased the demon saint away from this place. At this moment, he wasn't on the battlefield at all. At this time, his figure appeared a few thousand li away. It was clear that some army commander had activated the divine technique of the great emperors sealed in the army commander's order, summoning the projection of the great emperors. The figure of the great emperors of Serene Soul flashed and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene from afar, the GZ army understood that the 5 shadow demon half-saint had separated from the battlefield and had most likely split up to assassinate the various army commanders. The GZ army had Cheongchi secretly protecting them. The shadow demon half-saint, who came to assassinate them, had been repelled. The other army commanders might not have someone as strong as Cheongchi by their side. In this life and death crisis, they could only activate the divine technique sealed in the army commander's order to defend against the enemy. They didn't know if the army commander thousands of li away was dead or alive. Eagle saw the worry in Hyoji's eyes. He cupped his hands and volunteered. "This subordinate is willing to go and investigate." Hyoji pondered for a moment and nodded. "Be careful. Go and return quickly." Eagle nodded and unfurled a pair of enormous black wings on his back. The wind howled as he soared into the sky and rushed over. Hyoji no longer paid attention to the commotion thousands of li away. He turned his head and looked at the GZ army's battlefield. The 600,000-strong demon race army had long since lost the ability to retaliate in front of the GZ army's powerful battle formation. The 3 vanguard towns charged back and forth. Angry Dragon, Heavenly Fox, Falling Flowers, and Nimble Snake were not to be outdone. Even Heavenly Phoenix Town, which was responsible for overseeing the army, charged into the battlefield under the leadership of Lu Yen and Su Yen. Nearly 900,000 people were fighting to the death in the battlefield that spanned hundreds of li. The ground was muddy, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Hyoji observed for a while and knew that the overall situation was already decided. It was only a matter of time before the GZ army wiped out all 600,000 people. A moment later, Eagle returned. Hyoji glanced over, and Eagle immediately reported, "The other 4 Shadow Demon half-saint have all appeared, but they haven't done anything. Apart from the Ding Wu Army's army commander Ma Qing, who is heavily injured, the other 3 have all failed." Hyoji lightly nodded and asked, "Is there any danger to his life?" Eagle replied, "Master, don't worry." When this subordinate arrived, the Wood Spirit race's matriarch Muna was already personally treating Master Ma's injuries. Although he won't fully recover in a short time, there shouldn't be any danger to his life. That would be for the best. Eagle turned his head and glanced at the clamorous battlefield behind him. He then turned back and stammered, "Master, the overall situation is already decided." "What do you think?" Hyoji chuckled. "You want to kill the enemy?" Eagle replied, "There's no point in just watching. He was a monster king after all, so he had a strong murderous nature. However, Yong Kai had assigned him to be the head of Eagle Town and put him in charge of scouting and gathering intelligence. But now that the demon race had been defeated, there was nothing left for him to gather. Naturally, he wanted to go into the battlefield and kill the enemy to satisfy his craving." Hyoji pondered for a moment, then waved his hand without saying anything. Eagle was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master." He turned around and happily charged into the battlefield. It didn't take long for him to enter the battlefield, and wherever his sharp claws passed, a rain of blood would fly. The battle lasted for an entire day and night. When there wasn't a single demon race figure left on the battlefield, the GZ army gradually quieted down. They looked around and saw that everyone was filled with killing intent. It was as if they had walked out of a sea of blood. Their bodies were drenched in blood, some from the enemy and some from their own. After a short period of silence, a clamor of cheers filled the air. The war drums were beaten, and the GZ army returned to camp to rest. After a quick count, the number of casualties was revealed. Hyoji nodded slightly as he listened to the report, facing an enemy twice their size. The GZ army displayed unimaginable strength and wiped out the enemy. The price they paid was only 30,000 casualties. This number was within his expectations, and it was also within an acceptable range. However, those who survived were almost all injured. The GZ army's first battle was over, but the battle between the two worlds was still ongoing. The giant dragon coiled around the battlefield, killing the demon race invading at every moment. However, the demon race seemed to be inexhaustible, and there was no end to them. From the black hole, there was an endless supply of reinforcements. Even though the coiling dragon formation was formed by more than 20 armies from the astral realm, and there were close to 10 million soldiers, it was on the verge of collapse several times under the intense battle. Large and small groups of demon race were constantly released from the formation to reduce the pressure on the formation. Meanwhile, the astral realm armies guarding the outside had to block the demon race's path and kill them as soon as possible. After the GZ army rested for a day, the gap in the coiling dragon formation was opened. However, the demon race released this time was not as terrifying as the first time. There were only 200,000 of them. After a day of rest, the GZ army regrouped and faced the enemy again. Once again, they destroyed the demon race at a very small price. Morale was high, and several loud Monster King begged Hyoji to send a message to Li Wui and ask him to release more demon race. Such a ridiculous request was naturally rejected by Hyoji without mercy. The Monster King's strength was unfathomable. When they were in the mood to kill, killing demons was as easy as chopping vegetables. Even the Demon King would not be able to last more than a few moves against them. However, not everyone in the GZ army was Monster King. Although the majority of them were strong enough, they were not very strong. After 2 battles, not only were they injured, but they also needed to replenish their energy. Fighting too many battles was not good for the army. Only when they were relaxed would they be able to kill more demon race. Hyoji understood this principle, and Li Wui understood it even more. However, the GZ army and the other armies guarding the outside also had time to rest. However, what about the people inside the coiling dragon formation? Hyoji looked at the giant dragon crawling on the ground with a worried expression. If the passage between the 2 worlds was not sealed, the coiling dragon formation would be worn down by the demon race sooner or later. When that happened, no one would be able to stop the demon race from wreaking havoc. As time passed, Hyoji could clearly feel the fatigue of the coiling dragon formation. The most obvious sign was that the coiling dragon formation was opening more and more frequently. Less than half a day after the end of the 2nd battle, the GZ army welcomed the 3rd battle. This time, only a few 100,000 demon race were released from the coiling dragon formation. However, this few 100,000 was even more difficult to deal with than the 200,000 from the 2nd battle. This could not be helped. Although the GZ army's morale was high after so many battles, their manpower was limited, and their stamina could not keep up. The coiling dragon formation was also unable to bear the burden. Although the formation was still working well, that was because the wizard was constantly using bloodthirst to stimulate everyone's potential. Furthermore, the life chains were a hidden danger that could not be ignored. With the support of the life chains, the damage suffered by everyone was spread out evenly. However, many a little makes a mickle, and when the life chains broke, the coiling dragon formation would definitely collapse. Hyoji estimated that the coiling dragon formation could only last for 2 more days. If they could not think of a way to break it within these 2 days, the GZ army would have to withdraw. At that time, millions of demon race soldiers would rush in, and the Western Territory would definitely be lost. On the GZ army's side, only the 30,000 elites in the middle were unharmed. It was not that Hyoji was unwilling to send the middle army into battle, but after several days of bloody battles, Hyoji wanted to leave the middle army as a surprise force. Perhaps they would be able to play an unimaginable role at a crucial moment. At this moment, seeing that the situation inside the coiling dragon formation was tense, Hyoji was hesitating whether or not to send the middle army into battle when he suddenly heard an excited voice behind him. "Junior brother?" Hyoji turned around and saw a familiar face. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Master, you're finally back?" The one who had called him junior brother was none other than Xianing Chang. Yang Kai had also appeared by her side. Yang Kai smiled at Xianing Chang, but did not have time to say anything to her. He revealed a helpless expression and said, "I rushed over as soon as I saw your message. What's the situation like?" As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked forward. His expression could not help but tremble. Although he had participated in the War of the Two Realms, he had never seen such a magnificent scene. Compared to the scene in front of him, the scene of him leading the army to defend Roaring Tiger City and fighting the Devil Race more than 10 years ago was simply a small matter. Hyoji knew that this was not the time to criticize him. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "As Master can see, the coiling dragon formation cannot be maintained for much longer. The armies of the GZ army are exhausted. If we don't think of a way to resolve this as soon as possible, the GZ army will definitely lose." Chapter 30, 694. When he said this, Hyoji was full of unwillingness. Yonkai had sealed the passage between the two worlds and bought more than 10 years for the Star Realm. The armies of the four territories had been preparing for war, but the moment they came into contact with the Star Realm, the situation had already turned out this way. How could anyone be willing to accept this? This situation was not because the Star Realm army was unable to bear it, but because the demon race simply did not care about casualties. No one had expected the demon race to be so crazy. If they did not cut off the source of the demon race's army from the territory, the great coiling dragon formation would not be able to hold on sooner or later. After Hyoji said a few words, Yonkai had already seen the situation on the battlefield clearly. He nodded slightly and said, "I'll go." The moment he finished speaking, he took a step forward and his figure faded. Before Xia Ningchang could even shout out to be careful, he had already disappeared. When he landed, he had already crossed 1,000 miles and appeared on the battlefield. The demon king in front of him was standing 10 meters away, staring at him with a blank expression. He clearly did not understand how a person had suddenly appeared in front of him. However, he quickly recognized who the person in front of him was and shouted in a low voice, "Yonkai!" During the years when Yonkai was in the demon race's territory, he had been in the limelight on almost every continent. During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, he was even the focus of attention. So it was not strange that the Demon King recognized him at a glance. After shouting, the Demon King knew that things were bad. Although his strength was not bad, he knew that he could not escape with his life under the pursuit of the Demon Saint. However, the human in front of him could do so, so he made a prompt decision and quickly retreated. When he retreated, he saw Yonkai gently raise his hand, and a black crescent slashed at him. Wherever it passed, the clansmen in front of him were cut in half, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The Demon King shouted, his demonic chi wildly surging as he punched out. A heart-wrenching pain came from his fist. That black crescent had actually cut through his fist, slicing open his arm and passing through his entire body. The Demon King's body stiffened, and it stood there in a daze. It stared in the direction of Yonkai and let out a few groans. In the next moment, its body split open and blood spurted out. Its internal organs spilled all over the ground. Yonkai didn't even bother to look at this Demon King. As his divine sense surged, a large expanse of black clouds appeared around his body. A faint buzzing sound could be heard coming from these black clouds. Looking around, one could see that these black clouds were actually made up of insects. Soul-devouring insect. Generally, Kai Yong wouldn't easily use his soul-devouring insects because as his strength increased, the soul-devouring insects became less and less useful. Against strong enemies, they wouldn't be useful, but against weak opponents, there was no need to use them. But in this kind of environment where there were enemies on all sides, the soul-devouring insects could play a huge role. With a buzzing sound, the large cloud of insects lingered around Yonkai. Yonkai's divine sense moved, and he shouted, "Go." The insect cloud danced a few times, turned into a dozen groups and scattered in a dozen directions, attacking the demon race from all directions. Wherever they passed, the demon race suffered heavy casualties. Their knowledge seas were corroded by the tiny insects, and their souls were devoured. On the surface, there wasn't the slightest wound. After releasing the soul-devouring insects, Yonkai didn't care how useful these insects could be. His hands hung by his side, and with a flick of his 10 fingers, he shot out moon blades in all directions. As the moon blades swept past, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Swathes of demons were cut into pieces. Yonkai strode forward, and the moon blades didn't stop. Wherever he went, there would be slaughter. Ordinary demon race members couldn't get within 100 feet of him, and even the Demon King couldn't withstand more than a few moves. His speed was extremely fast, and he covered a distance of several tens of kilometers in just a few steps. Wherever he passed, a death zone with a diameter of over 1,000 feet appeared. If one were to look down from above, they would find that there was not a single devilish being left alive in a straight line with a diameter of several tens of kilometers, starting from where he had landed and ending at where he was now. After walking and killing for a while, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little troublesome. Although the moon blades were powerful, he still had to do it himself when it came to killing the demon race. So he immediately summoned the wind gourd. Opening the gourd, the small wind gourd inside turned into wind blades and shot out in all directions. Another round of slaughter ensued. This wind gourd, which he obtained from the void crack in the depths of the Orthodoxy Palace, shone brilliantly on this huge battlefield. It was simply a supreme secret treasure for group attacks. This saved him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai only needed to rush forward, and with the mouth of the wind gourd aimed forward, the sharp wind blades were invincible. When he first appeared, not many people noticed him, but with the destruction of the soul-devouring insects, the moon blades, and the appearance of the wind gourd, he immediately became the focus of the entire battlefield. After killing so many people, it was difficult not to attract attention. At the dragon head of the coiling dragon formation, Li Wuyi's gaze swept over. When he saw the familiar figure, his tense mind relaxed, and he secretly sighed in relief. He's finally here, and it's not too late. Immediately, he passed down the order, and the coiling dragon formation changed. Its huge body rushed in the direction of Yang Kai, relieving the pressure on Yang Kai. Since Li Wuyi had discovered Yang Kai, the masters of the demon race had naturally discovered him as well. Yang Kai had devoured the demon race's territory, lured 2 demon saints from the demon race to rebel with Chang Tian, and then sealed the passage between the 2 worlds. Many masters of the demon race had long hated him to the bone. They had never seen him before, so now that they had discovered him, how could they let him go? In the middle of the battlefield, a sea of blood suddenly condensed and transformed into a streak of blood-red light that rushed towards Yang Kai. In just 10 breaths of time, it had rushed in front of Yang Kai. The smell of blood filled the air, and a fierce killing intent enveloped Yang Kai. The bloody light dissipated, revealing a figure that swooped down from the sky like an eagle trying to catch a rabbit. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. On the battlefield, the cultivator who saw this scene cried out, and some even shouted loudly, reminding Yang Kai that a powerful enemy was attacking. Just as the figure was about to approach, another person appeared strangely and went directly to the invader. With a few rumbling sounds, the sky shook and the earth shook. Demon chi swept in all directions, and the 2 figures separated, standing in the void. The newcomer narrowed his eyes and saw the appearance of the enemy in front of him. He said hatefully, "Baya, how dare you stop me?" Yang Kai was powerful, and only a half-saint could defeat him. The person who came to kill him was naturally a half-saint. In the demon race's territory, there weren't many half-saint, and each of them had a name. Even if they didn't have much contact with each other, they all knew each other. Since Baiyu appeared, how could the half-saint of demon race not recognize her? Baiyu said lightly, "People of different paths cannot work together." On the opposite side, the half-saint of demon race shouted angrily, "Bullshit! Don't forget that you're from the demon race." Baiyu said helplessly, "I'm just following orders. Don't make it difficult for me." Bastard! The half-saint of demon race was furious. He wanted to kill Yang Kai, but he was stopped by Baiyu, who was also from the demon race. His clansmen around him kept getting injured and killed. At this moment, his eyes were red, and he didn't care whether Baiyu was from the demon race or not. As he shouted, he had already rushed forward and fought with Baiyu. However, both of them were semi-sage experts. So, their strength was almost on par with each other. Therefore, this fight was like a thunderbolt striking the fire on the ground. The scene was extremely lively. However, it wouldn't be easy to determine the outcome of this fight. Yang Kai was already far away, and he continued to run forward. Yang Kai forcibly plowed a path for thousands of miles. Although he had become the demon race's army alone, no one below the half-saint level could stop him. There were as many as 3 half-saint who came to kill him. It was obvious that the demon race not only hated Yang Kai, but also treated him as their number 1 enemy. Otherwise, why would half-saint continuously come to kill him? The first one was blocked by Baiya, the second one was blocked by Baizhua, and when the third one arrived, Yang Kai released his avatar into the sealed world bead. The 3 groups fought fiercely, and they were extremely eye-catching in this battlefield of tens of thousands of miles. Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the huge black hole. The demon race's army was still continuously rushing out from the black hole. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, and he fearlessly faced them head-on. When he activated his devil yuan, the astral winds that surged out of the wind gourd became even more violent. The wind whistled incessantly as it cut through the void and slashed into the black hole. Miserable howls sounded in his ears. Many demon race members were killed by the astral winds before they could rush out of the passage between the 2 worlds. The black hole was huge, but Yang Kai relied on his own strength to block this huge gap. The reinforcements of the demon race's army were directly cut off, and not a single demon rushed out. Outside the coiling dragon formation, Hyoji, who had been sitting in the middle of the army as steady as a mountain, was anxiously waiting. The battle reports from the front lines were continuously transmitted from the scouts of Soaring Eagle Town. Right at this moment, a scout flew over and half knelt on the ground. He cupped his hands and shouted, reporting, "Army Commander Master has arrived in front of the passage between the 2 worlds. He has cut off the path of the demon race's army's reinforcements." Hyoji stood up, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He couldn't help but shout, "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, "Flag bearer." Fu Ling quivered and immediately took out the flag with the word "kill." In an instant, the huge red flag fluttered in the sky, dyeing the sky red. Hyoji was in high spirits as he waved his hand and pointed to the front. "Middle Army, listen to my order. Follow me to kill the enemy and support Master." Many soldiers in the Middle Army responded, and their voices shook the world. In the past few days of battle, the GZ army had killed countless enemies in the 9 towns and made great contributions. Even Soaring Eagle Town, who was in charge of gathering intelligence, had thrown themselves into the battle. Only the Middle Army was sitting in the rear, which made them very anxious. At this moment, when they heard Hyoji's order, they immediately became excited. The Middle Army had 30,000 soldiers, not to mention Xiongqi, who was an outsider. Even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were not weak. In the Middle Army, most of them were from the Eastern Sea's Sea tribe. For more than 10 years, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had been searching for the remains of the flowing time great emperor in the Eastern Sea. They had also subdued a large number of the Sea tribe. Among the Sea tribe, there were many powerhouses. There were no less than 30 monster kings like Bang Bang Air. Once such a powerful army joined the battle, they might not be able to change the direction of the entire battlefield. However, in a small area, they were invincible. After a few days of peace, the Middle Army of the GZ army attacked. At this time, the GZ army's 9 towns were still fighting against the released demon race outside the coiling dragon formation. The Middle Army charged into the battlefield like tigers and wolves, slaughtering the demon race along the way. The GZ army already had the advantage. Now that they had the support of the Middle Army, they were even more invincible. In less than 2 hours, the dust had settled. On the battlefield of the GZ army, the corpses of the demon race were piled up like mountains. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.